Well, folks, it's Sask election time.
It's the most wonderful time of year. Time of year that comes around only once every 4 years.
We've been hitting each other because it's pretty exciting times here.
Game face.
So if you're new to this is the Mashup. We're live at the Mashup HQ, and we're here to bring you a little Sask election live coverage. You know, we're going to try and give you something that doesn't suck tonight. No promises, because this is live.
I promise you this won't suck, personally.
It's possible. All right, before we get into anything tonight, we have a couple of sponsors. Hey, let's go here. AMC Electrical, based out of Rocky Mountain House. AMC has been providing electrical and instrumentation services to West Central Alberta for 20 years. You might go, Alberta sponsoring Saskatchewan. That seems kind of odd. Fair enough, but it's a little bit of a theme tonight, as we've got a bunch of different companies, including us two yahoos, who come from small town Saskatchewan. Drew, the owner of AMC, he comes from Corning, Saskatchewan, a hamlet, Corning, Saskatchewan.
Yep.
And he says whether you need a pump jack looked at, a shop wired, a grain dryer installed, or an LED conversion in your store, or you're just tired of massive power bills and want some solar installed, AMC can help. Head to amcelectrical.ca for more information. Also, today's event is proudly sponsored by T-Bar One Transport, your trusted partners in the oil field transportation solutions. With years of experience in the industry, T-Bar One Incorporated specializes in providing efficient, reliable, and cost-effective freight services tailored to meet your needs. They come from another hamlet. This guy's from Hillmont, Saskatchewan. And this guy won't say where he's from because he's kind of weird. So
Another
it's like
small
this
town.
undisclosed
I will
small
say,
town.
I will say, if you happen to go to a small town in Saskatchewan and you're having the best rink burger you've ever had, you're in my hometown.
Wait a second. Who's got the best rink burger in Saskatchewan, Tiz?
My hometown.
Interesting. My hometown has a pretty good rink burger too. Probably the best.
Probably about second best. Yep.
I think Hillmont has the best rink burger
Second best
in Saskatchewan. Yep. Just saying.
We need to do a tour one of these days. We need to just hit every curling rink.
That's what
in
me and
small
you need,
town.
a few more cheeseburgers. For more information about their services for T-Bar One, head to tbar1.com. That's TBAR, the number 1.com. And there you go. So T-Bar One and AMC Electrical.
Thanks very much, guys.
The two major sponsors of today's election live stream. We have a full slate of people.
So many.
We have a full slate. It's going to be a lot of fun.
List them off?
Oh, sure. I guess I could.
Oh, yes. Let me just go through all of my paperwork here.
John Gormley's coming up here in a few moments. He'll be hopping in. We got Jerry Ritz, Chris Barber, Ken Rutherford, Gage Hobrick, Lee Harding, Angela Schmidt, Wayne Peters, Jamie Sinclair, Nadine Ness, Lise Merle, QDM, Brad Wall, and possibly a couple others. I'm not going to say their names because at the end of the day, if they don't show up, they don't show up. But maybe a couple others after the 9:30 hour. We'll see how this
we were going to have former CFL star and business person Brian Giebert on, but he couldn't make it, and so this is actually kind of a monumental moment for him. As far as I know, this will be the first interview he's ever turned down in his life.
Yeah, so this could be fun. If you're commenting on the live stream, we want to know where you're listening to. Because
where you're listening from even better.
From. And if you're in Saskatchewan, in your small town Saskatchewan, or heck, you're in Alberta and you're from South, we want to know all the small places in Saskatchewan we got listeners coming in from. So would love to hear some of that. Now, I didn't do this last time. I'm not forgetting this time, okay? Anyone who comes in the studio gets a 1 ounce silver coin.
I have it written here. It's because you saw it written on my notes, didn't you?
I didn't. I remembered.
Do I get two now?
Nope. Time? Sorry. It's you get one. You get there. You go. I remembered.
Thanks, man.
1 ounce silver coin. That's to the throwback to the Silver Gold Bull, the boys in.
Ooh, it's a Chuck. It's Chuck the Third. So I mean, this is a new one. It's actually still warm. Thanks, Shaun.
Now, map. Okay. So one of the things we've done. This is the third time we did Alberta. We did BC, and now obviously this is the third iteration. We got Saskatchewan, and one of the things we've been proud of is having live updates from a map of our creation, having the data come right into it.
We're the first people, other than CBC, CTV, and Global, in the history of Canada to ever have the map. And we've had it twice now.
I'll be curious what John Gormley has to say about that. I wonder if he ever had the map on one of his election day coverages.
Oh, yeah. Maybe he could fact check that and tell me I'm full of baloney. It's better than being full of balgony. Am I right?
But tonight, the Canadian Media Elections Consortium. I don't know who you are. I thought election data was like pretty much like public. I mean, it's like, hey, we want to make sure this is transparent. The number to get it, was $12,000.
$12,091. Why do you care about the $91? Just round it down at that point, or make it infinity billion. You want $12,000 for us to have access to the Saskatchewan elections link for the RSS feed. It's absolutely insane.
Yes. So once again, we're going to work on that. We're working on this as we speak. Here, I'll show you. Here's a guy in the background, okay? There he is. Give him a wave, Brett. Give him a wave. We got a camera on the guy tonight who's going to make sure this goes smoothly, hopefully.
Yeah. And he's actually going to try and hack the feed as we get going. He's going to see if he can white hat it.
Yes, white hat it.
And you know what? If that works, we're totally not paying you, consortium. Which, by the way, if you're going to set up some clandestine thing or some ridiculous bureaucratic thing, you don't call it a consortium. You may as well call it a mob.
Now, do you want to do? I see John sitting there before we bring him in because or do you want to do it with John? Do you want to do? Do you want to? Wait.
We should bring him in the second he shows up. It's John Gormley.
Do you want to do predictions before John comes in, or do you want to do predictions with John? Well, yeah. Then when John makes us both, you're both going to make me look like fine. All right, fine. We'll start it here, okay? Canadian radio talk show host, author, lawyer, and former politician. All right, let's bring in John Gormley. John, thanks for hopping on.
Well, it's wonderful to be here. I think this is the first time I've done this gig, and gosh, watching and listening to you two, this is performance at a very high level.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Nice to see you.
Now, okay, before we get to predictions, because at some point I want to do that. Now I'm feeling under the gun. I should have got it. I should have not noticed John. I should have said what I was going to say, and now it'll probably all get sliced and diced. John, with the Saskatchewan election, one of the things with all the guests who come on, we want to know what you think, Saskatchewan folk, or we're going to have listeners from across Canada tuning in, what they need to know about this election.
What people need to know, and it's funny how cognitive dissonance has kicked in. Part of it is a media that has decided it really is ginning up NDP support. Part of it is, I think, just a whole lack of reading enough. Do you know what the results have been the last few elections in Saskatchewan? 4 years ago, the Sask Party won 48 seats. The NDP won 13. Now, 4 years before... And then it was
51-10.
51-10 back in 16, 49-9 back in 11, and when Bradwell started the whole performance in 07, it was 38-20. I emphasize that because my number is 38, which is 10 off 48, so clearly there's some decline for the Sask Party. But what's going on with this talk where all of a sudden you've got, now, first of all, 17 years is an extraordinarily long time. Most governments get in trouble before that. But gosh, to have a flip of government when you've been at 48, 51, 49, and 38, pretty hard to see that coming.
Well, I wonder, though, forgive me, sitting on, Saskatchewan roots, Alberta side. And I brought it up in the BC election. When you look at Alberta, ousted their premier of who went through COVID, right? Who got COVID right? I would argue nobody, but regardless, that's the argument. And when you come back to Saskatchewan, one of the, talking things of what's changed since 2020 till now, I mean, it doesn't take a rocket scientist, right smack in the middle, COVID, and all the issues that came with COVID.
Yep, absolutely. And most premiers who dealt with COVID, it was like turning human years into dog years all of a sudden. They aged politically a lot. So most premiers who were through the COVID period have moved on. Now, the problem, of course, with COVID, Scott Moe from the let's make our babies wear masks, let's close schools, let's never have fun again in our lives, which was a consistent group of the left. They said Scott Moe was reckless. He ignored science. He was a danger to Saskatchewan. On the other political side, the group now, as time passes, that are looking more correct all the time, who had real misgivings about mandatory vaccination policies, everything else, they said Scott Moe had moved, quote, too far to the left. So he couldn't get it either way in COVID, but I would argue that he came through it fairly well.
Well, nobody likes someone who just sits on the fence, I guess. And I think that's, I don't know. I'm one of the people who left Saskatchewan when the NDP was encouraging everybody to seek their fortunes in other provinces. And it seems to me, now I'm kind of looking in now, it sucks. I'm getting to the point where I'll have lived away from Saskatchewan more than I lived in Saskatchewan in a couple of years. But it seems as though he's just kind of been...
We could change that, just suggesting.
Yeah, I appreciate that. But it seems as though he's just kind of just coasting down the middle of the river, just putting out an oar to keep himself from hitting the banks here and there. I mean, there hasn't really been a whole lot of the kind of conservative things that you would hope for and want to see. I mean, he's not proposing any big cuts. He's not looking to make any big changes. It's just sort of status quo.
Hard issue. From a political conservative point of view, I don't think that's an inaccurate description. When you talk to people in the cities, he's gone, quote, too far right. It's been too much.
Do they give
discussion.
Examples?
Oh, parents' rights, huge one. He never should have touched it. They're getting tired of him. I would call it standing up for Saskatchewan, but whether it's carbon tax, whether it's Trudeau, whether it's other Ottawa policies, they're saying, yeah, I get he's standing up for us. And a surprisingly high number of people say that, but that's not getting me and my kids a family doctor. You've got tens of thousands of Saskatchewan people who can't even get a doctor. Now, I don't remember a time in my life like that. I do know from COVID, I do know that in the Western world, healthcare is in a real problem. So this is not a unique Saskatchewan thing, but healthcare is a big issue.
Can't hear the guest. Forgive me. We can hear you just fine, John. People are commenting they can't hear you. Is that John's? Once again, I don't know. Can people, if people are tuning into the live stream, we want to make sure that they can hear John. So I'm waiting for the chat to catch up to us because we can hear you just fine.
Okay. Some people are saying they can hear him. For those of you who can't, he's just agreeing with everything I'm saying. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt, though. Please continue.
We were just sorry. One of the things about a live stream, John, is, and you know this, I know you know this, is we're watching the comments come in, and we're waiting to see what everybody's saying. Now we're getting a ton of I can hear them, which is great. Okay. Carry on, John.
Yeah, no, my point is that Scott Moe is criticized by even some in his base as he's not standing up enough on, particularly on healthcare. So they say, yeah, it's good he's pushing back on Ottawa. Yes, it's good he's there on the carbon tax. My kids don't have a doctor. Surgical wait times are too long. So I'm hoping and I'm thinking we're going to see tonight, assuming the government wins. And did I tell you my prediction? I did say
no. We're going to get to that. Actually, this is a perfect time. What is your prediction, John?
38 seats.
38?
Yep.
And you're giving the rest to who?
I'm giving the rest to the NDP, which would be 23.
23. Okay.
Which would be their biggest number in many, many elections. It would be their biggest number since 2003, but still it would be 15 seats short of toppling the government. So I'm not seeing a government in threat.
Now, curious, Twos, what number do you have?
Well, I think we're going to see 32 for the NDP, 29 for the Sask Party, and it's not going to get announced for another 6 months.
I do worry a little about the length of time to count. Yeah.
What are your thoughts? Sorry, John, the length of time to count. Is Saskatchewan similar to BC? Like, I think we're all staring at this debacle in BC, and you don't have to be a tinfoil hat wearer to go, it's going to take you how long to count the votes? That makes zero sense. Oh, and wait, the number isn't what you said it was. Now it's up like, 16,000? And it just keeps going on and on and on. When you stare at Saskatchewan and their voting structure, could we see the same thing happen here? If it were in Twos' world, a 32-29 or a 31-30 even?
Oh, absolutely. In fact, this did happen last time in 2020 because the huge number of mail-in ballots because of the pandemic, because there is in election law an official count. And I think in Saskatchewan, it happens exactly 7 days after tonight. And I remember my friend Ryland Hunter, who almost beat the NDP's Ryan Miley. The night of the election, Ryland was down a couple of hundred votes. We waited.
Yep.
It was a Monday. I want to say it was a Saturday or even the next Monday. It was 5 to 7 days. We waited to see. Ryland actually ended up losing by a few more hundred. But no, the closer ones, we're going to have to wait a week.
Interesting. So I get all rattled about the fact that the BC election has taken as long as it has, and you stare at that and go, this is a little bit the clunkiness of election in Canada.
That was the
BC.
one specific riding. And I mean,
and I say, I'm with you guys in that because I like manual counting. And the beauty of this official count is it's manual. These are human beings who sit at a table, which is, by the way, what's going on as soon as the polls close at 8 o'clock in every polling station. You sit there and you count each vote. It takes a week to get everybody in a boardroom to count votes. I would think you could cover that off with really good counters probably in a day.
I feel like you just put a bucket in the corner, lock the door, and say everybody gets flush toilets when everything's counted.
That would make sense.
But maybe I'm crazy. I just there's easy solutions out there. I don't know. Maybe we just need to take the counting to the private sector, and we could have it done like within about 20 minutes of the election being closed.
I need your help. You guys have an audience who, by the way, I love, but many of them on the political axis are somewhat to the right of me. I see the Sask United Party at best coming second in 4 seats, like the Buffalo Party did last time.
Mm-hmm.
The Sask United Party, nothing politically, I think. That enrages my friends on the right. Are you thinking the Sask United, I know Jerry Ritz is coming up, will actually even give game?
I personally think in a couple of ridings they're going to make their presence known. I mean, it was only, and maybe I'd love your thoughts on this, John. But go back to the Lumsden School affair with all the things coming out there. Then John Rummock running, placing second, getting 23% of the vote, finishing ahead of the NEP, right? Finishing second now, albeit
not by much, but
and 30 points back of but for essentially an unknown and them running such a short campaign, I think that stuck out to a lot of people. So I'd be shocked if they didn't make a bit of noise in 1 or 2 ridings for sure. Am I wrong on that?
Well, again, I give you 4. The Buffalo ran second in exactly that scenario.
Yeah.
Getting 21-22 to finish second in overwhelmingly conservative seats. I don't doubt that happening. But I've got friends in the SUP who are relishing vote splitting so New Democrats can get elected, which I tend to think is psychologically kind of unbalanced. But I don't know what you're hearing.
I haven't heard that. Thing about the vote splitting is, my stance anyway, is that no particular party is entitled to anybody's vote. And that if the Sask party wants to get the votes that would go to the Sask United Party, all they have to do is do a better version of what the Sask United Party wants to bring forward, and they would get those votes. And so I really don't like the argument about vote splitting, because it implies that the incumbent party or the establishment party is somehow owed those votes. And when you've got a situation like that, you end up with what happened in 2015 in Alberta.
But I respectfully disagree. Since 1934, we've had 22 elections in Saskatchewan. 22.
All right.
In 4 of those elections, the NDP got more than 50% of the vote. I was pulling up some numbers today because I do randomly silly things. The 1978 election, every single NDP seat in the country, when you added up the Liberal and Conservative votes, it was exponentially higher than the NDP. The NDP governed Saskatchewan with a huge sweep. They always did. Tommy Douglas called it Mouseland. He had this parable, black cats, white cats fight, they leave the mice alone. The Sask party is when the black cats and the white cats sat down. In the 5 elections the Sask parties tendered their votes, 4 of them they've won over 50% of the vote, 3 of them they've won over 60%. Saskatchewan is not a socialist province. These days, Alberta is far more socialist, I would argue. Have you been to Calgary lately, where all the hipsters hang out?
I think they're called homeless people, but yes.
We had, off that, it's funny because when we announced all the people coming on, certain names spark responses, and yours certainly did, John. So this is one of the texts that I got about you specifically. Gormley states a BS fact out of his arse to scare Sask rural folks. Many are cheerleading for a vote split, then brings in the commies. I'm assuming they're quoting
this was your Western Standard article.
I challenge him to name one Sask United supporter who wants NDP. Good morning to both of us today. That was what was sent as we announced the lineup and when you were coming on.
Oh, I know 2 of them, and I will not, out of courtesy,
sure,
don't
fair
think
enough.
they need to be named publicly. But these are dedicated Sask United guys, and they are hoping, and they'll name the seats. One, of course, is Saskatchewan Rivers, where Nadine Wilson is actually an incumbent Sask United candidate. They're seeing, and I agree with them, I don't see it, I can't make the math work, but they're thinking you could get some new Democrats elected.
Not in that riding went, what was it, 64 or 68% to Nadine in the 2020 election. Assuming that it's even close to that, like you'd have to almost perfectly split that hair down the middle to have the NDP take it.
Absolutely. Eric Schmaltz running for the Sask party is likely going to end up in that range of 50 to 65. Nadine will come second with 21, 22, maybe.
John, what would you suggest? Because once upon a time, the Sask party was just an idea, right? And they didn't get in, it's not like they ran their first election and had what happened out in BC, where all of a sudden, holy Dinah, lightning captured in a bottle, and, they could possibly be the governing body. I'm talking the Conservatives, obviously.
Yeah. Well, they built their way up. You know about that.
Yeah. Well, and I kind of wonder, like, okay, so people are upset with the Sask party. You're appealing to them. What would you suggest then for the people that are upset with how the Sask party is ruling currently?
Absolutely. I have an easy suggestion. Get involved in your constituency executive or your, what they call them, EDAs now, whatever. Get yourself and your friends nominated. Get yourself on the provincial executive. Become an activist in your party. Parties are beautiful organic things, and they vary. The Sask party at times with Brad Wall is a different feeling looking Sask party than today, whether you think that's good, bad, or indifferent. Point is, leadership and policy and people matter. Get yourself involved and make your party matter.
Now, before, I don't know when Jerry Ritz is coming on, so we'll wait for him to slide in. But John, before we let you out of here, you're hosting something tonight, I believe, as well. I think it's we should give you the courtesy of letting people know if they want to go listen to you, where they can find you tonight.
Absolutely.
Obviously, listen to this one first.
Here, folks. But if they want to hear a little bit more of Gormley and what you have going on tonight.
Well, thanks, guys. I'm back on my old radio station, ckom.com or cjme.com. We're doing wall-to-wall live coverage starting at 8 o'clock when the polls close. And by the way, I wanted to jump in on your media consortium thing. Is that the same media consortium that's convinced Justin Trudeau to spend how many hundreds of millions bailing out the media?
I'm not sure about that.
So
I imagine
pay money to these people. It only encourages them.
Well, if they got hundreds of millions of dollars from Justin Trudeau, I feel like they probably wouldn't need our 12,091.
No,
it's just funny. It's just funny. Sorry, John. It's just interesting because this isn't the first time we've done this. We've reached out to other governments, right? And BC,
they're just like,
BC's like, here's the link.
Here's
way
the link.
You go, and it'll start populating you after that 8 o'clock hour. Boom, away we go. Saskatchewan, 12,000. Yeah, it's going to cost you. I'm like, Saskatchewan of all places.
But if you go on Elections Saskatchewan, the government elections website,
they sent us to the consortium.
Yes, so if we had Brett mic'd up, he'd tell you that's exactly what he did. and then they sent us off to the consortium.
Why don't we have Brent? Why don't we have Brett mic'd up?
I don't know. That was a silly part on our part. We're slowly building here. We're slowly building. You know,
I mean, we have the mics.
We try. You know, we try. John, I guess, you know, before we let you out of here, I'm waiting on Jerry Ritz to hop on. Any final thoughts here on the Sask election before we let you out and let you get on with your night? Because we know you got to prepare for a show as well, and certainly on this side, we know all about that. So, any final thoughts before you let you out of here?
It's quite a day. This is a really historic night. I mean, you get very few governments ever that get 17 years, even fewer that get 5 consecutive elections. Is the Sask Party going to get a message tonight? I think they are. Some of the urban people who voted for them in the past are going to stay home. Some of them might even vote NDP, but there is an issue in the cities: healthcare, education, what it costs my family to live. The government's got the opportunity to pivot into that, and in a way, it's a new iteration or a new generation of the party. If they don't, the NDP tonight will be poised 4 years from now to govern again. So this is where I put it on Sask Party supporters. It's your party. Do something about it.
That's a good way to put it. Now, to be clear, like, we've had actually a bunch of people, just for example, in the comments, just saying, hey, we miss you on talk radio. You need to start a podcast. Your thing with CKOM tonight, is this a one-off, or are you looking to maybe dip your toes back in, or what's on the horizon for John Gormley?
You know, when I left the radio, I had the greatest gig in the world for 25 years. I loved every second of it. But when you hand the torch over, and for me, it's just life, right? I'm still practicing law. In fact, I'm practicing more. I'm a labor and employment lawyer at Cypherling Law in Saskatoon, but I don't practice law full time. I've got grandkids. I've got kids. I've got a wife who I love dearly, and we like traveling. So what I'm trying to do now is have a bit more life for us. But I said to them, I'm not going to do any more radio. If there's an election comes up, give me a call. So that's what they did. But no, I've avoided and resisted podcasts, as attractive as the idea is, because, as you know, you prep. You know, I prepped every morning at 4:30 like I was drinking out of a fire hose for 25 years. And it's a lot of work, and I just don't want to do that anymore.
That's every Friday for us. Every Friday on the Mashup is I'm up at 4:30 looking through all the things I had bookmarked in Twitter and just being like, oh, is this going to be interesting to talk about? How can I tie this back to here? Where can I throw in a decent one-liner?
Well, do that every day for 25 years.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Well, John, appreciate you hopping on and giving us some time today. We'll let you get on with your night. And
yeah, it was nice seeing you again. We met very briefly in the summer of 2001 at the Willows Golf Course. And I haven't seen you since. So it's nice that we kind of, you know,
it's
reconnected
you again, and it's been an honor being on.
Yeah, it's great seeing you again, dude.
So thanks so much.
Yeah, it's great seeing you. You're so memorable back then. I'm sure.
Well,
I'm sure.
I mean, it's a lot of good memories there. You know, it's funny. Like I met April Wine there. I met Don Burnstick, and you know, I'll say like, yeah, I met John Gormley. And the funny thing is I met Lauren Calvert there, and this is the first time I've ever mentioned it.
Yeah, there you go. John Gormley, thanks for hopping on. Best of luck with your show tonight, and we'll have our eyes on your, you know, the prediction from Gormley, 38-23 for the Sask Party, NDP getting the other 23. And we'll see. I have Jerry Ritz calling me. We're having issues on getting into this thing. So, John, thanks for hopping on. We'll let you out of here.
Thanks. Take care.
Thanks,
guys.
John.
So there you go. John Gormley. I don't know. You can welcome.
Are you going to step out and I'm going to free ball? Is that what's
that's exactly what's going to happen here, because I'm going to try and talk Jerry Ritz through getting on here, folks. And welcome to live streaming. Isn't that what we do here?
That
Just
is
roll
okay.
with the punches.
All right. So
I didn't even get to say. I didn't
him.
even get to say my
this.
prediction. My prediction is 40 for the Sask Party, 20 for the NDP, and I got 1 for the Sask United.
Okay. My serious prediction is that it's going to be about 32-29 the other way.
32-29. That is for twos.
Yeah, and also take an annoyingly long amount of time to come out with it.
I got to make a phone call. I'll be right back.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Two Show. Thanks for joining us tonight. Here we go. So it's interesting. Like, there's the one thing that's really, I've thought about this quite a lot, and it never seems to come up in Saskatchewan elections. And it's that the voting block of, hey, can we get that door shut? The voting block of anti-NDP people who moved away to other parts of Canada, mostly Alberta, and never, ever moved back. There's so many of them that would be voting absolutely not orange, that left and never came back. And it ended up being a good thing for the NDP in the long term, that when they were in charge, everybody who wanted to make something of themselves moved away and went to other places. And now we're in a situation where they're never going to be able to vote for the other people. It's the kind of smart long game that you wouldn't really expect from socialists. But anyway, that's it. There's a lot of really interesting ridings coming up, by the way. One of them, we've got oh shoot, I got it right here. Michelle Krieger is running in Cannington, and she's a longtime fan, friend of the show, and so we're going to be keeping a close eye on that one coming up. Shaun is back. Welcome to the show, Shaun.
Yes, welcome back.
Thank you for joining us.
I'm Shaun
today.
Newman, folks. So Jerry Ritz having issues. He was texting me. He was at an RM council meeting. So I'm like, he's probably trying to do 3 different things at once, and then StreamYard's being StreamYard and not giving him any luck. So Jerry can't get in. And also another thing that I'm getting texts about right now, is this the PSYOP against what we're doing. I don't know. My ex isn't streaming it. So one of the things.
So you're not able to stream right now.
So
the consortium won't give us the link to the map.
Are we starting to see? So one of the things, if you're on X, make sure to retweet it. Make sure to tag me, and I'll try and retweet it out. But right now, it won't let me. It won't let me do that. So I'm gonna see if I can pull it up again and try. But we'll see.
Okay. Another interesting point from Derek says, anybody but the NDP. I assume he means and the Montreal Canadiens. I'd say that's pretty fair. Yeah, I don't know what it is about the Habs and the Leafs and the Oilers, but whenever any of the 3 of them are playing against each other, I just hope that everybody loses. Other interesting thing, and I guess we don't have anything to say about that, so we're going to accept it as canon now going forward.
I'm trying to get.
And I'm going to keep shit talking the Oilers.
That's
while you're
right.
doing that,
that's right.
And you can't.
They
do
won last night,
it.
by the way. They won last night, by the way.
Yeah, it's basically just a mercy goal, or a mercy game. The Liberals, by the way, I'm not sure if you folks are aware of this or not. He says shuffling his papers like a professional newsman. They rebranded themselves the Saskatchewan Progress Party, and they are running no less than 3 candidates, which is just enough to keep going for tax purposes, I'm guessing, or something like that. The other thing, I don't know if anybody else noticed this or not. I'm going to put it up on the screen. This is from the Saskatchewan election site. So, I got to go click back and forth on this, but we're going to go meta for a second. And then if you look, anywhere that the NDP is running, their official name on the ballot is New Democratic Party Sask section. You can see it all the way up and down the right side of the page. New Democratic Party Sask section. So anytime anybody wants to call you a crazy conspiracist or, some loony or whatever for saying that the provincial NDP parties are a division of the federal NDP party, it's literally on the ballot this year.
Yeah, what a strange. Can you imagine being a part of that party and it's just NDP Sask division? It's like NDP aren't a real party.
They're not a serious party, that's for sure.
I know they're going to win some seats tonight, and my brain tries to, I try to understand that, folks, and I don't get it. I don't get it. So, it's like me trying to figure out StreamYard right now and get it so that my stupid X will work.
Get your poop in a group.
Shaun. Yeah, I know. It's like it just
mine's
keeps
working fine.
It just keeps saying not gonna stream there tonight. Elon, help me out here. Holy Dinah.
Yeah, because Elon's definitely watching this.
Hey, Elon's got roots to Saskatchewan. He's probably going.
His family's from
Saskatchewan tonight.
Oh shoot,
hey?
Just outside of Swift, anyway. on the way to Morris. I can't remember the name of the town, but that's where his family, when he used to come up to Saskatchewan when he was a kid, it was just outside of Swift.
Man, best laid plans. Stupid technology.
So we got no Jerry Ritz.
We got no Jerry Ritz.
We are not going to be putting on the Ritz tonight, folks.
Wait a second. Are the Oilers losing 4-0? Is that true? Is that a true statement? Who are they?
More importantly, though, we have nice wardrobe choice twos. Thank you very much, Michelle.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You know who remembered the poppies tonight, folks?
That was Shaun.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yeah, that was a good touch.
Yeah.
What's the next thing we need to talk about then?
Well, I think the polls is interesting.
Well, the polls are, because depending on which one you look at, it's either 50-50, 51-49, or 49-51, basically. It's an absolute coin flip. And so if you're watching this, you're going to want to stay tuned all night. We'll sell you the whole seat, but you'll only need the edge.
Can you,
you guys are losing 4-0 to Columbus?
No. Is it Columbus? Oh, man. What a painful day. Okay. How old, what's that? I'm curious. What is the age where people think the NDP is a good idea? So John's talking about, John's talking about the vote splitting thing, right? Okay, you got the vote split because the Sask United and the Sask Party is pulling from a similar demographic. But what point is there a portion of Saskatchewan that has completely forgot about the bad years of the NDP government running it? What age is that? When have you forgot about the years that they led?
Well, I mean, even if you were around during the years that they led, the common argument you hear is that the divine conservatives were so bad that the NDP had no choice but to drive everybody away and run every economy into the ground. But the thing that they failed to take into account is that, there was a whole lot of schools closing and a whole lot of hospitals closing. And the big thing was that there was no opportunity. It wasn't, hey, let's make this province prosperous. It was, let's just close the doors on everything. And that was their strategy at the time.
The weird thing about growing up in Hillmont is you were a stone throw from Alberta. I don't even know, 20 kilometers and you're in Alberta.
Well, 19, but yes.
So okay. So you could literally...
It's literally when you turn off a Highway 17, which goes right up the border, it says Hillmont 19.
It literally says 20.
It says Hillmont 19.
How much do you want to put on this?
Not enough to go against someone who grew up there, but I'm pretty sure it's Hillmont 19.
You argue like somebody from the NDP, I'm
willing to back off on this. I'm willing to back off on this.
There my entire life. It's 20 kilometers from the border. And the thing about it is, back when I was a kid, you come into Lloyd and you venture into parts of Alberta and they had these beautiful paved roads. You're just like, why the heck can't Sask have that? Right? And I'm saying after 2007, right? Mm-hmm. Slowly things change. And
now Alberta's got the bad roads.
I mean, it seems pretty clear to me. Nice, simple, easy idea. I don't know.
Well, it's a decent way to measure prosperity. It's almost like you can tell someone is a good person if they return shopping carts. And you can tell if a province is doing good by how many potholes there are not on the roads. Yeah. Are you going to get this Twitter thing figured out or what?
I actually don't know why it's not working. It's, you literally do this for a living, folks, and it won't, the night of all nights, X isn't going to work for me. Makes zero sense to me,
It's absolutely silly. Wait a moment and then try again. Yeah. I don't know what's going on with that.
I don't know what's going on with that either. Okay, we got plenty of stuff going on here.
Okay. Who's next?
Well, we're waiting on Chris Barber. Chris Barber's texting me right now. He's dealing with some computer issues.
He's got Okay, you know what? Maybe, granted, this is probably where the left comes out ahead, because once you reach a certain age and you get jaded with everything to a certain point where you're like, you know what, slash all the government budget, and I'm just going to vote for whoever's going to spend the least amount of money, and that's not the NDP. But at the same time, they get the younger demographic, which can figure out computer stuff.
Possible.
Yeah, they probably have way better live streams than we do.
The left, not a chance.
Well, at least they're working. How many people are watching it on Shaun's Twitter right now?
Well, I shifted them all over to you. I said, hey, head over to twos. Yeah, no, I get it.
That's all right.
Yeah, Brendan Belanger says, tell Chris to get out of the grads. Let's be honest. That's probably the true story. He's probably sitting there working on Big Red, right? Like, I mean, honestly.
But those underlights are pretty deadly. Every time I see some truck driving down the road, I'm like, I wonder if it's not him. And I always get excited. I'm like, well, maybe he's just going to drive by me one of these days, and I'm going to be able to tell from a mile away that it's him. But I've never seen him.
Does it shock you that the Greens are running? How is it possible the Greens have a candidate running in all the ridings?
All 61.
How is that possible?
I mean, you've got, what's Saskatchewan population? Is it up to 1.5 million yet?
I don't think so. I think it's like 1.3,
1.4,
yeah,
something
somewhere
like
in there.
All right, so out of that, you need to find 61 people.
But you could say the same thing about the Buffalo, the Sask United, the Conservatives, for Pete's sake, had 11.
10 or 11, something like that, yeah. And they're actually, we could get into that real quick. The Conservative platform is the Conservative Party of Saskatchewan platform. Well, they're going to implement, no, that's Sask United. Public funds only go to public schools. They're going to implement a breakfast and lunch program. Does that sound like a federal party anybody recognizes? That's the Saskatchewan Conservative Party. They're going to use retired nurses to help fill shortages and increase training spots, with some reserved for Saskatchewan-born or Indigenous students. Actually, though, they would allow nurse practitioners to operate clinics in small communities to assist. And they're going to bring up the wages in Alberta or in Saskatchewan to make them comparable with other places. Zach says only 58. I think the Green Party is a grift.
Well, I brought it up because I was like, I'm sure Gormley's article said 61 too, didn't it?
Well, I thought I saw 61.
Zach, maybe we're wrong. We thought we'd read in multiple spots that it said 61. So I mean,
so if I go to the general election candidates, there are 59 instances of the word green on that page.
Oh, well, then okay. So maybe.
So I guess the answer, as in most things, is somewhere in the middle.
He says it's a grift. You think it's a grift?
Well, I mean, you think about it, like the problem with the Green Party is, who, in this particular election, for example, wants to phase out fossil fuels, and we don't have anything to replace them with. It's a pipe dream. It's like wanting to put something sexy on your car. Yeah, but you still have to have the engine driving it. Sure, yeah, you might throw some nice chrome on it or something. But if you don't have the engine driving it, that thing is completely useless. And the thing about it is that for all of their policies, they're never going to beat the NDP in terms of potential green outcomes. Because if the NDP wins, everyone's going to move away and they're going to go back to nature.
The thing is, you go back to, you remember Chase Barber talking about the Greens and him being like, I don't know if people didn't tune in for BC, forgive us a little bit, but like one of the things Chase Barber, Edison Motors had talked about was the fact like the Greens actually isn't that bad of an idea. You can get in there, you're pretty independent from the party. You have, the ability to maybe do some things. Mm-hmm. Interesting thought.
Throw a little bit of common sense at it. And they're in a situation now. They're in a situation now in BC where they've got pretty much the narrowest majority you could imagine. So they can't have anybody step down. They can't have anybody get sick or retire. And that's a tough thing for a party that's heavily vaccinated to go through 4 years of. I'm just calling it now.
I liked how John was like, the skeptics, and they're pretty right.
He actually, he did a very clean way of putting it.
A very clean dismount.
Well, I'm not even sure where he was on all of that stuff, but I think he did a very clean and succinct way of saying that the people who were hesitant about things from the get-go,
right on a lot of things,
keep getting proven right. Maybe. Co-vindication, you might even call it.
I'd love to have some co-vindication if Chris Barber is sitting there somewhere working on this thing. If he'd hop on, that'd be great. I'd love to see the big guy, It's like, This reminds me of, you got things buttoned up. So a couple of years ago, 2 years, well, year and change, we had the Alberta Live election stream. Tews doesn't like me bringing this up, but that thing was a train fire. Well, Chris Barber is slowly coming in here, which is great. But that was like anything that could have went wrong, folks, went wrong.
Absolutely.
Like I just at one point I was just like curled up under the table, just leave me alone. I'm done. I'm not coming. I'm not showing my face anymore. Tews was laughing at me. We had my brother Dustin on. We had Tim Moan on.
Yep.
We had a
leader of the
banger of a night. That
former
night.
Leader of the Federal Libertarian Party.
Are you on your second Red Bull?
Yeah.
Does anybody watching this I'm like, do other people drink Red Bull like Tews? I have one, and I'm going to be up all night.
Basically, it's an election live stream thing. I don't know if anybody else remembers, but I wasn't paying attention to what you could see in the corner of the screen, and there was just this giant pile of empty Red Bull cans by the end of the night, because it was absolutely a schmoz fest to get it going right off the bat. And then I came up that day, and it was going 100 miles an hour since 4 a.m. And then by the time we were finally done,
Cheryl's got it. Those Red Bulls aren't good for you, Tews. You got to watch after your health.
I'm a pinnacle of health. Look at this hair. Do you think it gets this thick from not taking care of yourself?
Nobody will. Yeah, Tews is a pinnacle of health. Yeah, let's go ride around Saskatchewan, all the small town rinks, and eat cheeseburgers and drink Red Bulls.
Yeah, actually, that sounds like a really fun time.
It sounds like,
you know what? I wonder if we could get someone to drive us. Like, for example, the guy we have waiting to come on.
All right. Well,
Chris Barber.
He's a truck driver, business owner from Swift Current, Saskatchewan. Most know him as Big Red, as he was one of the key organizers of Freedom Convoy. And he's currently facing one of the most expensive lawsuits in Canadian history. We got, which way do I got a point here? You might see Big Red over Tew's shoulder. Anyway. Okay.
And
Chris Barber.
Just real quick, Chris. Hi, Chris. Just real quick before we get into this, though, this Tews Fix Your Hair. You got a distracting wing at your 2:00, or don't. It's up to you. I saw it in the screen, and I take the headphones off, and it goes. Well, now it's staying up, but I was taking the headphones off, and it went away. And so, like, if you're watching the very start of it, you saw me go like this about 17 times trying to get it to work, and it didn't. And the problem with Tews' hair is that it plays by its own set of rules, and then it breaks those rules too. So we're just stuck with what we got, folks. It's live television.
But at least you have hair, though.
Yes, I do. How you doing, Chris?
Freedom Convoy's been good to me, right? Do you see
it? Welcome to the show.
Welcome to the show, Chris. How's Chris doing tonight?
It's been a busy day, but we're kind of catching up here. I went to log onto the computer, and I clicked the wrong breaker on the hot box in here, and I shut the computer up by accident. So I've been frantically watching this computer like slowly load, trying to get going again. We're here.
What do you think of today, Saskatchewan election, maybe the build up to it, the lead up to it? What is Mr. Barber? What does Big Red have to say?
There's a lot of interesting dynamics in Saskatchewan politics right now, just like Alberta, just like Manitoba. I'm a little more vested in the Saskatchewan side, I'd have to say. We got a lot of conservative parties that are like bidding for the same real estate now. And although I know most of these people personally, and I can appreciate and understand exactly where they're coming from in their platforms, I have a hard time not reminiscing of like late 1990s in Saskatchewan to the buildup of the Saskatchewan party being born. And I think that's kind of where the conversation needs to go tonight.
Well, keep going with that. I know I was just a wee lad in the 80s and 90s, and he's even younger than I am. So please expand on that.
Well, like the NDP has been a ruling party in this province throughout the 80s and the 90s. We had a lot of problems. Anybody that puts themselves back in those memories, I guess, remembering what exactly that transpired in those years. My 21-year-old son is on his way down right now to vote. I don't know if he's done it or not. And I was telling him the stories of, how when you drive through Pontiac, Saskatchewan, how there's an empty, seniors complex now. Well, that used to be a hospital back in the day, but the NDP closed that. Do you remember Highway 15 from Kenaston East? That used to be a highway, but the NDP shredded that and put it to gravel. Southwest Saskatchewan, a lot of highways went missing back in those days. A lot of people were pissed off. And I remember those days. And now I see, the Sask United Party, the Buffalo Party, all these people, all these different conservative parties, fighting for the same real estate again. And it takes me back to those days. Remember when the Saskatchewan Party was born? It was born because too many conservative parties were fighting for the same real estate back in that day. And, I look at what the Wild Rose Party did in Alberta with Jason Kenney and Danielle Smith and that. And I want something like that to happen here. We're splitting the conservative vote right now. Whether you want to believe it when they tell you that they're not, I don't believe that for a minute. I'm pretty strict in the fact that we need to unite these people together.
So then you go back to what Gormley was talking about with basically you want change, get involved in the Sask Party.
Mm-hmm. That's our governing body. Why? A lot of people have problems with Scott Moe, and I've had problems with Scott Moe too. I think, the Saskatchewan Party made me so angry at the beginning of October. Well, it was October 1st, 2022 or 2021, sorry, when they implemented the COVID vaccine passport, which was a lead up to why we went east in those following months after that. Like a lot of people were angry in this country. I know exactly why the birth of the Sask United Party happened, and I don't blame Nadine at all for wanting to do that, because she felt ostracized by her own party. And maybe getting involved in our groups is probably it should be a bonus as far as I'm considered. It should be what more people are doing.
I don't know if that's necessarily the only solution. The problem you run into right off the bat is that on the left, I would say that you have to have uniform agreement in everything they say, no matter what. If I see somebody with blue hair, I can pretty much I can see them across the street, and I could nail down pretty much every thought they have on every bit of policy. But if you see someone in a cowboy hat and cowboy boots, you're like, well, I don't know. Maybe they think this, maybe they think that. And the whole splitting the vote thing, the problem I have with it is that argument is equally valid for every party and every person. Don't vote PPC or you're going to split the vote. Well, why are the Conservatives entitled to that vote? If they really wanted someone other than Trudeau to win, they should all get behind Maxime Bernier. Don't vote Sask United or you're going to get the NDP. Well, why doesn't all the Sask Party people say we're going to throw our hat in with Sask United and then make sure that we don't have the NDP? And then the other thing you run into is that there's just some really bad candidates out there. And there's people, my federal MP, I would literally vote for Pierre Trudeau before I voted for him. And if getting Trudeau out is that super important, why isn't it important enough for the Conservative Party federally to run a candidate that I don't despise?
Do you agree in 2016, I think it was 16, Rachel Notley's win was primarily because of so many different Conservative parties bidding for the same real estate in Alberta?
Completely not. Leading up to the election, the highest that the NDP had ever polled in Alberta was 15%, which means that if you split the Conservative vote exactly down the middle, you would still have more than double what the NDP had. The 2015 was literally, you had the past decade of the Conservative Party saying, we're going to do whatever the hell we want. And if you don't like it, you're just going to have to deal with it, because what are you going to do? Vote for a bunch of socialists? And then that went on for long enough, and it got brazen enough that the people in Alberta said, you know what? This is going to suck for us, but it's going to be even worse for you. So eat a dick, Conservative Party.
I agree with you, but I think we're going down the same route like that in Saskatchewan right now. So why can't we get united and get behind that party? Needing us and Unified Grassroots in Saskatoon, I've watched them speak now for quite some time, and it's about getting involved with your local parties, becoming a member in that party, and then taking leadership in that party, and then controlling that party. Just like what the left has done in federal politics with the Liberal Party right now. I mean, you got to admit they've been pretty strategic in what they've done over the course of the last number of years, and they've found a way to monopolize on it. And honestly, it's basically killing the country right now from a conservative standpoint. But
I think from any standpoint, it's killing the country right now. They're walking back everything they've been trying to do for years.
Is that not something we can do as a conservative party going forward, though? And that's my point being in this is like when Alberta took the initiative and got Kenny kicked out and then put Danielle into place, that was what it took for conservative people to come together, work within, take leadership in their own party, and then build from that. I think that had a huge, significant role in taking back Alberta. You still have a lot of fight, I guess. The NDP is pretty strong when it comes to the union, and they always will be. But I think Saskatchewan's kind of going down that same route the last while. Mo's wore a lot of people out in this province, mentally, morally, and maybe it's time for a leadership review.
Well, I think that regardless of the outcome tonight, if it's anywhere close to the polls one way or the other, Mo is going to be announcing his resignation, I would say within a year. Within a year for sure. His resignation as leader of the party, but he'll stay on. He'll do what Kathleen Wynne did, where he's not going to run the chance of losing a by-election when you're down to if it's within 1 or 2 seats or something like that. He's not going to say, I'm going to step down and we're going to have a by-election and even have the chance of losing that seat. He's just going to say, I'm not going to lead the party anymore. And
I think a lot of sorry.
Oh, that was it.
No, I think a lot of people have heard this rumor, though, that after this election that Mo is going to be stepping down or we're going to be looking for a different leader anyway. And that's I think that's a prime example of when it's time to get involved and then be the selection on who runs the party going forward, right?
Well, here, as we're talking, as we go along, because Gormley brought it up, now Chris has brought it up, and we got a guest sitting in the back that I would love to hear his thoughts on vote splitting. So why don't we bring in Ken? He operates Rutherford Appraisal Group, a professor at Lakeland College, ran as a candidate for the Maverick Party in the Battlefield's Lloydminster riding during the 2021 federal election. He also has been a part of the group who helped form Saskatchewan United Party. And he is the first guest the podcast ever had. Go back to 2019, February 2019. We sat in a little crappy studio and we had a 32-minute conversation where I was pretty dang nervous for that one. So why don't we invite
I'm going to go out on a limb and say that he's also one of the smartest people I've ever met.
Thanks for lying straight to my face there, Toos.
Good to see you, Ken.
Ken Rutherford, Chris Barber. Thanks for hopping on, Ken. One of the conversation topics of tonight already has been vote splitting, and the Sask United or even the Buffalo Party. Just so many options from a conservative standpoint. What are your thoughts on vote splitting? And maybe we could start there.
Oh, that's a good question. And honestly, it drives me nuts because the vote splitting is something that is used by the mainstream parties to scare people into doing what they've always done. Right. I'm not a big fan of a 2-party system. And, right after Sask United came to be formed, we had Scott Moe already talking about, be careful you don't vote split because you might get something worse than me. Right now, we've got the urban-rural divide. Shaun, you've talked a lot about this on your podcast, but this urban-rural divide, we see a real shift where the cities sure like to go NDP and the rural sure likes to go conservative. And I don't know why, but that's okay. The democratic system, vote for what you want. That's just fine. Well, I've got stats here. Scott Moe's riding in the 2020 election. He had 80% of the vote. Second place was NDP with 6%. You can split that many ways. We could have 3 more conservative parties and the NDP still aren't getting through. It's even worse in our area. In Colleen Young is the Sask Party MLA in our area. 82% of the vote. She had 3,846. Second place, 530 votes. Vote splitting.
Second place was 530 votes.
Yes, and so here we are talking about careful. We don't vote Sask United because we don't want to vote split and let the NDP through. Well, it's just not going to happen in these rural areas. Number one. Number two, if a Sask United MLA was to make it through, they can still vote for everything that's conservative, right? It's not like it's lost. It's just a more
assuming
MLA.
It's good policy anyway.
Yeah. So I look at it like I'm saddened by the conversation, to be honest, because it's a lot of people just, vote out of fear, right? They're scared of something worse instead of being brave enough to dream of something bigger, and but it's unfortunate. Now, I also look, what are we at? I looked at the voter turnout in the last election.
54%.
50. I got 53.
Where are we at right now in the polls? Do we know?
No, they're closing in an hour.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, so I guess on the vote split, the number of people, even in our area, like we're in a rural conservative hotbed in our area, and the number of people that I look at, free thinkers and freedom people that were against a lot of the mandates and that, well, they're scared of vote splitting, but I couldn't get them to take out a calculator and just calculate 82% divided by something. So I don't know. There's my thoughts. What do you think? Push back on me. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm nuts.
I guess my biggest thing is it's like the conservative. I know exactly why the Sask United Party was formed. I completely 100% understand. I was in that same boat when Sask United was born, but here we are sitting on the edge of an election, and I can't help but think, why can't us as conservatives not work together? Everywhere I look, it seems to be a fight lately, and it's a fight on the conservative side. If we can't fight with the Liberals or the NDP, we're fighting internally all the time, and it seems I've seen it personally the last couple years, and it's just call me just tired of the fight, I guess. Why can't we work together? Why can't we find common ground with each other? If Scott Moe's the problem in the Sask United Party or in the Saskatchewan Party, why can't we do a leadership review and have him out? And why can't we put all that focus and all that power in other conservative groups and put it into one where we can be united as one?
Fair question, Chris. And I agree with you. I get tired of the fighting myself, but I think the question has to be asked: is Scott Moe a conservative? Like, what is a conservative, right? Like, the Sask Party was formed out of the Liberals and the Conservatives coming together. Number one. Number two, I looked at the federal at the debt level. What did they have? 2016, where were we at? $6 billion in debt. Today we're at $20 billion in debt. So, like, they know their support is in the rural areas, right? So, what are they going to say? We're more liberal? Well, that would be a death to their political journeys. So they got to play the conservative card. But are they conservative? What is a conservative, and are they conservative, or are they left of center?
They've always been labeled as the Conservative Party of Saskatchewan, I guess. But yeah, you're right. There was NDP, there's Liberals and Conservatives came together back. What was it, 97 when Sask Party was born?
Oh, twos. You're the math with the memory on
96, I think, was the first election they were in. But I think they were around a little bit before that, like that classic gaffe that Brad Wall had where they spelled Saskatchewan wrong. I think that predated that by a few years.
Do you remember the Lauren Calvert years? Like, somebody mentioned that today, and I thought, you know what? I forgot. I didn't want. Maybe you guys wanted to forget about that, but the Lauren Calvert years were extremely hard. I remember trucking and running into Lauren Calvert in Caronport, Saskatchewan, at the little gas station there, and thinking to myself, "Holy crap! I'm within distance to say hi to this guy."
Quick shout out to people watching in Maymont, Saskatchewan. Saying hi to everybody at the Fielding Wildlife Federation. But please continue, guys.
Well, actually, I was going to hop in here. Top of the hour. Yep. I want to make sure I do a great job of this. And I have a thought about, I guess, this vote splitting and this conversation. First, AMC Electrical. We got two major sponsors of tonight. Both companies have roots to small town Saskatchewan. So the first is AMC Electrical. That's Drew McKay. He comes from Corning, Saskatchewan. Anybody ever been to Corning, Saskatchewan? Of course.
Yeah, Chris Barber is basically just the walking Johnny Cash song.
Yeah, I've been everywhere, man, but I don't know about Corning. I've never heard of Corning.
Okay, well, that's a hamlet in Saskatchewan. I chuckle because I'm like, every time I see hamlet, I'm like, that's awesome. Because, of course, I'm from Hillmont, Saskatchewan, which is a hamlet. It's, you blink and you truly do miss it. But Rocky,
especially considering the fact that it's 19 kilometers off the highway.
20 kilometers. All right. AMC Electrical, based out of Rocky Mountain House, providing electrical and instrumentation services to West Central Alberta for 20 years. And Drew, of course, is the owner. He's been wonderful to work with. He's been on the podcast once. He's a smart man. Blue collar roundtable. And if you need him to figure out some of your problems around essentially electricity, give him a look, amcelectrical.ca. And the other one is they're proud to sponsor the event, T-Bar One Transport, your trusted partner in oilfield transportation solutions with years of experience in the industry. And I don't know why you keep laughing at. You're laughing at the chat,
Marty's.
I'm doing ad reads. I'm doing ad.
Marty. Classic Neil Berger response. Says late to the party, but does Ken play for the Smashing Pumpkins?
Do I look like one of the bandmates or something?
You clean up rather nice, Kenny. Just to finish it off, tbar1.com for all your trucking needs. They got routes to small town Saskatchewan as well, Hillmont, Saskatchewan. So small town Saskatchewan coming in big on this side. This guy won't tell us where he's from. He says it's the best rink burger, guys. The best rink burger is where I'm from. I'm like, I think a lot of places got problems with that. So anyways, my question is on this whole vote splitting thing. Okay. So when you have one option, and it's conservative, and you have another option, and it's NDP. To me, it's like, it's super simple. Okay, you vote conservative, you vote NDP, even if, as Ken points out, you got conservatives, but they're not doing conservative things. Okay, so then conservatives create something new. In Alberta, it was the Wild Rose. In Saskatchewan right now, it's the Sask United or the Buffalo Party. I'm sure there's different iterations for each province. And I go, at what point do things have to be so catastrophically bad that you'll side with a different team? And I wonder if it's on, me and Tooz were talking about this before we started. Is it to do with the wave of, like, if Sask United was popular and everybody was talking about it, would this be a completely different topic? Because, like, the Conservatives, we watched it in BC, did we not? Now, it was 1 versus 1, I get it, but at the time it was BC United and then BC Conservative, and there was a big fight there. And all of a sudden they won, and they became the popular thing. Everybody threw in their chips with it, and all of a sudden they're almost government. And I look at Saskatchewan, and love or hate the Sask United or the Sask Party or any of them, right now most voters feel like the answer is the Sask Party, and there isn't another option. And right, even the PPC, when they won't let them on the national debate, right?
Even though they met the requirements,
you go, well, they're not even letting them be a serious party. How can I vote for that?
And Ken, I want to be clear when we're discussing this, Ken. I've been supportive of the Sask Party, Sask United Party. Like, I remember Saskatoon when they made the debut. We had convoy trucks in the auditorium there. I mean,
pretty boy.
Yeah, 100%. And nobody can tell me that I wasn't pissed right off when Mo implemented the COVID vaccine passport in October 1st of 2023. Sorry, 2021. That one hurt a lot, and that one still stings a lot. And a lot of people in this province still want some accountability from elected officials for the bullshit that we went through in those dark times. And I think, man, I'm scared about the NDP, and the numbers that they've been polling the last while is definitely, it's enough to scare a lot of people right now, is it not?
Can I jump in there, Shaun, for a minute?
Yeah, give her.
This is what you're here for, Ken.
Yeah,
this is exactly what we're doing.
I think those are very fair comments, Chris, and I respect them immensely, because until I got involved with the Maverick Party, I was the exact same thought. And honestly, until COVID came along, I overly trusted politicians, and I overly trusted polls, and I overly, and to the average person, my life was good prior to all that, and it still is good. But when you see, 48% conservative, 47% NDP, 3%, 4% Sask United, you kind of go, oh my, that's close to the tipping scale, right? And to most people, that's how it looks. But we got to break it down riding by riding, CA by CA, and go, okay, well, there are spots where, if you didn't want the NDP to win, and I think we should have more parties on the left and the right and the center, as far as I'm concerned, keep more choice, not less. But when we get out, if we just ignore the poll on the province as a whole, and we just go into, my area, Lloydminster, well, like they're just, the NDP just aren't winning here, probably for the rest of my life, and so it's just not a threat there, right? Because it's on who wins each area and the number of areas you win that we send to Regina that determines, like who holds power in the Legislative Assembly, and so, but that doesn't matter what I think. It matters what the public thinks.
Right.
And if you're the two mainstream parties, if I'm them, I look at these mainstream parties as being more like a hockey team that wants to win the NHL Stanley Cup every year, as opposed to representing the people. Their job is to keep their political lives intact so that their team wins. And so if they can say, hey, don't split the vote, because that could be bad, right? It's like, well, Shaun, in our book club, we read a book by Nassim Taleb called Skin in the Game. And it's like, okay, let me get this straight. So if Scott Moe says, don't split the vote or you'll get something worse, and you believe that, isn't that like walking into a Ford dealership and ask them what type of vehicle would be the best? And when the salesperson says, well, duh, it's Ford, it's like, no kidding, you're going to say Ford because that's in your best interest. It's bias, right? And so I just look at it like, I think we've just got to think deeper. And I feel like, I can only speak for myself and my home community, is we're just hardworking people that are sometimes too trusting. And I think if we keep believing the people that have been, if we keep doing what we're doing, we're going to keep getting what we're getting. And if you can
That's a good way to put it.
And if you can name me one Sask Party MLA who stood up for us during COVID to say, vaccinated or unvaccinated, it's your choice and we need to stay together as a community. You name me one, I'll tell you maybe there's hope. But you won't name me one. And we're all going to say it's Nadine Wilson. And I know there's a story of how she came, but she did stand up. I listened to her in the Legislative Assembly read something out in the middle of those dark days that brought tears to my eyes. Yep. And that was the only one. And so I look at it like they play. I don't know, Chris. It's a pretty deep topic. We probably shouldn't just delve on COVID, but I look at like whatever metric we're using, education, health,
tax cuts.
You've got the NDP calling for more tax cuts than the Conservatives, right? This is upside down. So I don't know.
I'm glad I'm voting outside of the district of Swift Current, because I know that during COVID era, our MLA for Swift Current was pretty much had the bug. He was pro mandate, pro everything. It was absolutely ridiculous. And I'm thankful that I don't vote inside that district, because I don't think I could do it, to be honest with you. I wouldn't be voting Sask Party.
Mm-hmm.
That's fair. I mean, and Ken brings up a really good point. The one thing that really hasn't been talked about a lot in this election, I don't think anyway, or at least that I haven't really seen, is anybody talking about, like, everybody's talking a little bit about tax cuts here and there, but nobody's really talking much about reducing the size of government. The NDP said they're going to get rid of $3 billion worth of Sask Party waste. But to the best of my knowledge, they didn't substantiate that. They didn't say, okay, we're going to cut this here or that there or anything else like that.
How much?
And $3 billion. And why only 3? I'm sure you could probably cut about 30 or 40 or 50.
But isn't the NDP all about more government? Let's face it.
They are. I'm just saying, if they're looking for government waste and they were actually serious about it, they'd find a lot more.
It is interesting, though, that the NDP are calling for smaller government and tax cuts to a conservative party. Hey?
Well, and that's the thing, right? Because just because they're called the Conservative Party doesn't mean that they're actually doing anything conservative, right? I mean, this is kind of the transgender argument, gentlemen, when you think about it. Just because somebody says that they're a chick does not necessarily mean that they've got all the stuff that would make them a chick. And just because a party says that they're a conservative party doesn't mean that they have the apparatus to be conservative.
I'm going to tell you right now, this is be the only place tonight where you're watching live election coverage where you can get the conservatives compared to a trans female. I think that's what you were just doing.
Tell me I'm wrong. Somebody tell me I'm wrong.
Oh. I just look at the NDPs are calling for tax cuts and the I don't know. I maybe these boxes that we try to put everybody into, like there's a few things that the NDP said that make sense, right? Like what were they calling for? Are they calling for removal of the gas tax?
The carbon.
I don't think anybody is.
Fuel tax.
I don't know why.
I think the Sask United Party is. Yeah. The Sask United Party says they're going to get rid of the fuel tax and they're going to cut PST in half. And I think they're the only people saying they're going to get rid of the 15 cents a liter fuel tax.
Gee, somebody should Google check us. We need what's Joe Rogan's
Jamie.
Yeah,
we need
I thought
Jamie.
There's a tax cut or two that the NDP were calling for. No,
Tuz is going to look it up. And I tell you what, why don't we bring in the next guy, guys, because he might actually know. He's the Prairie Director for the Canadian Taxpayers Federation, Gage Haubrich. So Gage, welcome to the group. Tuz is going to spout something here.
Okay.
Quick.
Yeah, real quick. The party would find more than $50 million by cutting waste. I had that number wrong. And they would have a cumulative cost of the platform would have a cumulative cost of $3.65 billion in spending over the next 4 years. is what the NDP were saying that they were going to do, which is, I don't really even know what I'm reading there. I don't even know what I'm reading there.
Gage, welcome to the
this is
the
the
show.
Perfect time to bring up somebody from the Canadian Taxpayer Federation.
This guy stares at the money side of it. Tell us the money side of it from your eyes, Gage, because we're all talking about different things. When you're looking at this election, you're looking at the different parties. What sticks out to the Canadian Taxpayers Federation? Because one thing I think a lot of us enjoy is you don't care if it's Liberal, Conservative, NDP, Green. If they're going to walk in and cut government spending and do smart things for the people, you guys applaud it. So, Gage, what's sticking out to you?
So the first good thing is that we're actually kind of seeing some tax cut promises from both the NDP and the Saskatchewan Party. So I was listening in on the minute there. So the NDP are saying they are going to cut the fuel tax, but only for initial 6 months. They're copying the Wob Canoe playbook in Manitoba on that one. But, so far Wob Canoe's extended it a couple of times. So you could think that probably if the NDP get in, they do that as well. Also reduce a little bit of stuff in PST they want to do. Then you headed the SAS Party. They're promising a lot more really specific income tax exemption things that could save you more money if you fit into those categories. So the problem is like the NDP cut is good because everybody gets something. The SAS Party is a little more along the edge because like you save the most if you're a family of four. I'm not a family of four, so wouldn't expect me as much. But then the main problem with both parties is that when it comes to debt and deficits, they're not doing enough for taxpayers, right? The SAS Party says they're going to balance in 3 years. Last election, they said they'd balance this year, which they're not doing. And then the NDP says they're going to balance in 4 years, right? So they're just waiting to kick it down the road until the next election.
Well, isn't this the thing I say about politicians all the time? They're just going to say whatever they need to say to get in. It's one of the things when I had Danielle Smith on before she was the premier is I'm like, I'm going to hold you to that. And John Romick, I got to have John on, leader of the Sask United Party. And I said, you say all these great things. You get elected. I'm going to be like, I'm going to get to stare at you. And I have this evidence. This is what you're going to do. And you watch it, like Donald Trump to pull in the United States said he's going to let's just get rid of, let's get rid of all taxes for people. And we'll go to tariffs.
They're going to get rid of, well, I don't know if he was actually serious in that or he was just
went on Rogan and said it again.
But
right, he just told hundreds of millions of people that he's like serious about it.
Did you listen to it? I don't think he was just sort of talking like it was a funny idea sort of thing. I don't think he was officially saying
think he thought it was a funny idea.
I'm Donald Trump and I'm going to
fair. He didn't do that.
Now he did say he was going to get rid of taxation on tips, which by the way,
when is the US election? November 5th?
November 5th. Yes.
Okay. That's going to be an interesting time. My daughter's
tune in here to watch it.
I will be here. My daughter lives 20 miles north of Washington, D.C. right now. I'm a little nervous going into that.
Fair enough. Sorry. Going back
to... Tell her to buy some plywood.
Going back to Gage and the money side of this, though, it's interesting when you go like, well, they said they were going to balance the books, and then they didn't. And now they're saying, well, we'll balance the books in another 3 years. Well, I mean, at what point are we going to have somebody do what they say, or this is just politics?
Well, I think that's part of the problem with the Saskatchewan Party in this election, why we've seen the NDP go up so much, right? The SAS Party and their guiding principles even say they maintain a firm commitment to balanced budgets, but they've only done 2 of the last 10. So they keep saying that the NDP is going to bring us back to times of closure, higher taxes, more debt. But right now, under the SAS Party, we're seeing higher deficits, more debt, and no substantial tax cuts. So I think that's why a lot of people are willing to move the other side, because there's nothing happening with the guys who said they were going to do it. So why not pick somebody else? It's been 17 years.
That's one of the frustrating things that I think comes back to what everybody was talking about with the vote splitting before, is that if you've got a party, for example, that has been running things for, I don't know, let's say 17 years, and they're not balancing the budgets, what's the easier, what's the more pragmatic solution to slowly work your way up within that party until you get to a point where, 10, 15 years down the road, you can actually swing a stick big enough to get a balanced budget out of them? Or do you think, okay, well, you know what, why don't we offer a fresh alternative?
It's a fair question. I like it. They're both hard. They're both very hard.
Yeah.
Right. These are established parties with control centers, and you just don't waltz in there and say, hi, I'm a nice guy, I'm here to take over the party. Right. There's gatekeepers and all the rest. But a saying that keeps coming to my mind, one of Shaun's sponsors is RecTech. Alan Lorenz is a good friend of mine. And his statement always rings in my brain is, no change comes from a place of comfort. And I think when people are really ready for a change is when their stomachs are hungry, or when the fridge is empty, or when, inflation goes to such a rate, or the debt catches up to you, or unemployment, or, so I think it's important to keep multiple parties going. Actually, I'm not just for Saskatchewan. I think it's good to keep multiple parties going because they all have an expiry date. Any party that gets in and has power for too long, they get a little comfortable in their seats. They got a few too many buddies hanging around, right? And
they get themselves a Sky Palace.
Yeah. And I think that would happen to anybody. What's the statement? Absolute power corrupts absolutely, kind of thing, right? And so I just look at it like, if it's not Saskatchewan, it's turn now. And might not be. Maybe it's somebody else. Maybe it's another party that's going to get started up between now and then, on the left or the right. I think people are hungry for truth. They're hungry for something that's real. I can speak for myself. I'm so tired of listening to politicians with their gobbledygook, promises here, promises there, and then we all forget, and then we all wake up 3 days before the election and they put up a thing that says this and this and this. We get scared of vote splitting, so we all vote the same way, and then we complain about it for 4 years. I'm ready for something different. And so there's a few thoughts.
What?
Go ahead. No. By all means.
Well, the thing that comes to mind is the pace of government, right? Like, it's like, how quickly can things happen?
It's how quickly they need to have them happen to not lose their job, generally speaking.
Isn't it?
A question though? When it comes to cities of like Saskatoon, Regina, and when we come down to the vote splitting, is there any concern there when it comes to the amount of NDP power there is? If we have two conservative parties like Sask United Party, is there any way in the city centers like Saskatoon or Regina where we could essentially split the vote by having two of the conservative parties?
Did Sask United run in Saskatoon or Regina?
I got more involved with the local CA, so I'm not as involved provincially anymore. But I'm sure there's maybe one or two ridings, Chris, where it's neck and neck, and I can't identify those. But it appears to me, and Shaun, you should probably jump in on this, or any of you, is what's occurring is a very rural-urban divide, right? And it's almost like the cities have gone to the NDP and never to return, and the rural has gone to what they think is conservative. And so I don't know if there's as much of a battle there. No, there might be 2 or 3 areas, Chris, but I could be wrong, but it looks to me like the cities are growing at a faster rate than the rurals, yes. and the days might be numbered. Right,
Nadine Ness chimed in and said they have 4 in each city.
Well, there you go. And I'm not sure.
Yeah,
if those
so
how
Regina has 11 ridings and Saskatoon has 12.
I guess that's my concern. I know in the rural area, people are pretty dead set on who they're voting for. And I know there's John's doing an amazing job in this region right now. I've been listening to people that have been able to make it to the town halls that he's been having, and what he's saying is really resonating with a lot of citizens, a lot of residents of the rural right now. I wish we could break through that dynamic in the city centers a little bit better, like Saskatoon or Regina, because those are the strongholds that we've faced, and there's more. Let's face it, the population in rural Saskatchewan's dying anywhere in the rural right now, and people are moving to the city centers, and that's creating one hell of a political divide.
Well, I mean, it's that way all across Western Canada for sure. We're going to start looking
even Ontario rural votes are primarily conservative, and your city centers, because like Toronto basically mandates the whole province. There's a huge divide between Northern Ontario and Southern Ontario. A lot of people in the north actually want to be there to be 2 different provinces there. They want to split. I was amazed to have heard that in my travels in the last number of years.
Well, as somebody who lives in Western Canada, I can completely relate to the idea of feeling alienated by a bunch of entitled, uppity douchebags in a big city deciding everything that happens from thousands of miles away when they have absolutely no skin in the game and no understanding of what happens locally.
And trust me, when they really want to show you how it works, they invite you to that city for like 12 months so you can spend lots of good quality time in that city.
I haven't even asked you, Chris, actually, with a few minutes left with Gage. Gage, we appreciate you hopping on. And
yes.
Welcome to the crapshoot that
we've got all kinds of love for the CTF.
Yes, we do. And I want to make sure that we get a couple more thoughts before, we got to let you go, because I know you got other commitments and everything else. When it comes to this election, what's going on? The money, the dollars, the cents. You got people tuning in from all over the place. What is any other thoughts you have, whether it's NDP, SAS Party, Sask United, it doesn't matter. We want to make sure that, we appreciate you hopping on and doing some things here for us and having a voice with us. So is there any final thoughts before we let you out of here? And then we'll get to my thought on Chris and his trial. Jeez Louise, we haven't even brought it up.
Well, from our perspective, looking at taxpayers, the biggest thing that both parties have to do this time is actually commit to doing something about the debt. For years in opposition, the NDP have kept calling out the Saskatchewan party for overspending, rightly so. And now when they have the chance to maybe form government, they said they're not going to do it for 4 years. It's clear they're not trying to put huge emphasis on this big issue, even though that the debt's at the highest it's ever been, 200% increase over the last 10 years. And then the same thing with the Saskatchewan party. Scott Moe got up in the debate and talked about how if the NDP win, they're going to spend all your money and increase taxes. But he hasn't reduced taxes meaningfully in a while either. Both of them are talking like either one is the enemy, and either of them aren't doing too much for taxpayers right now. At least the Saskatchewan party has said they want to do that, but it hasn't been the case. And kind of taxpayers are looking for better from our perspective.
Okay, are there any of the quote unquote upstart parties that you're looking at their platform from an economic standpoint where you're like, hey, you know what, what do they call themselves? The Saskatchewan Progress Party, for example, says, hey, you know what? Something they're saying makes a lot of sense. Anything like that?
Well, the most I've seen is probably from the Saskatchewan United, and I like a lot of the stuff, right? Obviously, slashing the PST is awesome. That hurts poor people the most, gives the most tax relief. Also on the fuel tax thing there, same as the NDP, a good end. But I would say that when we're looking at upstarts in either way, it's kind of the same as the NDP. They say, if you get us in, we're going to solve all of the problems tomorrow. And part of the problem with upstart parties and any parties is they tend to promise the world. So you got to make sure when you're looking at it anyway, it's got to be a little realistic, especially when it comes to we're going to cut all the taxes, but somehow not slash all the spending. The most serious commitment you can get from someone new would be wholesome, huge cuts to things that need to be cut in order to get that budget balanced.
Okay, well, I don't know if this is something you can get into or not, but what's one or two or maybe even 73 different glaring examples of something that whoever takes the reins tonight could just slash, just cut and burn, completely sever that department off or that bit of spending or whatever else? What's some of the most irresponsible provincial spending you've seen in Saskatchewan lately that you'd like to see get rid of?
Well, part of the main problem is that every single budget, the government has 11 main areas that they spend in, and every budget they spend more in every single one. We saw after the last budget, the government decided to spend $100,000 on itself, advertising how great its budget was. It was only a year ago when Donna
only $100,000
took a $6,000 flight to North Battleford, which would have been a 3.5-hour drive.
Yeah, that was the former finance minister from Humboldt.
Yes, exactly. But the biggest one we get to total balance is that the Saskatchewan government spends about $1 billion a year of taxpayer money hand out to corporations in some form or another. Everyone who works the regular 9 to 5 pays their taxes. The Saskatchewan government takes $1 billion of those dollars and hands it out to corporations. The government shouldn't be trying to pick winners and losers in that. If we got rid of that $1 billion, we'd have a surplus tomorrow, use it to pay down the debt or cut some taxes.
I like it.
Okay, before we let you out of here, I forgot to do it with Ken, Chris, and now Gage. So let's got to do predictions before we let you out of here. Mm-hmm. We'll start with Gage. Gage, what's your prediction for seats? 61 seats total. What's your prediction for tonight?
I'm thinking, just kind of based off of what I see out here, is that the Sask party kind of eke it out in the 34, 36 range. The NDP always are doing a lot better in the polls, but I think that's just going to lend to a lot stronger results in the urban ridings they already have and pick up a couple of those, but probably not able to get it done if I had to guess.
If I'm doing my math correct, am I right? 50?
Probably not.
36-25, right? That's what I hear there.
Sounds good.
I don't know if he dies of a heart attack on live television, folks, that's his third Red Bull. I'm like, anybody else walking? Just like
drinking 7 Red Bulls in one sitting is the equivalent of getting 3 COVID-19 boosters.
Ken, if you were tossing out your prediction for tonight, what would you have?
If I would have went through all the numbers of all the ridings, I'm a numbers guy, so I'd prefer to think first, talk second. But if you're making me say something, I'd love to see Sask United grab a couple seats. Right. I'm guessing Sask United does come out with another majority with few more seats to the NDP than we had in the last election, if I had to guess. So balance that out for me, Shaun. 61 less 2. We're down 59.
You got 59.
Yeah. So throw, what's that, twos?
Oh, I was just going to say, when you
wait
look
a second. Let him finish.
Okay, sorry.
I went 40, and then 21. Okay. So if you got 59 left, are you saying 40 to 19?
Ooh.
Or are you thinking they get a
lighter to Sask Party? Later to Sask Party.
Okay. So what number do you like? 38?
Sure. 36? Let's go 38, and then let the balance to the NDP.
21.
Now, just to interject before we get to Chris's, I think it's interesting that if there was going to be one pivotal election where you'd want a couple Sask United seats, this would probably be it. Because if it goes something like 29-2 and 29-2 and 30, for example, now all of a sudden you've got what BC almost had.
Well, you got provincially what the NDP did to the Liberals, and then the Bloc did to the Liberals.
Yeah,
and you'd have that happening in the province. That could be interesting.
Yeah, twos. I'd like yours. I'm going to go with wishful thinking. I'm going to go with.
That's not my prediction. I'm just saying this.
I'm going to make it my prediction because that would be
okay.
That'd keep both parties accountable, right?
Yeah.
You gotta dance and negotiate and right. So that'd be ideal.
Chris, what do you got for a prediction? What do you think?
I would like to say it's going to be a minority government. I think that there's some lessons that need to be learned in this province here. I think maybe the low 30s for I don't know. I don't know numbers well enough in the different polls, but I'd like to see Sask United gain a couple seats. I want them to be the balance of power between the NDP and the Saskatchewan Party. Low 30s.
So what does that put it at, too? What is he?
Well, 31 gives you a majority.
Yeah.
So 29?
Probably 30.
Okay, 30.
I would
so like 30, 31 kind of thing?
I would say 30.
So 32 and 29, right? I'm doing my math there correct, I think.
Okay.
All right.
So everybody's going to go with...
No, two to the Sask United, I think, Shaun. Or
yeah.
Is that your hope? Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah.
Yeah, 32 to the United and 29 to the NDP. Gage, any final thoughts before we let you out of this thing? We do appreciate...
Yes.
First off, I got to give a shout out to Chris Sims because every time I'm like, hey, I just need to get somebody from the Canadian Taxpayers Federation on because you guys are wonderful. We love everything that you're doing. And I get to meet all these new faces now. Gage, any final thoughts before we let you out? And we appreciate you hopping on and giving us some time tonight.
Well, I think it's clear to say that people in Saskatchewan have some concerns about everything. So whichever government gets in tonight should probably not take any supporting electorate for granted and actually spend the next 4 years doing things for taxpayers instead of just coasting along.
Sweet. Well, I appreciate you coming on and doing this. We'll let you out of here.
Thank you very much. It was nice meeting you.
Yeah.
Thanks, gentlemen. Have a good rest of your night. See how long it goes.
All right. Thank you.
Now, I should have warned Chris and Ken when they came on. I'm like, you're going to stay on for probably till the top of the hour. We got lots of different people coming on.
Let's keep them on all night.
I know. I'm like, I got Big Red in the, on the thing. He's on the background. You get the point. Okay. So if I'm going back to what Gage was talking about, it's like am I hearing that correct? That the NDP is the one that's talking about, other than the Sask United has talked about cutting things. The NDP is the only one talking about maybe doing some things because they're fiscally responsible.
Kicking the can down the road.
Right,
but
for 6 months.
Well, 6 months and then also 4 years. Yeah. But yeah, it seems as though they're... Here's the thing with the Sask Party is if you've got the NDP coming up your right side, maybe you just need to change lanes a little bit.
Right. Yes. Right.
Yeah. That's
is there any focus in the future after tonight's election? Is there any focus in the future to try and wrangle in, can the Sask United Party try and find common ground within, like, let's say Mo leaves, it steps down like everybody's projecting him to.
Well, I mean, with this election, if it's anywhere close to what's projected, he's finished as leader anyway. Yeah. But continue.
Is there ways for, the Sask United Party to work within the Saskatchewan Party to try and wrangle them back to where the basis where voters, where Saskatchewan residents want them?
You're asking me, Chris, or are you asking Shaun?
No, I'm asking. Going forward, let's say we do wind up with a minority government in the province here. Is there a way where we can hold the Saskatchewan Party a little bit more accountable, but yet work with them going forward?
Well, the balance of power scenario would certainly do that all on its own, wouldn't it? It would force those hands. I don't know. Like I another common friend of mine and Shaun's, actually two, as you know him as well, Tanner here in Lloydminster.
Yeah. We should have had him on.
But he's not Saskatchewan.
I don't care.
Anytime,
like we should have him on every week.
But you know what? He over time has talked me into realizing that I was wrong. I look at it, Chris, like we're looking at these political parties to come save us. And I don't think it's their responsibility to save us. I think it's our responsibility to save ourselves.
Right.
And if individual people, individual homes, individual families, individual groups, communities are strong, then by default they demand strong leaders. And I think right now we're just kind of saying we're just looking for the next person that's going to come along and tickle our ears and tell us, we're going to make your lives all good again. And so I just think. To come back to the Sask Party, I don't know, Chris. I mean, you know the story, and I'm sure there's good people in the Sask Party. I'm sure. I was very disheartened through all the COVID and lots of discussions and lots of people that were throughout the province that had similar stories. I've yet to hear a single apology. We could have done better, And so it's like, people would say to me, "Oh, but Ken, Mo was the least. What is it?" The least harsh,
the least bad,
exactly. Right?
Yeah.
So that's why we have to stay with them. Like, you can do what you want, but fool me once, shame on you, right? Fool me twice, shame on me.
Somebody needs to be accountable for the way Nadine was treated throughout the pandemic, and I remember those
people in general. Like think of the people that were hurt. And it's not a no vax thing. It's a. You're telling me we have a right-leaning conservative party that took on a total totalitarian, I demand you do this, and I've lost my patience with you. And now we're just going to get tied up in tax policy and kind of forget that, to kind of say, it's like, I don't know, man. Like
my basement is literally a if you could see around me right now, it is a signature for the people of Canada. And the amount of things that people have sent me for the last couple of years, just being involved with the freedom movement, like I have been. I've had people cry on my shoulder. I've had people tell me heart-wrenching stories of desperation, and we want accountability yet from our elected officials for the way we're treated there. And I can't stop what I'm doing until we start to hear that. I think we're getting closer. I honestly do. I think we just need some more heads to roll first, in a nicely way.
Yeah, who more than you, Chris? We should
as a guy who's facing impending litigation, that was a great addendum to your statement.
Before I bring in Lee Harding, because I could see him sitting there, Chris, just quickly, where is the trial sitting at?
So we're waiting for verdict right now. We have a check-in date with the judge of November 26th. We have no idea when verdict will be happening, but Tamara and I are still facing 10 years in federal prison. A lot of people were asking about the lawsuit. There's a $300 million lawsuit against us right now from the citizens of Ottawa, with Zexi Lee, the lead plaintiff, and Paul Champ, downtown Ottawa, a lawyer. We were in court for that this morning. We have a reserved decision on an appeal for an anti-slap motion that we filed. It's been 12 months of trial in Ottawa. We've been gone from home 105 days. And that we've been in traveling or sitting in Ottawa or waiting for trial or sitting there for a weekend. We've spent 45 days in the courtroom for mischief.
Now, does anybody point out during the proceedings, I don't know if you're allowed to say this or not, but has anybody pointed out in your defense that being forced to spend that much time in Ottawa should be a punishment in and of itself?
I've actually gotten quite fond of the city. We've got a very, very big group of supporters, and even we'll get people from the downtown core that come to the courthouse.
You know what they should make him? The nighttime mayor.
Yes.
You should apply for the nighttime mayor of Ottawa. You'd probably have that place booming,
I do. I was walking Oh, a lot of people don't know this, but we took the camper out for the last segment of trial, and so we had my little dog Zippy. And one day we decided I took Zippy for a walk downtown. I got a text message from one of my CBC friends in the newsroom, and he said, "I'm getting reports of a big scary trucker and a cute little dog walking down Wellington. Can you confirm?" And I said, I nobody has said anything to me, but I've been walking down the street. And he said the room is abuzz because Big Red is walking down the street in Wellington right now with his dog.
Okay, wow. Thank you for the update, man. Okay, he ran as a candidate. We're going to bring in our next one. I mean, this is going to be interesting. We're going to slowly. Oh, and Lee popped out of the screen. We'll wait for Lee to come back because we got people waiting. I'm like, this is where it gets interesting. Because when we were doing the BC live election, we had like screens coming in everywhere. People,
yeah, we had 6 different screens up at one point. But Lee's just working with his green screen. It looks like. I think he's there now.
Lee, are you good? Give us a thumbs up if you are. We'll bring you in. Yeah, okay. Yeah. So he ran as a candidate for the PPC in the 2019 federal election in Swift Current. He's known for his work as a journalist and think tank researcher. He contributes to several publications, including the Epoch Times, where he writes on various topics, often related to policy, education, and politics here in Saskatchewan. Of course, I'm talking about Lee Harding. So, Lee, thanks for hopping on with us.
Thank you. I hope to be not one of the heads rolling in the nicest possible way, courtesy of Chris.
Good to see you, Lee. Good to see you.
Yeah, great to see you all.
Lee, for one of the early questions I've pretty much asked everybody as they hop on, because we have people tuning in from all over Canada. Mm-hmm. When it comes to this Saskatchewan election, what sticks out to you?
Well, not much, and that suggests that the incumbents will probably win again. What I've heard
that's a fair point.
Is that probably, there is no big major provincial issue. There's been a few simmering ones. There's been a few things nibbling on the edges. And it's not clear to me that any of these will overthrow the Saskatchewan party government. This is, first of all, a referendum in some ways on their COVID handling. And unlike many of us freedom people, the majority of people are okay with the way that this government handled the pandemic. They're believing the mainstream news, and they're believing that Saskatchewan did as well as any. It was probably somewhat of a lighter touch than some other more notorious provinces. Others of us will not forget the premier being at the stadium in a commercial saying, "Let's get to 70% vaccination so we can fill this stadium." And it was actually the Saskatchewan Roughriders that decided that they would not honor the season tickets of people who were not vaccinated. So that's not entirely his doing, but a lot of people remember this, and justifiably so. So I do know some people. I know a lady in the Yorkton area. She's been waiting for the chance to campaign against the Sask party government ever since that happened, ever since her father died within a week of getting his second COVID shot. And that's part of what's going on here. And I think part of why Sask United and some of the right-leaning alternative parties have gained some ground in this province. At the same time, things are okay economically, as best as you can do under the oppression of our Lord Sauron, aka Trudeau, in Ottawa. And I think,
let's not give Sauron such a bad name, but please continue.
I apologize. I don't know. Maybe the Peace Tower is going to have a big red flaming eye at the top of it, just watching us all
it's on brand
state as the orcs and their anti-hate network come after all of us. But no, I think that go ahead. Someone wants to say something.
Oh, I was just going to say, well, of course the orcs are coming in because it's racist to ask for their passports.
The orcs will give their passports and abide by all laws of Middle Earth. So, yes, people are more concerned about that election. I've heard that from Sask party people, that the election that Saskatchewan people really want is the federal election. And of course, that is not as in our control. It might be in China's control, but it's not in our control. And but I do think that this scandal that is emerging and continues to unfold with foreign interference might actually be enough to topple the government. You need something that's so embarrassing that the opposition parties that know their time is up, most of the MPs, when this election is called, that even they can't really justify hanging on like this. But in this election, we've just had some things on the side. So I was sitting in the spring session of the legislature. There are almost all the days, reporting for Western Standard. And the NDP was picking on the Sask party for healthcare failures. Now, a long time ago, when the NDP was in power, the Sask Party did the same thing to them, but it was more at that time things like certain people with conditions that couldn't get drug coverage. But now the NDP was trotting out a whole lot of people that had healthcare issues, and they were legitimate, sobering issues. But at the same time, government can't be all things to all people at all times. And that's part of the problem, is that we have a single payer system that is solely funded by the taxpayer that is inadequate, like any kind of public monopoly will be. We are exactly where any economist predicted we would be in our healthcare crisis.
Well, the economics right off the bat is just weighing different trade-offs, right? It's not right solutions or wrong solutions. It's what are you going to give and what are you going to give up for it? So you're absolutely right. Please continue.
Yes, and there's no actual incentive for us to do anything more efficiently, because you're not paid by how many people you actually serve. The only exception to that is if you have a private clinic that is getting paid per surgery for what it is doing. So the Sask Party's reputation took a bit of a hit in this one. I mean, we had this problem in Saskatoon where you had a Saskatchewan company that was doing amazing rubber products, and they had been given assurances by Premier Moe when he was still only the environment minister. He came to him and said, "What do you at Surecom need to rebuild your big facility that just burned down?" I said, "Well, we need a long-term contract to guarantee us access to the shred tires." Now, maybe the Sask Party started in good faith, but they put this in the hands of a nonprofit, which basically would make its own decisions. And so Moe no longer had the power to fulfill his promise. And the result now is that Surecom is out, and a California-based company is recycling all of our tires. And some of them
we talked about that on the Mashup like a year ago.
Yeah. And they put Christine Tell on the file, and it was, I mean, if she was investigating a suspicious activity as a police officer, she would not have treated it the way she treated this one. I mean, it was, I don't know, I don't want to know, I have nothing to do with the day-to-day operations. And the Sask Party government just did not look good on this one. But it's one of those ones where you've decided you're not going to intervene, and so you just have to weather this until people forget, or you hope they forget. We just had a bunch of firings at Surecom. I think there was 71 employees that got fired. So this was a Saskatchewan success story that has given way to a California company that is doing next to nothing of any use with these tires. So it doesn't look good. It doesn't look good for a pro-business Saskatchewan development narrative for a government.
Well, and you're absolutely right about the forgetting, or hope people would forget, because I know I had completely forgotten about that. That would have been a great thing for me to have in my notes here tonight. And it just completely eluded me that, hey, you know what? This is actually a really good example of a Conservative Party doing the exact opposite of what you would expect them to do.
Before we can carry on, we got Angela Schmidt sitting in the background. I want to bring her in as well. We're going to be in a real round table.
That's
here.
Good. That's good.
But I want to remind people too, as we close in on the 8 o'clock hour, we're 12 minutes away. You're going to start to see things start to trickle out where we can actually talk about numbers and everything else as well.
Right? Are you talking about all the Red Bulls I'm drinking?
That too. So we're going to welcome in Angela Schmidt along with her family. She owns and operates a dedicated organic farm near Carrot River, which I've been fortunate enough to stay at. Actually, it was pretty spectacular, if I might say so. She spent nearly 20 years working with the Sask Party in various positions before working with the Maverick Party and later the Sask United Party. So please, Angela, thanks for hopping on with us tonight.
Hi, Angela.
Can you hear us, Angela? Well, she might be a little delayed.
Getting audio. Just a minute.
Well, there we go. Welcome to live streaming.
This
folks.
is the way it happens when it's live.
Always happens. Yes.
Somebody was asking in the comments, Lee, if you can play that grand piano behind you.
The fictional grand piano will not be played. The revolution will not be televised. No heads will roll here at the Harding household, not including my shining one. No, I did want to mention, while Angela brings her audio online or that gets rectified, the education issue was big, and it dominated the spring session. And it was kind of odd because the teachers make more than most of us make, and yet in the end, it wasn't actually more money that they were looking for. It was assurances over class size and complexity. So the salary aspect of this has already been handled. And it's a bit of a political victory, I think, for the Sask party, because in Alberta, even under Klein, when he was knocking down hospitals in Calgary and playing hardball with the other unions, the teachers got great deals on their pension. They would buy out the pension shortfalls and liabilities. The teachers won over and over. And on this one, the Sask party, kind of ground it out. And of course, unfortunately, parents and children are caught in the middle of these contract disputes. So the teachers have lost some purchasing power. It's not that they're not well paid, but the big issue is class size and complexity. And this has all been left to an arbitrator now, who will decide that part of it in December. So maybe, I don't know if the teachers were thinking, well, maybe the NDP will win in this election, or maybe the Sask party just wanted the issue to go away. But either way, it is waiting for December. So it'll be important to see how that goes. It will be important for school boards, and especially for me if I win at the school board here in Regina. But this is another issue that dominated. And I think that a lot of people think, well, just give the teachers what they want. We appreciate teachers, but it's not that simple. The families that are sending their kids to school would be paying more taxes to pay a higher teacher's salary. And so there's other things to consider here. And also there's capital budgets that come out of the provincial budget as well to build the new schools that we need. So if we had an unlimited supply of money, we could do all kinds of things, but we don't, and you have to balance interests. Angela, okay, well, I wonder if she can hear.
Angela, can you hear us now?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Oh, hey.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Okay, excellent.
Well, we appreciate you hopping on with us and discussing some things. When it comes to the Sask election, we've been talking about a lot tonight. What sticks out to Mrs. Schmidt?
Well, first of all, I'm so anxious to get on the show because I think we have a lot of testosterone so far, lots of great stats, lots of good numbers. But I think I'm really happy to give a bit of perspective on the female side of things. What is standing out for me is the absolute lack of policy and platform by both the Sask party and by the NDP. And if anyone has listened to John Romick and the Sask United platform or read it on their website, there are some real solutions coming through that we're not hearing at all from the other parties, and a lot of the other smaller conservative parties, we're not hearing them at all. They simply don't have a voice. That's the really big thing. And I think secondly, I have a whole list of things here that I'd like to talk about because the two mainstream parties are not talking about them. But let me know where you want me to go. I got lots to say.
What's the biggest thing you think that the two main parties are trying to quietly ignore?
I was a long time Sask party supporter and very active and getting in and involved as Chris promoted during his talk. I've been there. I've done that. I've been a volunteer. I've done a lot of work for the Sask party in the background. And in 2020, the lack of leadership, and then the provincial mandates and the lying, and the right from our premier. I was looking for statistics to back up what he was saying. It just wasn't there. So I was looking deeper and deeper, but to defer the authority of decision making to bureaucrats in the department and having them speak to us every day on the television was absolutely appalling to me. We have 61 seats, 61 politicians, elected politicians, and not one of them was either allowed to speak on behalf of their constituents, or I was just aghast. I'd never seen anything like it. And I just don't even know where to go. But to back that up, I got involved because I needed to have a voice, and I was so frustrated. I got involved, got interested in, what's this Wexit movement doing? Because I guess the psychological aspect of that is we need to put pressure on the reigning government. They've been in power way too long with way too big of a majority. So maybe there's room for the people to put a lot of pressure on the Sask party. And that movement did morph into an organization that was very credible. And so I was invited. I was very happy to be invited to help on the organizational setup of what did get labeled the Maverick Party. But what the Maverick Party is, the whole concept is a Western nation, a party that emulates the Quebec nation, which we're sending most of our tax money in transfer payments to Quebec. It's appalling, but I really like the concept of building this nation within the nation to counter Quebec and to only run candidates in the 4 Western provinces and the 3 territories. And I love that concept. Because we still have a voice as a rural base here. And that's so important for Saskatchewan. Saskatchewan is kind of the last of the good old West here, as we see even Alberta getting more urban based with their commuting and maybe their good highways with all that good oil money. People are doing that. But I guess what is not being talked about is all the things that women deal with every day. I'm a grandmother. I have 10 grandchildren who all live around me. My 4 adult children, just for statistics' sake, have moved back to our community because we have created a huge industrial base in Carrot River, which was an outcome of the enterprise regions here. There are a lot of jobs here. The kids have moved back. We have a brand new $21 million school here, and the population of our town is 1,000. So people say, well, how can you do that? Well, it's economic development. My background is business. Economic development has always been a key interest of mine, and it should come as no surprise that Premier Wall seconded me to help roll out his whole new economic development program, which he campaigned on it in 2007 as the promise of Saskatchewan. And so that's, I guess, the big thing is economics here. What are women talking about? We're talking about SOGI in the schools, third-party educators in the schools. There isn't this has been top down through our Ministry of Education, totally top down. There's departments that have written this garbage for 20 years, and now they've slowly worked it in by educating the teachers and educating the university students. This is what you're going to teach. This is the new norm. No, this is not the new norm. This is not what our traditional and our morals and our values are in Saskatchewan.
Or even science, really, for that matter.
By and large. And we absolutely do not accept this. So I guess what I would say, and John Romick has really given us a great platform on the education. We need to throw this garbage out, and we need to get just our basic education back. The size of bureaucracy, if we want to get back to the economic piece, it keeps growing. The deficits are growing. This is not acceptable. Sask Party is the party of small business. We all have to manage our businesses economically. We have to meet a budget. We have to pay the bills. And when we can no longer do that, who's going to pay all these taxes for these burgeoning, glutted bureaucracies that keep growing every year? That's not accountability for the party that's supposed to represent the business people of this province. The taxes on the fuel, it just goes on and on. The other thing that concerns women and grandmothers and people like me is the crime and the safety. Where are the solutions for that? I'm not hearing that.
That's
actually a good point.
Is anybody, and I'm curious, is anybody sitting around this round table heard anything about cracking down on crime or anybody talking about that?
I mean, Prince Albert's in Saskatchewan, and we're not talking about crime.
Well, there were some announcements that were very early on in the campaign or just preceding the campaign from both the Sask Party and NDP saying that they were going to hire more officers. And the NDP had said that they wanted to hire more RCMP officers and just quit this whole Marshals program. And the Sask Party had said they were going to draw on all of them. So there have been more officers that have been promised. And also, there was more of a focus on recovery instead of safe supply. That is one pivot that the Sask Party has finally made. And it's been years of pushing on this one by some people. And I think this is another example of where Sask United and the Buffalo Party and others on the right that have pushed for this have finally prevailed on the government. Because when you only had an NDP opposition and they were the only ones you needed to placate, there was not much reason to go too far to the right on anything. And I think that's one example where things have changed now. And they still do get heavy pushback on this from the NDP, but I think for most people, they think that that is common sense, that you just don't enable addiction, that you really have to focus on recovery.
So do you think that the Sask Party has kind of fallen victim to median voter theorem in the last few years then, Lee?
I don't know if they're victim to it. Median voter theorem is a political reality in any democracy, and that's
first past the post. But yeah,
and unless you have a really divided opposition and you can own certain issues on the other side that get you enough to get you past that divided opposition, then median voter theorem will always be what happens. So yeah, you know, the victories of the right-leaning parties that are outflanking the Sask Party may not be reflected in getting people to power or getting votes, but they are moving and changing policy without getting power. Just like the Reform Party helped push for balanced budgets when the Chrétien Liberals were in power. And that was no small feat. I mean, that was our first balanced budgets in more than a quarter century. So now on these issues, and even with the more recent things with the bathroom policies and whatnot, that
I was going to say that's a very tangible example. Is that I think that the Sask Party plank of, you know, having the change room policy, that I think I could almost definitively say would not be in their platform if it wasn't for the Sask United Party.
And it's not that maybe some people in there, I'm not saying it's not a sincere conviction on some people there, but having an opposition on the right gives you political room to do some of these things.
Mm-hmm. I maybe I'm a cynic, but I don't really see a lot of sincerity from any politicians these days, regardless of the issue. I wanted to go back to though you were talking about the teachers, and you're running for school board. I'm wondering, could you steel man this for me? The whole, from my side, not from anybody else's here, but from my side, the classroom size is irrelevant to student outcome. I mean, Japan is a perfect example of giant classrooms churning out children who are infinitely more smart and motivated than ours. So given that, it seems to me that the classroom size is sort of an underhanded way of the unions trying to have more people paying more dues and giving them more money and power. What's the flip side to that argument?
Well, I think there is a place for smaller class sizes. Not everywhere, though. In Regina, there is large class sizes. I think in Asian schools and even in European schools, there's a better sense of discipline and a demand for achievement than we have here. In some ways, we have very mediocre education. Regina, for example, has had a no-fail policy for elementary school kids for more than 20 years. When I was knocking on doors, I found one retired teacher. She said, I stopped teaching in 2004, and they were starting to bring that in while I was still there. And she recalled one student who had only been at school 12 days and she was ordered to pass that student. She said, I will not put my name on this report card. And she wrote, passed by order of the principal. So, you know, we've had schools that aren't, it's just very mediocre education. And so some of the ideas that have coddled children in the name of self-esteem and whatnot have undermined their ability to achieve. And I think, you know, one of the interesting stories I heard was that there were professors in Saskatchewan in the physics department in Regina who had found a math test from high school, 1935 grade 12 departmental exam in algebra. And a couple of them failed the test, these professors, and the two that passed it were from non-North American, they were trained abroad. So Our schools have been slowly dumbed down over the years. We don't have a quality education. And I don't even know what tools we even have left to administer discipline in the classroom. We tend to put kids on medications or send them home. So you act up, you get sent home. Well, sometimes that's
Price is right.
More of an incentive to act up, right? So I do think in our North American context, there are more learning disabilities. There's more behavior issues. There's kids that really aren't ready for the grade that they're in because they've just been passed on. So I do think that the challenge here in North America, it's not just, it's a very real challenge with the class sizes. And I think that whatever agreement that the province and the school boards, or sorry, the province and the STF come up with regards to class size and complexity, it would be in the board's interest to honor. Now, that long mouthful, not every area is having those acute problems. And I think outside of the main cities, I think classes are at a very manageable size. And there are certain schools in Regina that they're at a manageable size. But we are getting the bulk of the immigration, the open immigration policies in the cities, and that is causing growing pains for some of the schools and the students. And the international students who are coming, who are just learning English, they do pick it up, I'm told, quite well in being in a school environment. But it does add to another consideration that if a teacher is being conscientious and trying to be all things to all kids, that it is another stretch. So I think some of this answer actually comes in having more teaching assistants, because we can't control too much the size of the classrooms because we're limited by the physical number of schools that we have. But if the classroom is a large size, if we have teaching assistants, it will probably be a more cost-effective way to keep everyone going along at the pace of education as they should.
Lee, before we let you out of here, because I'm seeing
that was a good answer. Though.
Yeah, I see we're a little behind on our timeline. We've had things come in and out. Before I get you out of not get you out of here, because I'm enjoying this. My question to you is on predictions. We've been asking every guest who's come on the live stream what they think tonight is going to look like from a seat count. What is your prediction of tonight's election? If you were to put it down on paper, what do you have winning? Who do you have winning?
Well, I have the Sask Party winning, and it's probably going to be 36 seats or 38 seats. The polls have always underestimated the Sask Party, and I'm not sure that's intentional, but the popular support, the popular vote has always been above what the Sask Party was getting. All the polls leading into 2020 underestimated Sask Party support. So I'm not sure that that's necessarily by design, but when you look at elections 338, or you look at some of these other prognosticators, or even some of the political strategists that are not, maybe that I've talked to, that aren't necessarily directly in these campaigns, but know people who are, there's not a big worry from the Sask Party that they're going to lose this election despite these other polls. But they are saying that 2028 will be very interesting. And I think because by then, a lot of these challenging parties will be more upstart commodities. Mo may step down as the premier. There may be a leadership race and a new stamp on the Sask Party. So it'll be interesting to see. But that's my initial prediction for tonight, 36 to 20.
So if 38 for, if I was writing this out, 38 for Sask Party and 23 for the NDP? Are you
right? I'm not giving any seats to the other parties.
Okay, fair enough.
Anybody in the comments, real quick? Anybody want to chime in with an NDP majority prediction? I'd love to see it. But please continue.
Sorry, Lee. I appreciate you hopping on tonight and giving us some of your time and your thoughts. If you want to come back on, honestly, if you want to come back on later on, feel free. I can always shoot you a text. But we appreciate you hopping on and giving us some of your thoughts tonight.
Oh, thanks. It was a great pleasure to be on the show. And I just finished writing about the Nova Scotia election call for Epoch Times, and tonight I have to submit one on the Saskatchewan election. So we'll see what my time availability.
When is the Nova Scotia election?
It is going to be November the 26th, and the PCs are quite a bit ahead, and the NDP is 23%, and the Liberals are 25%, and the PCs are about 48%. So there's a very divided opposition, and they just thought there's no better time. Could be a federal election in the spring. It could overlap a provincial election, which was normally going to be in mid-July, or it could precede it, and then there'll just be voter fatigue for Nova Scotians. So they just thought no better time than now, and they're calling it.
Cool. All right.
enough.
Thanks, Lee, for hopping on.
Thank you.
And appreciate your time.
Appreciate you all.
You know, as we have guests hopping in the background, I'm like, did I read somewhere in the comments? I know I'm going hard left. Connor McDavid get hurt tonight. Somebody's got to just update me for the love of God.
Yeah.
Like,
he's
you know, Sean's all over the place.
Yeah,
I blame Marty Bowes, who I coached U9 ball with this summer.
Okay.
A diehard Calgary Flames fan, to put that in there to mess with my head.
So what happened tonight in the game with Columbus is in between the second and third period, he went back to the dressing room to get another tampon, and the machine fell on him.
Angela Schmidt, you're back in. I hope you can hear us. Your prediction on tonight's election. I got to get this in. I got to make sure that I don't miss these things.
All right. Well, I'd like to predict something a little different than anybody else. I would like to predict 3 seats for the new upstart Sask United Party, 20 for the NDP, and 38 for the Sask Party.
There you go.
The math checks out.
All right. One of the things we did on the BC that was a lot of fun was we looked at because now we're after the 8 o'clock hour, right? So as things go on, I got Brett here. I'm gonna do this again. Give him away, Brett. Here. There you go. There's a guy in the back looking at all the computer screens and everything else, trying to monitor all the good stuff. So if people start to see things come out on other platforms, if they're watching that, I don't know why you are, but you can comment because we'd love to know if we're missing anything.
Although, fair enough, shout out to Zach Schmidt. He's been watching this. He's showing up in the comments a little bit, and I've seen a couple people saying they're going to jump over when he starts doing it.
Yeah.
I get it, but you should still stay here anyway.
But we are into the 8 o'clock hour.
Zach.
We got another guest going to hop on with us. The 5. I got to ask Ken and Chris as we go past the goalpost. Are you wanting to stick around for a couple minutes? Because I can boot people out of this as we go along.
You tell me when it works for you, Sean. I'm available for the night. So
okay.
Yep,
well, yeah.
Leanne says she wants them to stay. And that's one of the few times I'll agree with Leanne.
So one of the things is I'm going to slowly exit people because otherwise we'll have 15 people in here. I don't know how the heck to monitor that, folks. I've been on stage once. I've been on stage once. I believe
You've
it
been
was
on stage like 50 times, Sean.
9 people. Will you let me finish a thought?
Would
the 8 o'clock hour. We're getting it. Then, yeah, everybody's having a good chuckle, hey? Yeah, everybody's having a good chuckle Tuesday. I forgot that the old riders wouldn't let non-vaccinated people in with their that was something. I didn't remember that. Thanks to Lee Harding for that.
Too.
You kind of look like an ass tonight. Now that's what I think. Okay,
well, that makes 2 of us.
As we pass the 8 o'clock hour, we got a lot going on here. But we're going to try and pay attention to the results coming in. I want to make sure that we give shout outs to the AMC group. That's Drew McKay, originally from Corning, Saskatchewan. That's amcelectrical.ca. I want to give a shout out to T-Bar 1 Transport here in Lloydminster for being major sponsors of this.
Thank you to both of them.
Roots to Hillmont, Saskatchewan. So the Hamlets of Saskatchewan getting it done tonight for the Mashup live election coverage. Okay,
real quick. Somebody said in the comments that McDavid suffered a lower body injury in the first period.
He was just mad about
that was the
nothing.
tampon that we were talking about.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, well, we'll wait and see. Yes. All right. Okay. Jim Sinclair's sitting in the background. We might as well add him in as instead of just making him sit out there. He dedicated 33 years to serving in the Canadian military, including roles with the Princess Patricia's Canadian Light Infantry and 2 Commando, part of the Airborne Regiment. He participated in 4 tours overseas and retired with the Royal Regina Rifles. Jamie, how's it go tonight, sir?
Good. How are you guys?
Yeah, I got no complaints on this side. We've had our ups and downs with a couple technical issues. If you're still watching on Tuesday's X, wondering what the heck happened to Sean's.
Up the Johns.
Yeah, up the Johns. There you go. For whatever reason, we've had a couple technical issues, Jim. But Jamie, tell us your thoughts from where you sit on this current election today.
Well, I've been a proud SAS Party supporter for many years. In the springtime, I was invited to go to watch proceedings at the Ledge, And at that time, I became very upset with how our politics has gone and how it is. The respect that that the SAS party was giving to the NDP, which the NDP were voted in by Saskatchewan people, their voice wasn't being heard. In fact, the SAS party would actually turn their chairs and have their back to them while they were trying to talk in the ledge. Very upsetting to me. I wouldn't expect that from my children at the table, and this is how things are being dealt with by our leadership. I sat across the table from Brad Wall. I have a ton of respect for him. I got to sit at the first Saskatchewan cabinet table, which held I think 5 or 7 people. We went from 1999. We went from $6 billion to run this province to now where it's $26 billion. I have no idea where all that money's going. We've only grown by 200,000 people. Somebody is talking about the class sizes. Class sizes are, they can be dealt with if the culture is the same culture and everybody speaks the same language. Our schools in the big centers are full with kids that don't even speak English. Our teachers aren't being given the abilities to deal with the complex issues in their classrooms. Our healthcare, the nurses wanted to have a meeting with the health department, the Sask Health Department. He didn't show up. Just the disrespect that is being shown by this government. It's troubling. I do believe that they'll win this election, and the problem with that is because people. At the end of the day, they're being browbeaten into voting for the SAS party because they don't want to split the vote. Well, that's not. You might as well be a communist. When you get browbeat into where you're going to put your vote, that's how communist dictatorships work. And I'm not saying Mo's a dictator, but that's what they're peddling, the fear mongering to the people of Saskatchewan, that if you don't vote for us, you're losing your vote. And I just have a hard time thinking that way. I've served this country. Many people have spilt their blood for our ability to vote, and I hope people go out there and they vote for who they believe in. And if that's the SAS party or the NDP, that's your choice, and that's what we fight for. So to say the least, I'm a little upset with the SAS party. I've decided to vote for the Sask United. I believe in their platform. I believe in their leadership behind John Romick. And if they get 1 or 2 seats or whatever it is, at least before they were even had any seats, they were able to make the Sask government pivot and change things. They changed the Bill of Parents' Rights last year. They failed to put any teeth in it so that we could actually enforce that in the school systems, which it's not. It was just hey, look what we're doing over here, but they didn't really follow through with it all. So and the COVID issue, that we weren't going to have mandates or passports, and just we could have been the come in here, Henry. We could have been the.
Is that Henry?
Yeah, it's Henry Silence.
Nice. You ended up on here anyway, Henry. You couldn't get away from us. Man, that guy's jacked, eh?
We could have been the South Dakota of Canada, right? We could have brought in so much good business and bigger business and companies into our province, and we just shit the bed, and it's disheartening. But I'm always half glass full. I feel things are going to get better. It's got to. We're starting to bang on to or push head on into this stuff. I had a conversation with Andrew Shearer on the weekend, and he was listening, and he feels the pain of the West. He's a Westerner, and hopefully our change that we can do in Saskatchewan can influence what's going on in the East as well with our current government. But you can only hope. Unfortunately, I've been told I had to take out an enemy machine gun nest in Afghanistan, and I didn't sit there and ponder and wish that wasn't me. the position I was in, and we did it. And we did it as a team, and sometimes you just got to go hard into things like that. And that's what I feel the Sask United is doing. They've been forced to become a party and push forward because people need a different choice, and they need some real leadership at the front. I don't know if that made any sense.
Why the hell isn't he in the studio with us tonight?
I don't know. You know, because he's probably enjoying a party or two, a festive occasion where he's at. That's probably why.
Tell you the truth. You know what I was doing before I got here? I was coaching 16 kids in Bethune, and you know, I love coaching. I love being around the hockey rink and such. But I'm glad to be here around all these people that are trying to make a change for our province and for our kids. And just to finish on this, I've had conversations with several people that are my age or older, and the comments that they told me were very disturbing. They said, you know what, this is going to be a problem for the next generation. And I said, that's fucking bullshit. Like, we created this problem, we had our heads in the sand, and the whole world's falling apart. It's up to us to fight very hard and educate ourselves and come up with a plan forward so our kids can have a country or a way of life in the future. So anybody that thinks that they're too old to make a change, or they're too old to lead us by starting in your own backyard, your own community, your own province, your own country, if you think you can't do that, then you really don't care about our country to begin with. So. But in your soul, I believe there's lots of Canadians out there that will dig deep and push forward and get their head out of the sand and do what's right for our nation and for our future.
Well, what do you think about the?
Well, I don't know. Actually, I don't. Before Toon says anything, I go, "What does Ken, Angela, and Chris think of that?" I'm like, I don't even know what to think. I'm like, all right.
Well, I mean,
Can I jump in first?
Sure.
That's what you're here for.
So inspiring. What a fantastic message you have. And I'm 64 years old, and I was planning on being somewhere south with dipping my toes in a pool by the time I got to be this age. I married a farmer, so I was looking forward to the days in Arizona by the time I, hit when the kids left home or whenever. That was 10 years ago. But, to your point, I am now doing more volunteer work than I have ever had, and in an arena that I never, ever wanted to be in, and felt that I had something to say, and that is in the political arena. I enjoyed my time volunteering for the Sask Party because I did totally believe in the economic development side of things, as I stated earlier. But now I look at things totally differently. My kids, our 4 adult children and their spouses, we have 10 grandchildren. They don't want to hear about the political situation of the day. They'll listen to whatever I tell them. They do not have a spare minute between coaching hockey at 6 a.m. like Shaun does, and they're raising their children. They're holding down jobs. They're trying to get their kids well educated. They're fighting their own little battles, trying to find childcare, trying to find a doctor to take their kid to when they're sick. And, so Jim, I've done a real complete self-analysis since 2020. And I said to myself, well, I can add value because I have a little bit of knowledge in this arena. I have tons of business knowledge. I've been in business for many years. I sat on the step board of directors. So I have the international experience from serving there, and I need to add value, and so do people in our age group. You guys need to start serving your community again. You need to start devoting a little bit of time at the local level. I'm a strong believer in the decentralization and getting our voice back. So I guess that's a little bit long-winded, but I really applaud what you just said and would encourage the grandparents who have been spending a lot of time vacationing. You're going to come back home one summer to the farm and you're not going to recognize the place.
Yep, you're right. Thank you for your service.
Anything left?
There's been a lot of comments, Jim, coming up. Thank you.
There was a lot of thanking you. And the second you came on, there was like a half dozen comments talking about how happy everybody is with all the guests that we've got on this thing. So,
well,
yeah,
and our hats off once again. That's the hats off to all of you answering the call, Angela. I had to not twist your arm too hard because you were excited to do it, but I'm sure you had like 15 other things that you had to have been doing. Like, oh, you should be on this. You should be on this. You should just be on this. And that we're into hour 3 as we go along here. We got our next guest sitting in the background, and it's a real testament to the people that are coming on here and then tuning in. We keep trying to create something that doesn't suck, because at times we're talking about things I'm like, man, the Oiler game is on even though they're losing. It's like, should we all just be watching that, or are we going to sit here and listen to us yahoos go? And then, you get to parts like this, you're like, man, this is something. This is an experience. Yep. We appreciate everybody tuning in. You make sure you share it on X or wherever you're watching, because
not on Shaun's because he can't figure that out. But if you're watching it on mine, for example, all the comments that are coming in, like from Alicia, for example, I love your whole family. And then just lots of people. Salute to Jim Sinclair. Love you, Jamie.
Yeah, there's Garden Girl. Shout out to Garden Girl.
Yeah.
Fantastic lady.
Oh, I didn't even notice that right away.
Yeah, fantastic people. We got fantastic people all over the place. Half of them are sitting here watching us and tuning into this. When you get down the black-pilled rabbit hole of like, maybe there's just,
I'm actually the laughing gas. I'm not red pill, blue pill, white pill, black pill. I'm laughing.
You're laughing gas. Okay. You hear Jamie talk. It starts in your backyard. People loving on that, and you kind of go, "Oh man, maybe there's a little fight left of this yet." I don't know, Kenny. You're sitting there. What comes to mind for you?
You know what? Listen to Jamie. I love listening to Jamie. Your military podcast, Shaun. I start them from beginning to end. Jamie, love listening to you and Chuck and all the rest. But Jamie. I actually took my family down to the ledge. I thought, what a time for our family to have gone through what we went through and to go watch the legislators in process in Regina. And like all of us, I think most of us, I've always voted Sask Party. I was thankful for the Sask Party, what they did or what I thought they did for the province. And I was so dismayed by the way that the Sask Party MLAs behaved in that legislature. Jamie, I wasn't there the day you were there. But they were openly talking and on their cell phones and turning their backs on it. I'm like, if I could only choose who I vote by what I see today, I'd leave voting for the NDP. Like it was disgraceful. Isn't it? It was. I couldn't believe it. And I'm like, I was growing up taught that you respect people when they're speaking and you listen to. I know they'll be arguing back and forth, but it was. I never would have guessed I'd see that. And these were like not elderly, but like, a lot of the MLAs are probably north of 55. These aren't 20-year-olds, right? And the way that I was just shocked by it. So Jamie, I saw the exact same thing and was very, very disgusted by it.
So is it just straight disrespect, or is there a sense of entitlement to go with it, or what was the general vibe that was coming out from these actions?
We own this place. This is our place.
Totally disrespect for they think they own it, but when they turn their back to the NDP, which was voted by Saskatchewan people, that's like turning your back to that group of Saskatchewan citizens. Agreed. So to me, that's disrespectful. It turned me right off, and I'm with you. I'm glad you brought that up, and that's my thoughts as well.
It just comes down to the being a politician is a thankless job, right? And not enough young people are getting involved in it anymore. My 21-year-old son had absolutely no clue what it takes to vote today, and I've been trying really hard to try and get him educated on it so he could have a voice and pick that proper candidate. But the fact is that anybody right now we're so busy working, we're so busy trying to make a living. The days of having a stay-at-home mother are basically gone. Like when I was raised, I was fortunate enough to have that, and now that's something in the past because of the debt range and just how much it costs to live nowadays. So we're losing our values.
My hope on that, Chris, is one of the things I think about with politics and how you get involved. Right, there's a lot of things that happen, but one of the things is once you start paying taxes, probably get married, have kids. Some real things just start to hit you. You're like, what the heck is going on? A lot of people turn into politics, right? But like here in Canada, one of the things we're trying to do here, I think, too, is create something that people tune into and go, oh, well, this is something. You know, we're hearing
something where,
and you think like you tune into the BC election coverage. What was it? CTV?
We had more people watching us than CTV.
I'm like, what the heck is
we
this?
beat CTV.
You watch it for
this.
But you watch it for like 10 minutes. You're like, man, alive. I just get me to what the result is. I don't want to hear these people. They're telling me all my thoughts are wrong, and on it goes. Like I'm some, what did I get called on X today? I'm like a misogynist,
a bigot,
white supremacist, bigot, blah, blah, blah. And you're like, well, I don't know. I mean, you do what you want to do. But I want to see something that actually shows some diverse opinions from a different lens than we're all bigots. And if you don't vote for this, that's what's happening. And you're like, okay. So one of the things that I hope we're doing on this site is we're creating something, trying to, and learning our lessons as we go, that people will want to tune into. And then on top of that, by tuning into it, they hopefully get informed on some things. And then on top of that, maybe they'll start to be involved. Because if I watch Alberta, if Alberta's taught me anything, they got 6,000 people showing up, or roughly, to their UCP AGM this coming weekend, which we're going to be attending to for the first time ever. Because I normally would be like,
show up and enjoy it.
Like I'm going to Red Deer to do what? And yet,
like I've got to go to Red Deer and I've got to hang out with a bunch of suits.
So I'm hoping for your son, Chris, and any other younger generation, we're creating something where there's enough personalities coming on. You can be like, I didn't agree with everything that, and yeah, that guy's a moron, or maybe whatever you stand on this. As me and Tuz always point out, you want to get in the chat and call us idiots, we'll probably read it off.
Yeah. So for example, the tweet he was talking about, when he put the lineup for tonight.
Oh yeah, there it is.
Some random person said, quite the who's who of right-wing conspiracy theorists, bigots, and seditionists.
There you are. That's what
well, I mean, I'll go out on a limb and say that I'm a bit of a seditionist when it comes to what's going on in Canada right now. But it's too bad he didn't actually lay out exactly where we're bigots or whatever. But and
that one.
Fair enough.
Now
Now
the Prime Minister told them to think that way.
It's true.
Yep.
Okay, we're going to add in.
Can I just jump in quickly with one quick comment? The discussion about politics is in the home. I had a big debate with one of my friends years ago, and I was adamant that the political landscape should be taught in the school, and she emphatically debated with me. She said, no, you need to be discussing this in your home. That is a parental and a family responsibility to be talking about what matters, because as you said, Shaun, once you have your family and start paying taxes and start figuring all this stuff out, it is the most important topic you should be talking about at the supper table if anyone sits down. Now, I want to just circle back to a comment I made very quickly earlier, and that's about our morals and values and our traditional family in Saskatchewan. There is still a very moral, traditional family here in the province. I would argue, whether we don't eat supper together every night, we have tons of opportunity in all of our sports times and in our vehicles together, taking the kids to hockey practice, to talk about the things that matter. My second comment that I want to make is that in the legislature, I've attended as well numerous times in the last 2 years, and ditto to both what Ken and Jim have said. The debate was obnoxious, appalling, and non-existent. I went to the level of discussion was kindergarten. I couldn't believe it. Who would want to be involved in that type of exercise? So we need to bring some maturity and some proper debate back into the legislature.
I'm mostly with you. I would argue that immaturity could have a really good place if it's executed well. Like, for example, if you've got somebody from the NDP talking about affordable housing and you just reach underneath your desk and you pull up basic economics and you'd be like, here we go. Lick your thumb, flip through. Oh, chapter 14. Why affordable housing is not affordable and why this whole thing stinks. Right? You could be immature about it as long as you're effective. But maybe that's just me, and that's probably why I'm never going to sit in one of those seats.
Okay, before we carry on here,
on that one.
I'm going to invite in mother of four, former police officer, founder and president of Unified Grassroots, a conservative nonprofit here in Saskatchewan. Nadine Ness is now in the conversation. Nadine, thanks for hopping on tonight.
Thanks for having me. Is my sound okay, or is it a little rough?
It's really good, actually.
It's
Oh,
maybe
good.
maybe a tiny bit loud.
Maybe
Sounds
a tiny
good.
bit loud.
We can hear you.
Is this better if I move it?
Yes, it is. Perfect. Yes.
Okay.
Now, Nadine, the question I've been asking everybody as they walk in is you stare at this election and I go, what sticks out to you? So, Nadine, what is sticking out to you with the current Sask election here going on tonight?
Yeah, I'm just going to turn off. Give me a second. I'm hearing an echo, but that's on my end. So I just turned it off. We're good. I'm going to give my points, and not many people have given their points or even talked good about the NDP. And this is a really hard thing for me. So I'm going to give you my kind of opinion on all parties in this province, where some have done good and some have done bad. And I'll start first with the vote splitting. And I know this is a topic that keeps coming up, but I think it's important people know the actual facts. In 31 riding, you could have a 50-50% vote split of the Conservatives, and it still would not go NDP. In 31 riding. This is it. If you go based on stats, so they would still be in power. Now, is there a concern that NDP gets seats? Yeah, if you start seeing the NDP rise up in popularity, which unfortunately we've seen in the last year. And I don't think because the NDP has gotten better or has been a better government, they've just been way better at communication and hiding how insane they are. And they have the media that works for them. They have the unions. I've never seen the coordination like this before. Like Saskatchewan. I don't know if you guys have seen, but the vote for education signs, lawn signs that are being pushed by the STF, it's a push for NDP. And that's like brilliant because it's not even the NDP doing the work, it's the STF. And people are more likely to put signs on their lawn if it's vote for education, right?
And that's something that very technically sidesteps
exactly
political campaign limits for third parties, because we're not actually technically saying vote for NDP, we're just saying vote for education, and so you can't get mad at us for spending a whole bunch of money on these signs. Real quick though, I just want to say in the comments, a guy named Pet says, well, he was talking about I clicked on the wrong one because the comments are flying in so fast, but he said bring back the whiskey room and we'll have better debates. What is the whiskey room? I just keep going with that in the comments. But please, Nadine, continue.
Yeah. And then if you look at their communication game plan, the NDP out far was superior than all other parties. And I'm not saying that as in the other parties don't have better ideas or better plans. They do. They just didn't get it out there to the public. We don't have the media on our side, and the NDP did. And they made it seem like they were the ones who were going to get us out of this economic gong show that we have, or the economic disaster that we have. Unfortunately, we know that's not going to happen because we get to see the other side, whether you're on Twitter or listening to conservative voices. We hear both sides. The mainstream media says the left talking point. We hear the right. We're like, okay, it doesn't make sense. But the general public is not on Twitter for the majority of it. They're not listening to you, Shaun, which I think they should, because I think it should be mandatory to get both sides. But because of that, you're seeing the NDP rise in some levels where we're all thinking, how is this even possible? They are insane. If you go look, like they're actually swearing in tweets. They're saying the F words in tweet. Elected officials, like,
I do that lots.
Well, you're not an elected official. but yeah, and they've been able to hide the crazy for some reason somehow.
Well, here's an interesting question, and maybe I'll just open this up to anybody who wants to chime in. But if assuming that they buy into the vote splitting thing, and presumably the more popular you could get the right-wing upstart parties, the more votes would be taken away from the establishment right-wing parties. Why aren't the mainstream media embracing the upstart conservative parties as a way to try and, because I mean, I think it's fairly established at this point that they sit pretty far on the left, and why aren't they doing more to help out, say, Sask United?
They're not attacking Sask United like they are the Sask Party, and Sask United is more right-leaning than Sask Party. Like, if we're going to be fair and
why
honest,
not give them more of a platform, I guess is what I'm asking.
actually, I think they've given them a lot more of a platform than, let's say, Buffalo Party. If you actually compare and contrast, they have. When Sask United started, that's all they were talking about. Now, look, I'm just being completely fair here with what I see. Some of you know Sask United, I helped them start. I helped them get signatures because I, like you guys, was really disenfranchised with the Sask Party. They were very, what's the right term? They weren't listening to the people. They didn't feel that they needed to. I even heard the terms being used by some elected officials. Who are you going to vote for? The NDP, right? We all know they said these things. They behave that way. I'm very in support of an entity being created. And Sask United has won just for the simple fact that our province is more conservative today than it would have been had they not been created. Now,
and just to jump in real quick, the first roughly 1,000 votes are in. The Sask Party's leading in 7, and the NDP are leading in 1.
Ooh, that's good.
Yeah, there you go. There's the map. Our here. Wait a second.
We do have the map.
Wait a sec.
We managed to white hat it.
I want to. Forgive me, folks. Forgive me. Here, I'm going to pull it up. There we go. There we go. Give him a wave. Just a second, Jim. That kid right there is a genius, and
he hacked the $12,000, the $12,091.
Don't say that. You're incriminating us. You're incriminating us. Anyways, regardless, Jim, fire away. If you got to hop out, we need a prediction from you, Jim, before we let you leave.
Sask Party's going to win. Sask United's going to have 2 seats, hopefully 4. And yeah, that's my prediction.
Out of the 59 remaining, if Sask Party gets 2, which way are you going? Are you going 40 plus for the Sask Party or less?
I would think the NDP might take away some of those seats, unfortunately.
All right.
Well, I mean, they only had 13 in the last election, so they're shaping up to already take away quite a few of them.
Yeah. Well, and that's their own fault. But
yep.
Hey, listen, I want to meet all you guys in Calgary. I thank you very much for letting me be on here with such a great group of people, and looking forward to actually shaking your hands and tipping a glass back with you this May in Calgary.
Oh, well,
what's going on in May?
Well, you guys are having a party in Calgary, apparently.
Tell us more about what's happening in May.
I tell you what, we could show the video, and maybe that's what we should do. But Jim, we appreciate you hopping on with us tonight and giving some time. As everybody keeps commenting every time you talk, thank you for your service, but thank you for being open and talking about things, right? Because it's one of the perspectives that I really enjoy having on whether it's the podcast or on this coverage, is the military perspective is a really interesting one. And in our country, in general, it doesn't get a whole lot of time, and
doesn't get nearly enough time.
Appreciate you hopping on and talking a little bit of.
Before you let me go,
sure.
I'm going to say this. So the reason why soldiers or men and women serve our country, it's not for Ottawa. It's not for the Canadian flag. It's for the citizens of this country. The mom, the school bus driver, the guy driving the Zamboni, the people cashing your or going through the grocery store, taking your money when you're buying food, the teachers at the school, like you people right now, that's what makes a country, that's what makes a community, and that's why people fight for our way of life. If we lose all of that and there's no community, nobody's going to fight for our way of life. So thank you for doing what you're doing, Shaun and Twos, and well, obviously Chris Barber and everything you've done for our country with going down to Ottawa and putting everything on the line. Like, you have no idea how much we respect that and what you've done for us. So keep up the good fight, everybody, and I love you guys.
Thanks, Jim.
Thanks, Jim.
Can I jump in and just say that one of the proudest moments of my life, I think, was standing in Ottawa and standing there with the veterans. I think that was one of the most impactful things about Convoy was the amount of veterans that came out in support, and in the end of it all, a lot of those veterans were beaten on our nation's capital at the War Monument, where the last stand took place by law enforcement, and that has been one of the biggest things I think for me in the last couple of years, is seeing the amount of support out there from our veteran community. So I've got to know quite a few veterans across the country and active service members, and that is honestly, I have a hard time when somebody says, appreciate what we did there when we stood with so many veterans that I considered that have done way more, for our freedom. So.
The event, Chris, that Jamie was talking about, I'll show the 1-minute video. That way people can see what the heck he's talking about. You were rolling through Lloyd when it happened, and it was just by happen chance. You rolled in and Big Red showed up.
Did you just say by happen chance?
I don't know. Yeah, sure. Anyways, leave me alone, okay? Leave me alone. I mean, we're almost on hour 3 going into 4 on this sucker. But the thing that Chris would have missed was Chuck Prodnick getting a standing O on stage, who's another military vet, but he got teary-eyed talking about the Freedom Convoy, and it was a big, giant shout-out, right? Military men giving a giant shout-out to the everyday citizen that went across this country to stand up for not only their rights, but everybody else's rights. And so it's a very, I don't know, like you sit and listen to Jim, or Chuck for that matter, because they come on so much, but there's a whole list of these characters. And you go like, holy man, like they're doing something very few in Canada do. And they, in return, talk all about the Freedom Convoy. And we got to witness that in Lloydminster in April. And what Jim is talking about is Calgary in May. So I think it's a really interesting relationship, I guess, between the Freedom Convoy and the military.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Now, before we get to our, I want to take that off for a second. I want to bring. Okay, we got a minute video, so it's gonna blur us all out, and then we'll bring in our next guest because I can see her sitting there, and I'm sure she's gonna be a little spitfire when we get her on here. But here, this is
Shaun has to go pee. Is basically what's gonna happen.
Here's a minute video. Oh, buddy, what Jim's talking about.
Flipping the script today. I'm going all the way. It's about time. It's a good day coming. It's a good day coming. Good day, sweet like honey. It's a good day coming. It's a good day coming. It's a good day coming. Good day, sweet like honey. It's a good day coming.
So that, folks, was the SMP Presents Cornerstone Forum, which happened in Lloyd this April. And what Jamie was alluding to is the Cornerstone Forum is returning in Calgary May 10th, 2025. And it's going to see some similar characters on there and some different ones coming. And so tickets are, now here's my shameless plug on my own show, whatever, is you can, yeah, I know.
By all means.
By all means. It's like, but tickets
Who's
are
going
on
to
sale.
stop you?
I know. Early bird tickets are on sale. That's in Calgary, May 10th. And you're going to see different guys from the Canadian military across a whole spectrum of people. And that was the first one. They got great reviews. It was a lot of fun.
It was. That it's a really good video you have there. It doesn't have me on it nearly often enough, but aside from that,
I can't believe they let that squeak through, to be honest,
Just by chance.
Shaun, to your other guest, could anybody hear that video? I couldn't hear it, Shaun, when you were playing. You might want to play it again at the end of your spiel here.
Oh, man.
I didn't hear it. Others, could you hear it?
I could only hear the music, not any voices.
I tell you what, people
you
on
have the volume turned all the way down when you go into brand.
Oh no.
Yep. There you go.
Well, we'll play it again, eh?
Okay, we'll play it again later.
Yeah.
You know,
we've got an election to cover. Okay, so come to the Cornerstone Forum in Calgary in May, and we will have better AV than that video had. We promise.
all right. They're saying they could hear it.
Okay.
Get out of here.
Okay.
Okay. We're going to bring in her next. Okay. We're going to keep it rolling here. Live election coverage. We got the map rolling. What does it show here? Is it still, are we still at the same thing? It's saying the Sask party at 7, NDP at 1.
Nothing's been updated.
We'll keep everybody up. All right. Let's bring
her
her
have
next.
the map. We have the map, and we did not pay $12,091 for it. So the consortium. I sound like Shaun here.
Okay.
The consortium.
Get it out there, big fella. All right.
Suck it.
Angela Schmidt had given us a hard time because of all the male testosterone on this stream, and now we've had a string of women, and we're going to bring another one in. Mother of 6, copywriter, former guest host of the John Gormley Show, and is running for the position of Regina Public School Trustee. I'm talking about Lise Merle. So, Lise, come on in. How are you doing?
Hello, darling people, and hello from Regina, Saskatchewan, the woke epicenter of this whole crazy shit show. Oh, Chris Barber, Canadian hero, great to see you on here. I've wanted to meet you for a good long time. Next time I'm in Swift Current, I'm going to look you up. Nadine Ness, good to see you. Ken Rutherford.
You look awesome.
And Shaun Newman, thank you. I got the hair has evolved out of the COVID Clairol black dark awfulness and got me back to my regular blonde. So yeah, feeling a little bit more bubbly. Tuesday,
I love her.
Green.
I told you she was going to be a little spicy coming on, didn't I?
Well, I spent 10 years on the radio with John Gorley, so I was trained by the best. And,
why did you've got hair like that and you spent 10 years on radio?
Got a face for radio. That's what they said. So we're just going to go with that. Yeah, but it was a great time. I mean, I loved every minute of it. Got to meet every mover and shaker in Western Canada. And now here we are on the Shaun Newman podcast. It's great to be here.
Now, Lise, I've been asking yes, we just added in Angela Schmidt back again. Okay.
Oh, there's my girl, Ariel.
Oh, you know Ariel even better.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, this is just the best. The girl.
Can we keep this thing on the rails here?
This is on the rails.
Hughes tries to pull us off the rails all the time.
I am keeping us on the rails. You've got the comments blowing up with love for this lady. She should be allowed to hear it.
Okay.
Well, sorry, we're here to talk about the election.
Yes, we are. Okay, Lise, I want to know, we're slowly having results come in, but I've been asking everybody who steps onto this platform when it comes to this election, and you talk about being at the woke epicenter of Regina, of Saskatchewan, which is Regina.
Yeah.
What sticks out to you about this election?
Well, just how insane it is that we have the polls with the NDP and the Sask Party neck and neck. Like, I think the Sask Party missed a real opportunity to reconnect with their conservative base, and they took a hell of a lot longer than I'm comfortable with to do it. I've been saying for the better part of 2 years, the Sask Party is in a real identity crisis. And the Sask NDP has really pulled off a political piracy, I would say, in stealing good Sask Party policies and sort of rebranding them as their own. So it's just insane. I think two things that contribute to this is we have a whole generation of young voters, say 18 to 24, that don't remember what it's like, how terrible it was to live under a Saskatchewan NDP government. It was really a dark time in Saskatchewan. We watched 8 out of 10 of all of our graduating classes pick up the next day after graduation and move to Alberta. And another thing that really sort of harmed us going into this election, I'm just going to give my guy a shout out, but John Gormley stopped broadcasting this year. And we no longer have a conservative voice telling us 4 hours a day, every day, how awful it is to have an NDP government. So I think that we're seeing the blowback of that. And if the NDP get in, I think that we can all blame John Gormley.
That's good. I like it. And I want to build on it very slightly and also say that those 8 to 10 people who moved away, a lot of them didn't come back to not vote NDP.
No, that's 100% true. And we all remember, we're all old enough to remember how disastrous the 2015 NDP government in Alberta was, and how you are still trying to recover from that disastrous move. And we're just praying that that doesn't happen in Saskatchewan. The Saskatchewan United Party is, I think, the one to watch tonight, because they have the opportunity to, look at that map. That's a nice little map.
Yeah, there you go.
We got the map.
SAS party up to 12, NDP sitting at 1.
Yeah, so those are ones where they're leading in, but nothing's been officially done yet. There's only a couple thousand votes that have been counted so far.
Yeah,
Saskatchewan doesn't have the fancy Dominion machines that BC has.
Thank God. Thank God we didn't do that. No, we should.
And
do
we
them
still
in
don't know the
Taiwan.
election results of BC yet, do we?
Well, no, they're still bringing in duffel bags full of votes until it goes the right way.
The right votes for the NDP.
But hats off to John Rustad, though, for just over a year being able to pull that party to where it is right now. That's amazing.
It's absolutely wonderful. I met him probably about a year ago, and it was, I got this conservative party that's gonna take over BC, and this is gonna be the next premier. And I was just kind of, polite, not like condescending, but in the back of my head, I was thinking like, I've heard the sell on upstart parties. Yeah, I hope you do well, but not really thinking he's gonna do too much with it. And then boom, he came within a hair's breadth and a couple duffel bags of winning.
Yep.
I mean, watch him in the next 4 years. That's all I'm going to say. They're going to build on this, and they're going to attack everything the NDP does. And make no mistake, BC is just going to turn into a bigger burning hellhole than it already is. How you can take the most beautiful place in the world and turn it into a hellhole is beyond me. But look at the BC NDP doing just that.
Look, I don't get when people talk about how beautiful BC is. You can't see anything. There's all these stupid mountains blocking your view.
You sound like my mom, Toos. My mom used to say exactly. I feel so claustrophobic in the mountains. She's like, get in my way. I can't see the sky. They get in the way of the sky.
It's a waste of perfectly good farmland.
You can't farm rocks.
Can't drive a combine up a mountain. Good luck with that.
Yeah.
Okay, I want to give Angela one final crack here before we let her out for the evening. We've got more people coming in, and I'm looking at this, folks. I'm going, oh my goodness, how am I going to keep massaging this little machine we got going? Angela,
well, you are a misogynist.
Oh my goodness, give me a break here, Angela. Before we let you out of this, is there any final thoughts you have on? It's early. I want to say that it is sitting at 12 for the Sask. 1 for the NDP. Any final thoughts here for the voters in Saskatchewan, or maybe just the general public as a whole?
Yes, I will give a final thought. Other than the women have finally come to an equalized status on this podcast, so now you got to kick one of us off. But
correct.
Final thought.
Correct.
Final thoughts are.
You are correct, ma'am. You know what? There's too much women in here, and I need them out of here.
Yeah, right? I mean, it's great because we only have to pay you 80% of what we're paying Ken and Chris.
There you go. I think what you need to watch for is this 80% of women voices that are sitting there quietly watching. And I've always been a person who the prairie mentality, we're always, and the Canadian mentality, we're always challenged with being so quiet and nice. But I think that you better look out, because I know a lot of women in this province who are fed up. They're paying attention, and they want to go out and make a difference. And they're going to find their spot in whichever party is going to take some action. Those are my final thoughts.
I love that for us.
And I think we're going to do it. So go, grandmas, go. Get out there. Your voice still counts. Bye,
Angela.
Grandmas and Mama Bears.
Yes. Angela, thanks for hopping on.
Thank you. Interesting thing, Estevan Big Muddy. Thanks for pointing this out in the chat. But the NDP are currently in 4th. Behind the United, the Buffalo, and Saskatchewan party, and the PC Conservatives are currently leading in 1 riding.
Well, and now the map showing 20 to the SAS party, 2 to the NDP. So there you go. That's where we sit. Nadine, you haven't given me your predictions, and before we get any further, I need to get Nadine and Lee's on the map here.
Because otherwise they're going to be able to say, "Oh yeah, it's." So
Nadine, you're on. What is your prediction for tonight's election?
Okay, so my prediction will be 37 seats. So I have two scenarios. I'm going to go with the one that I want. I'm going to go with the one that I want.
Okay.
But then, okay, so I think Sask Party will get 37 seats. I think Sask United will get one, and I think it'll be Nadine Wilson. She's already empowered there. She's the most likely one to win. And I think it'll disrupt a little bit the Sask Party some more. So I'm hoping she will keep her seat. And I really like Nadine Wilson, not just because she's a Nadine, but and I think NDP will get 23 seats.
All right.
Now, the one that I don't want. Yeah. And then the one that I may not want, this is my wishful thinking. So if not, the Sask United seat would go to Sask Party. So 38-23.
Okay. And Lise, I need your prediction before we get too far into this, okay?
Okay. I'm gonna say 30 Sask Party, 28 NDP, and 3 for the Sask United Party.
Holy mackerel.
Well, listen, it's coming from the woke epicenter of Regina that I'm seeing this, right? And so I'm seeing these god-awful, vomitous orange signs every time I look.
It's the international color for danger.
You're right. Like a florange vest. Exactly that, a florange vest. So I'm going to say that they're going to come in really, really close to Sask Party, but the one that we have to watch for is Sask United Party, because this is really an election that Conservatives get to hold the feet of the fire of Scott Moe to the fire for these last several years. And there's a number of things that the Sask Party could have done to rectify that situation that didn't. And I believe that they've been getting some bad advice, and the people that have been providing that bad advice should probably not stay employed by the Sask Party after this. In any case, I think we're going to see a new leader.
Yeah, well, I mean, how bad do you have to screw things up that you're within a hair's breadth of losing to a bunch of socialists?
No, really, harping cat ladies. That is, I mean, that is the option here. And they are just the most awful people, those NDP, that band of harpies over there at the NDP. Never mind Jared Clark with his Balgoni change room scandal business, which it looks like they walked through, right through without paying any price for that. Why wasn't the Sask Party on that story? Why weren't they talking about that?
Because they don't want to lose the urban votes.
You would have lost me. They would have gained me twice.
Here's the thing: is they're not going
to vote for them twice if
they're not going to win the urban votes. They're not going to win the urban votes anyway. And this is one thing that just frustrates me with conservative parties or so-called conservative parties, basically across the West, is they keep trying to cater to people who will never vote for them.
That's right. That's right. Instead of shoring up support where it rightfully is in the beginning, and that's with the conservatives. But I don't know. The thing that I've been hearing a lot of in these last several months is the Sask Party has been a liberal party in disguise, neocons for this entire time, and now just everybody is sort of figuring that out. And I wish they would have self-corrected before this moment. But if this is what it's going to take for them to learn a lesson, well, and so be it. I don't know of a political party that learns lessons any other way, to be completely honest, other than the hard way. So.
Well, I mean, it's their main priority, right? When it comes to politicians, thing one is get elected. Thing two is stay elected. And thing three is garner as much power as you can.
Yeah.
Right. And so as soon as you start taking one of those away, that's when they start listening, and not before that. Look what's happening federally with the Liberals.
All of a sudden they're concerned about what we want. So weird that.
Okay, well, as we're going along here, because I'm not going to let him get too far into it. We got another guest sitting in the background. He's a Canadian farmer, comedian, and YouTuber known for his humorous content related to farming, rural life, and Canadian politics. His YouTube channel has amassed over 130,000. Can you just let me get it? Lee,
can we just talk real quick about how great that comment was, though? Any South Park fans out there? All right, please continue, Shaun.
Nadine. Lee's is fangirling here. We got over 17 million views, and he's also known for his small town comedy tour. I'm talking about Quick Dick McDick. Q, come on in.
What up, folks?
There he is.
Good to see you, buddy.
How's everybody doing?
Well, I don't know. We're rolling along. I think Tooz has been drinking just about everything. I don't know how he hasn't peed yet. quick. I mean, he's drank like 4 Red Bulls. Now
I don't
he's
want
through
to
a
break
bottle
the
of
seal.
beer. I'm like, what is going? Where is he putting it?
Actually-
Folks, I'm sitting right here. I'm like,
Have you checked him for a catheter?
I have not.
Yeah.
That would
It's
be
the
live
way of the
television.
road, folks. It's the way of the road.
Yeah, I've been trying to follow along. I was just was busy trucking here this afternoon, but yeah, it's good.
Oh, hey,
start.
Blue Ball.
Lots of good conversation. Yeah, Blue Ball's tucked away for the night there now. We're going to go at 5 tomorrow morning again. So,
Well, quick, we've been asking everybody as they slide in, you know, when it comes to this election, what have you been paying attention to, I should say, and what's been sticking out to you about, I don't know, whether it's today or the lead up to today. You know, you got a ton of people in Saskatchewan watching this, but you got a ton of people across Canada watching this.
Yeah.
What should they know about what's happening here in Saskatchewan tonight?
you know, like I think one thing that really stands out here with what we've got going on, there's going to be some similarities, I think, here between you know, what we've seen happen in BC. I mean, we saw it happen in the last Alberta election too. Like we are going to be, you can see it already on the map you guys had there. Like we're going to be dealing with a very thick rural urban divide here in Saskatchewan, and I think it's probably the thickest it's ever been. You know, I'm fortunate. I get a chance to visit with a lot of people face to face, especially with doing like the comedy touring that I've been doing in the last little while. And it's you know, it's everywhere. There's a lot of places that you've gone that you would consider being like a safe Sask party seat, and you talk to a lot of people that are not happy with the direction the Sask party's been going in the last little while, right? You know, lots of people just looking for maybe a change. Maybe we've had a leader in for a little bit too long. Sask party's been in for 17 years here now. You know, I think one of the bigger things in Saskatchewan, it's not just Saskatchewan. I mean, it's nationwide. But a lot of people are very frustrated with healthcare. You know, from having maybe older people being able to get long-term care kind of thing to even short-term care. Most people that you talk to, I believe, once they do get into healthcare and can actually get treatment, the treatment's there, but it's a matter of getting in and getting out of the hallway, right? And like from the outside looking in, just diving into the conversation here, I think that's going to be one of the biggest hurdles for the Sask party to overcome. Is to run on their track record, but Brad Wall did a fantastic job when they got in. They started making change for the better, you know, and I think that's one thing that they've kind of taken their eye off the ball of keeping healthcare being the number one priority. And now I think with both parties like that would be eligible to be elected here, be it NDP or Sask party, I don't really see anything in anybody's platform that says, "Hey, we're going to fix healthcare." It just says we're going to throw more money at healthcare. Well, at some point in time, if throwing money doesn't work, we've got to come up with something else. I mean, you know what? We burnt $2 billion last year. We're going to spend $3 billion this year, and next year we're going to spend $11 billion. Well, that's great. Spend everything you want, but if it doesn't work and you're spending more at it, are we really winning anything here?
No, and really, if we're paying for bureaucrats to administer the healthcare, it doesn't help anybody that's looking for treatment or find
it helps bureaucrats,
physician, or well. Well, in Alberta, they went on a Prove Your Worth tour through their healthcare, through Alberta Health Services. Danielle Smith went in and fired her entire executive and then sent one of her pit bull MLAs in there and said to every single healthcare worker in Alberta Health Services, listen, you tell me what you're doing to help patients in Alberta healthcare or you're losing your job. Here's your pink slip. And that's what has to happen in Saskatchewan and hasn't. So yeah, I don't think that throwing money is gonna solve anything either, especially with the critical infrastructure shortage, especially in the rural areas where you have people traveling 2 and 3 and 4 hours to deliver babies and to get cancer treatments. And you know, I think it's a little bit too little, too late on that end. But
well, the 4-hour trip's the shortest part of the whole healthcare thing. It's interesting though that it doesn't matter which province you talk about. Lately, they all, regardless of who's in charge, their healthcare sucks. And to QDM's point, you know, the only socially acceptable answer seems to be to throw more money at it. And politicians are just worried about the third rail of like, well, what if we looked at something different? What if we tried something different? And they're worried that that's going to cost them an election. And it's interesting that they all just say, well, we'll spend more money. And none of them are willing to say, hey, you know what? No amount of money is ever going to be enough. We need to look at a different approach.
Yeah.
It's a reimagining of it, right? I think that's what needs to happen with a lot of things. I mean, we just seem to slide into status quo on a lot of things that we do. and then everybody just turns that into the social norm of what's happening, and they're just like, well, let's just do that, but let's do it harder. Where you're like, well, at some point in time, that's not going to work anymore, right? I think some good ideas with healthcare. I've heard a lot of professionals in the industry, not even from here, but I mean, people from Switzerland and a few other places talk about, reimagining the workload. I mean, if we look at how many years ago that we had, one doctor handling, anywhere between 1,500, 2,000, 2,500 patients, and nowadays we can only handle 1,000 per doctor. I mean, burnout might be a part of that, but I mean, are we burying them in paperwork, and are we making it so that doctors don't have the ability to spend time with their patients versus, so I think we really need to look at a lot of that stuff, like maybe we need to, I sound dangerous being a politician here, but all of the above approach kind of thing, you know what I mean? But it's just, we just can't keep spinning our tires and doing the same thing. And I think go ahead.
I just want to seed Premier Quick Dick McDick into the universe right now. Okay.
I don't think I got the language abilities for that, but
don't discount it. Right? Don't discount it, Quick Dick. Okay, you're beloved.
Do you think? Do any of us think at this point you need to have great dictation on like you need to have this like beautiful language? I think we're all upset.
You ever heard of Ralph Klein? Okay,
yes.
the most popular, and what he was an every man who told people the truth and did what he was.
And supposedly, Lise, he was a guy who walked in and said, I don't want to get reelected. And he went and did things most people wouldn't. And then what happened? They reelected him. And then they said he was the most popular premier of all time. And like, what a funny idea to walk in, not try and get reelected, and just do things that make sense. And all of a sudden you're getting reelected all the time.
That must have totally sucked for him.
You hear this, QD? You hear this? Hey guys, listen, I want to hang out here all night, but I got another appearance right now.
No, Lise, thanks for hopping on. We appreciate it. I should be kicking a few of you people out. I love having you all on. And but regardless, Lise, we appreciate you, doing this, hopping on the set.
We will see each other on X. Okay, let's all be besties. Okay, all the best, Shaun Newman podcast people. Bye. Bye.
Nice meeting you, Lise.
Shaun
was absolutely wonderful.
The quick point there. I've heard John Romick say a number of times, it's not a money problem, it's a management problem, right? So the like with the healthcare, I'm not saying I know how to fix it.
To be fair, the NDP has said that as well. I've heard them both say it. So
Can we go back to the fact that a lot of people lost their jobs throughout the pandemic, like nurses and practitioners and doctors that still haven't been rehired by any health positions in this province? I've met people all the way across this country, the same thing, and we've got a lot of able people that are willing to be out there, but for some reason that stigma around being vaccinated or unvaccinated is still something that's that people are hanging on to.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean,
let's look at results. Do you guys want to go through the results? There's like some
we should
stuff
probably talk
in.
about that. So SAS Party's leading in 22. The NDP are leading in 4, and there's nobody else leading in any other ridings at the moment.
Well, the thing about the results. Sorry, Nadine. Yeah, have your way.
No, I was just going to say, if you click on it, I don't know if you can see it the same as me. I'm like obsessed right now and so stressing out over this. So I was like clicking on each of the ones. Like if you look at the NDP one in the north, some are close, but like the one, it looks like, I don't know can you click on it or no, you don't get to see it.
We can just hover over it and it'll come up. So for example, we've got the Cumberland riding up there and the NDP are leading by one vote.
Okay, so yeah, but then the other one, so if you go Athabasca, Jim LeMaig, he's losing by quite a bit, so which probably means he's going to lose that seat. And that was one I was hoping was going to stay. Like that's a rural riding, right?
Athabasca is only reporting 8 of 31 at the moment, so it's still pretty early.
Yeah, so it's 400 to 147 is what the Athabasca is showing. And the thing about it is like, I guess why we on this side, we're like, well, we're going to bring it up and keep showing. But until you get past, is it going to be, closer to 10 o'clock? Like you got all these polling stations.
You don't
feed into it.
You don't start announcing a hockey game until the third period, right?
Are you
true?
It is
still interesting.
It is a funny thing. When we did the BC live election, we had people, we got off on some weird tangents. And we had people
Awesome
commenting,
tangents.
these are great tangents. Can we just find out what the election's doing? And that's fair. That's fair. So, you know, I look at this conversation and I like hearing the different thought processes, because no matter what we do tonight, we're not actually changing anything of the results. All we're going to do is just talk about them. And, you know, we should probably be doing this in a lead up to the election.
Yeah.
So be a little bit more informed on the issues and what people are seeing, and, you know, try and create that, I don't know, a little bit of a spotlight on politics, not only in Saskatchewan.
Yeah, have a nice build up, you know, go, you know, the day before or something like that and say, yeah, all the NDP voters, we created a special voting day for you guys on Tuesday.
I don't know what you're telling me, Brett.
No, that's illegal.
If you
Don't do
check
that.
the date, if you check the day of the week there, Shaun, you'd catch up with him in a second there.
No, I got.
He's not listening.
I'm not listening. You know what I'm doing right now? This is what I'm doing. I'm going to show him again, so that people can see what I'm dealing with here. Here's Brett QDM. He's working in the back. He's flagging me down, and as everybody knows, I can only focus on so much. I'm like, oh yeah, what? And then I'm getting in the ear that I'm getting made fun of. I'm like, I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, and so I guess to be clear, also, none of the mail-in ballots have been counted yet. Yeah.
I think that's
okay. Honestly,
that's on the 30th, is it not? I believe they're counting mail-in ballots on the 30th.
Well, here's the thing, and tell me if I'm out of line here. Somebody jump in and tell me if I'm crazy. But if elections and democracy is super important, why in the hell would we entrust the mail-in ballots to Canada Post?
Yeah.
Why would we let them?
Hey, apparently we're gonna trust prohibited weapons to them. So why not the ballot too, right?
Why would you count? You know, I hate to put my tinfoil hat on for just a second, but I'm going to do it anyways. Maybe it never comes off anymore. Why would you allow mail-in ballots to be counted 2 days later?
Yeah, it's so, like, to my understanding, mail-in ballots had to have been received by the 26th. Am I wrong in saying that?
I'm not sure exactly.
I believe it was by the 26th. And I have no idea why there would be a 4-day gap in when we would count them. I don't get it.
I know why I'd have a 4-day count and why we count them.
Yep.
Just, you know, I'll just pen drop, walk off the stage. I won't be invited back.
Here's the thing is whether there is any chicanery going on or not, why make it look like there's chicanery going on?
We know there's chicanery going on. I mean, I've had too many. I'm not poking at the SAS party or any of the. I'm just poking at politics in general. Chicanery is part of the game. This is exactly what happened.
It is, but I mean, you should be setting things up so that they look, at least look on the up and up as much as possible, instead of saying, "Oh yeah, we've got voting stations in Vancouver down, and oh, it's super tight, but we're not going to be doing any of the counting until the weekend." How fucking ludicrous is it that you've got government employees that you're going to send in on the weekend to count votes?
Yeah,
is that smell suspicious to anybody else?
Do you guys know like what the procedure is for the mail-in ballots? Like, I've been trying to find it and I can't find that anywhere. You would think it'd be something that they would be talking about on mainstream media to quash like the concerns, the very real concerns over electoral integrity.
I'd looked it up for Saskatchewan because I was curious if we were going to go past 8 p.m. tonight with what Quick Dick's talking about, like how many days later they can. I'll see if I can pull it up here. You guys carry on, and I'll see if I can find it.
But if I'm not mistaken, I believe there was somewhere around 30,000 mail-in ballots registered, and like this is I've been looking at a lot of numbers for a whole bunch of different things and airbag numbers lately. You'll follow me on that one, Barbara, because I'm trying to keep my trailers completely road legal, right? I believe it's somewhere in the ballpark of 30,000. But regardless of what it is, I mean, I think that we have it set up so that they had to be submitted, I believe, 2 days ago. And then I don't think there should be a gap in counting it. But at the same time, like I don't foresee us being in the same situation that BC was in this election. I could be proven wrong yet tonight. I don't think we're quite there yet. And I don't think you're going to see elections as close very often as what is happening in BC, but it's not strange for that to happen in Saskatchewan's history either. There's been some close elections where it's been, 4, 5, 6 days before everything gets counted. What I can tell you is that I do know people in my community that actually work for Elections Canada, and I trust the system here. I honestly do. We still do. You have to provide your identification when you go to vote in Saskatchewan, and we have employees that are vetted to be there counting a ballot, a paper ballot that was marked in person by somebody that has shown an ID. And your mail-in ballots are actually, any system can be tampered with. I think at any system that I've seen, I think we do have one of the better ones here in Saskatchewan, to be honest with you guys.
Okay, according to Sask Votes, 49,420 people voted on Saturday, and 273,010 ballots were cast early during the voting week.
Yeah, so that'd be advanced polls, right?
Yeah, and then
so that's 33% of registered voters voted before today.
Yeah, I think I think the second day of advanced polls was the most voting that ever happened in advanced polls, right? And I've heard a few commentators, especially on the election, be like, well, that could be a sign that people are ready for a change in government. I would counter that and say I think it's more important for everybody right now to get out and vote, right? I'll tell you guys, if we got 2 seconds, I'll tell you something that I've found just in my riding here that was really crazy.
This is what we're here for.
I've made a point, especially with this election, just because I've been, involved in so many communities and everything. Especially, I'll grab some younger people out of the audience who we're obviously having a conversation. I'll be like, you don't have to tell me. I'll be like, but do you have decided who you're going to be voting for this year? And more often than not, if you were in a rural setting and it was a younger male that you were talking to, they were like, yeah, the SAS party. I was like, oh, okay, well, that's cool. I was like, who's your MLA?
Yeah.
Who are you voting for? And they'd be like, well, Scott Moe. I'm like, no. Like, who's representing you as your MLA in your riding that you're going to be sending to the ledge? And 98% of them, not a clue.
Yeah.
How many candidates are running in your riding? I don't know. What's your riding?
Yeah, so, that's the one that gets them.
Yeah, so like what I've been trying to do is kind of after the reason that I did that fast little quip that I did, I was kind of shocked at how many people, I'm not just saying rural communities and young males. I mean, it was everywhere. There were very few that I talked to that actually had an idea of who they were voting for and why, right?
Grade 6 social studies. And most people, I guess, were sick that year.
Social studies has changed.
Well, Ken, you've been around the entire province. What did you see when it came to people not being in tune? Because Quick Dick raising I look at this room and I'm like, I don't know if there's many people who've talked to more people than this group sitting right here. What have you seen from your tours?
Well, we were touring, post COVID mandates, and what you'd see is a lot of people that were engaged that were just upset with the government telling them how to live their lives and what they're supposed to do or not do. I would say following that period, I would just agree with Quick Dick, is that there's just a lot of people that don't understand the basic mechanics. The whole split the vote in the rural area. It's like we've already gone over at the beginning of the show. Like our MLA had 84% of the vote and NDP's had 500, right? Like, we've already hit this, but just so few people understand the basic mechanics of the electoral process. I'm sort of shocked by it, actually.
Yeah, you were actually, I was listening to you talk about that earlier there, Ken, and like, I agree with a lot of what you're saying there. And I think that's one of the things that we really lost our way. We had 2 late candidates join in our riding, and I reach out as myself, not as Quick Dick, to any candidates that are going to be running in my riding, which everybody should, right? Because technically, like, they're asking for your vote, they're asking for the privilege of your vote for you to send the ledge, right? And I found some good in the 3 out of the 4 candidates that got back to me in each one of what they were running for. I mean, there was like some of their party, some of the policies that their party would have in their platform, I just couldn't agree and vote for, especially with one of them that actually took the time to come and meet me. And at the end of the day, I can't support a carbon tax. You know what I mean? So, but like that being said, we need to have that. That's a big part of democracy and freedom. You shouldn't be afraid to put your vote where you feel that your best wishes are going to be represented at ledge, and you shouldn't have to trade that up to trade it for who you fear might for in government if you don't give your vote to the only other option that there would be to keep that government out. That shouldn't be how this works, right?
Agree.
You should be voting for somebody instead of voting against somebody else.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I think, and like Ken with like specifically, I will like just for a minute, like if you go federally with the Maverick Party, I mean that was a big concern that a lot of people had, and I had it the last time I voted federally as well, right? But it only takes a few times for you to really look at how the mechanics of it work, and you start to reconsider where you're going to cast your vote. You know.
Hey, Shawnee, my phone's about to die, so I don't want to do it weirdly and just disappear. I should probably down 2%.
Kenny, we appreciate you coming on and giving us your perspective.
Always a pleasure, Ken.
It's been greatly appreciated.
Good seeing you, good seeing you. See you, Chris. See you, everybody.
Nice to see you, Ken.
There you go. Well, we went from we got word Brad Wall's not going to be showing up, which sucks. It's the second one tonight. We had Jerry Ritz not be able to find his way in, and I don't mean that as anything wrong with Jerry. I just mean he was having issues, and he was at an RM meeting, so we've had a couple of guests not be able to.
That's okay. We're still sitting pretty.
Oh, I agree. It was just a couple of things that I had on the list of the timelines. If people were wondering, I've just got a note from that, and then Jerry Ritz early on was another one. So
SAS parties at 25, they're leading, and the NDP's leading in 5 right now. So there you go. Stuff starting to come in from Regina, and shocker of all shockers, it's orange, as in orange you going to put tampons in the bathroom.
So if you go back up to Cumberfield, you remember we were talking, Nadine was brought up. Cumberfield. You look at the ridings now, you see the SAS party up 335 to 240 once again, real early, and going over to Athabasca 490 to 188. That's where we sit now. It's so funny. Does anybody ever when it's the United States of America and they do the big red and they got these little blue dots, and it's like, oh yeah. But whenever you get into like your home provinces and you see like a sea of green now and just a little bit of orange, like what a strange phenomenon. And
I used to think it was, Sean, and like the more time I keep referencing my comedy show, but this literally, it gets me into every basically town that exists, small town in this province and in Alberta and someplace in Manitoba. And it's
sorry to hear about that.
Yeah, no, but it's in your shows. When I get into a bigger center in even in Saskatchewan, if you're doing something closer to Regina or Saskatoon, like you even feel the difference in the content that you use and people's sense of humor, and then you talk with the crowd afterwards. And I'm not saying we might see a majority NDP in both Saskatoon and Regina, but it doesn't mean to say that there's not a whole bunch of conservatives that would vote either SAS party or somewhere else, right? It's just that there's more of the other than what numbers the conservatives, right? But it's super strange because there's so many things that are so important to people in cities that we would just never consider an issue here in rural Saskatchewan. And I think that goes everywhere. We're seeing it in elections everywhere. But I know that there's a moderate amount of homelessness that exists in some more rural areas. But I mean, in a lot of these places that you see that are a sea of green, like a lot of addictions and homelessness don't exist.
Yeah. Well, you're absolutely right about the jokes. When you and I did that show here in Lloyd last year, I had this one bit about a jerry can that got left out in the sun too long and how it swells up, and it killed in Lloyd. Like it was, one of those pause, wait for everybody to stop laughing and continue with the joke things. I told that same joke in downtown Calgary, crickets.
Well, did they even know what a jerry can is,
or what happens to it when you leave it out in the sun?
Sorry, Calgarians, I know that you know what a jerry can is.
Some of you don't.
Well,
I want.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
No.
Go ahead.
Well,
I was just gonna.
Oh, yeah, we're gonna do this little song and dance, aren't we? Nope, I'm done.
Go.
Nope.
Hey, Nadine, the mic is all yours, please.
Okay, I was gonna say.
Jump in here for a second.
I was gonna say a quick person to look forward to in the results, which the first results has come in for Saskatoon Meewasin. So if you want to talk about like an extreme NDP, Nathaniel Teed would be one of those. Like I don't know if you guys know, but we were at the 1 million person march last year. and Nathaniel Teed was there, and he was cheering on these people who were yelling and swearing and doing sexual gestures at children, and he was laughing and cheering them on. But anyways, there's this up-and-comer Sask Party candidate that I really love, Maureen Tor, and I wasn't sure how she was going to do, but the first results have come in, and she's 1 vote ahead, so 43 to 42. I know it's really early, but I love seeing a result like that, because that means he's got a lot more to worry about than we weren't sure where it was going to go. I really hope she wins.
Don't they say that there's 60% of the population that sits there quietly and doesn't want to get involved until it reaches them? I think we're getting bloody ass close to that happening.
The men who just want to be left alone thing.
Yeah, it's coming, isn't it?
And there's a huge immigration population in the cities, and they're not taking a very loud voice in the public, so you're not seeing it in the news media or anything like that. But like that riding would be considered one that's very much high immigration population, and they're not okay with some of the stuff that's happening in the school. I know the Muslim community as well as the Filipino community had all reached out to us to try to support like changes for parental rights and stuff. So even though they say that parental rights is going to negatively affect the city, I don't think it's going to be to the extent that they think. They just can't say it. They can't say it publicly because they'll get canceled or attacked. So I think this election will really show, I think, where that kind of immigrant population with like traditional values is going to sway, and I'm just really happy about that one. So I'll keep obsessing over the results while you guys chat and do jokes.
Go ahead. Sorry, Chris.
I had a conversation with a lady that immigrated here from India 6 years ago, and she said to me today in Swift Current that when she first came here, she thought Justin Trudeau was the end all, like the absolute the best thing. But in the last 6 years of her living in this economy and seeing how much money she takes home at the end of the day, she swayed her vote now. And that's just one person that I spoke with today. There's so many more out there.
I just want to point out, I'm glad Nadine's here to keep us on track and to keep coming back to the election ridings, because if it was just the rest of us yahoos, we'd be talking about, our lives of the past and fun things we do and on it goes. And we'd probably get off to some tangents, which we've been doing. But Nadine's here. She's going to make sure that we run a clean show and we talk about what's happening in the election. So why don't we do that quickly? Here, there you go.
That was your segue?
That is my segue. 28-6, 26-6. 26-6. I don't know if there's anything shocking.
Okay,
about this at this point.
Okay, so that's the Saskatoon Meewasin. If you just go back here real quick. Oh, where was it? Here. All right, so there's Saskatoon, Silver Spring, and which one was there's Meewasin. Okay, so if I'm looking at that right, that's just on the east side of the river coming north past College. Is that roughly what that is?
Yeah, so I think it would be, what's the name of that? Like on the right, what's the name of that road? I drive on it all the time. It's Spadina. Yeah. Up Spadina, kind of along Lawson area, I believe, all in that area. It's there are a lot of left leaning in that area, and there's one neighborhood that's extremely like pushes all the woke stuff, but there's a lot of apartment buildings, and a lot of the polls or even the door knocking are not reaching the apartment buildings. And I want to say that this fact for that makes it really interesting, because in some of the by-elections in Ontario, the ones where the Conservatives won, they were polling like they were losing. And the difference was the apartment buildings, because most of the immigrants who live in apartment buildings, and that was actually one of the biggest difference that helped them win the by-election. So I think that riding will be that. And then also Maureen is an immigrant herself. So I think that helps the immigrant population also identify with her. She's one of us. So I think it's going to lead them to go out more likely to vote as well. So
where's she from?
I think it's Uganda. She's actually quite interesting. I didn't know about her when she put her name forward. someone just messaged me and said, "Is she one of us?" I'm like, I don't know. I don't know who she is. And I looked her up, and she's actually quite interesting. She ran an
one of us. Do you mean Homo sapien?
No, one of us, as in a freedom-loving, good, strong, traditional Canadian value. One of us, like that. So basically, does she have the similar values as our organization, our nonprofit? And then I looked her up, and I just got more and more impressed by her resume. But the thing that was really interesting is she started an orphanage in Uganda, and a lot of her supporters are from Canada. Now, when she put her, and I hope this is okay to share, when she put her name forward to run for the Sask party, a lot of her funding pulled from the orphanage. They said, we are NDP, we're not going to support. Imagine NDP supporting an orphanage that helps not privileged children in Uganda, and they pulled their funding from. So like now, not only is she running, she's trying to figure out how she's going to fund this. But that's the state of the left, right? Yeah. They'll support you unless you think differently than that they do, and then they'll throw you and kick you in the dirt. But anyways, I do hope she wins. She's one of the ones that I've been praying really hard that she wins. So, but yeah, interesting tidbit. Did I get you guys breathless on this?
No, I'm still here. The hate to the left, I see it every day on my social media. I'm not sure about you, Shaun. Do you?
We were just talking about that earlier. Put up the tweet again.
I think I still have it. Oh shoot! Where is it
I certainly, I don't know on this.
Quite the who's who of right-wing conspiracy theorists, bigots, and a seditionist. So I think they were talking about me as far as the seditionist
which is funny because
actually they're probably
I don't know.
It's somebody who fights against the establishment in power.
To me, I look at it and you go, okay, how could you have had a more balanced show? You could have added in somebody from the Liberal Party and the NDP and on and on and on and on.
Well, actually, they're the Saskatchewan Progress Party because for some reason they decided that they didn't want to be called Liberals anymore.
I wonder why that is.
I wonder, yeah.
I kind of wanted to know who came up with their logo. Like, I think they were trying to incorporate one of those old spinner things you used to put a pen in and then spin it around the paper and then make it look like a hurricane or something. I don't know.
You know, before we go on,
I'm gonna look it up here. I haven't seen their logo yet. Oh yeah, there you go.
It kind of reminds me of the Ottawa City logo, doesn't it? Like there's a 6.
Can you pull that up on the screen?
Yeah,
too?
yeah. Just give me a second.
Here. Let's pull this up so everybody can see. Oh yeah. There we go.
Well, there we go.
There we go.
There's the Saskatchewan Progress Party,
which is maybe a pinwheel, the one that you get on a plastic.
Well, no. What it is, and this is totally on brand for a Liberal Party, is it's a downward spiral.
It's going down in the drain. That's what it is.
Yeah.
They're going down in the drain.
Yeah. Yeah. Well done. Actually, that's probably the best political logo out of anybody in Canada. Good for them.
It actually says what they are.
I should forgive me, folks. Normally in the world of podcasting, I don't go break to the sponsors of the show over and over again, but heck, this is what we got. 2 companies that stepped up and helped us along here. AMC Electrical, they're based at a Rocky Mountain House, and I'm sure Quick Dick's going, Rocky Mountain House, that isn't Saskatchewan, that seems odd. Maybe not, maybe I'm speaking out of turn.
But he's probably originally from Saskatchewan and forced out of Saskatchewan by the NDP. So
correct. He's originally from Corning, Saskatchewan. Quick, you performed there?
No, I haven't been in Corning yet, but
Corning, a little hamlet. There you go. So Drew, the owner of AMC, is proud of his heritage coming from small town Saskatchewan. He says whether you need a pump jack looked at, a shop wired, a grain dryer installed, an LED conversion in your store, you're just tired of massive power bills, look him up. He can find ways to help you save money. Go to amcelectrical.ca. The second one is T-Bar One Transport here in Lloydminster. They have their roots into Hillmond, Saskatchewan, which Quick Dick has for sure performed at. And of course, I don't have their ad read up. Why would I do such a thing? They're proud to sponsor today's event. They're their trusted partner in oilfield transportation solutions with years of experience in the industry. The T-Bar One Incorporated has specialized in providing efficient, reliable, and cost-effective freight services tailored to meet your needs. For more information, you can go to tbar1.com, and tbar spelled TBAR, the number 1.com. So there you go. Okay, back to the show, folks. I just want to make sure I sneak that in.
All right. And as always on the mashup, we like to give special mention to anybody in the comments who has nice things to say about twos. And so CR Tony, twos again for the win. Thanks for that.
This is what I deal with on this.
I feel like you
all
might
the
be
time.
appealing to people with large foreheads.
I had to look where Corning, Saskatchewan is. It is north of Stoughton, Saskatchewan, for anybody that wants to know that.
That wasn't funny to Dean. Stop encouraging him.
Why am I the only one to react to that?
Because it wasn't that funny.
Because he's got a large forehead.
What I love is men do this so well. Men will razz each other and tease each other, and it's a show of affection. So I actually love it when men give each other heck, because it shows that they have really healthy relationships. So, and you're more likely to see this on the right than you are on the left.
Yeah, but you don't. Maybe when Twos and I are actually together in real life, we hold hands. You don't know that, do you?
You have no idea.
Romance.
I'm gonna say that doesn't happen. I don't know. Maybe could be wrong.
Going out on a limb there.
We were starting the show and I was hitting twos, so I was all,
yeah, we were literally hitting each other back and forth.
It was great
as the intro video was on and we were going live.
Yes.
I don't know. I was going to throw a question at you guys. Where, if any, do you guys think Sask United Party would have a chance in a riding?
They don't look like they're having a chance. Sorry, you can go and answer, but if you look at the results, they're coming in, and Nadine Wilson is not doing well. If I don't know, do you see them?
Well, sorry, I can't remember which riding.
Sask Rivers, Saskatchewan Rivers. So
I
Sask Party.
Yeah, I didn't have Nadine picked at winning her riding there.
I
figured if SUP was going to get anything, that John would get.
John Romick.
Yeah,
but he's not pulling very high.
Yeah,
right now in Saskatchewan Rivers, the Sask Party is 738 votes. The NDP 366, Sask United 174. Oh yeah, it's up on the screen now. Thanks, Brett.
Yeah, I don't think you can come back from that, but maybe
you
can.
They're 12 of 34. So statistically, yes, likely no.
Yet, right?
Yeah.
Same with John. So if you go to John, so Blaine's at 688. Chantel is at
Lumsden Morse, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Lumsden Morse.
Blaine is a new candidate too.
So yeah, John Romick, that riding 688 Saskatchewan, 208 NDP, 172 Sask United.
Blaine
so only 8 of 31 reporting
Blaine
so far.
Didn't he not just take over for?
He won the by-election.
He won the by-election.
Technically new, but he's like, this is a re-elect situation because
How many is reporting in Lumsden Morse?
8 of 31.
8 of 31. So still room there for things.
More just came in.
1131.
More just came in. So 1,023 for Blaine and 232 for John.
Yeah, there you go.
And that's 11 out of 31.
That was the only one where I thought Sask United would have a shot, just from talking to people in that neck of the woods.
John did a lot of town halls. He
did do a lot of town halls.
Yeah.
But I would say they were totally ineffectual in social media. Like they did nothing. And I want to see them do well. But at the same time, so that's where I'm coming from. But with this, they didn't do anything flashy. They didn't do anything to garner interest. There was nothing that I saw on any social media that made people look at it and say, oh, you know what? That's interesting. I want to hear more about it. Or, oh, hey, that's the kind of thing I want to get behind. It was just, they tweeted like politicians. They did videos like politicians, and it was very low energy, boring. Have some fun with it, be interesting. And I didn't see any of that. And I think that was a big opportunity for them to differentiate themselves that they didn't capitalize on.
So John is a very charismatic person. He's a very good speaker. I've heard him on Evan Bray's show. So well spoken, very quick on his feet. But yeah, you're right. They didn't create good content that would get shares or retweeted or just shared in general, you'd have your typical few people that would always share their post, but it didn't have further reach. And I think it's because like it was the same technique. They would say something and then they would attack Mo, say something, attack Mo. Even when Mo was doing some good stuff, this is just what I saw. That won't make people want to share. It won't invoke emotions where they want to share, because they might agree with A, but they might not agree with B.
But don't you
know
think,
what I mean?
Don't you think in order for the Sask United to like take a huge chunk, like a chomp out of and win a seat or 5 or whatever the number is in people's heads, the problem is they're trying to take it from the Sask party, which historically has a really good name, right? For 17 years, love it or hate it.
Brad Wall.
Right. And the thing is every time Sask party was starting to do brutal things, and I think of the 1 million March for Children and just what was going on in schools. I'd had a lot of interviews around Lumsden and just some things going on in schools that I was not okay with. And I was waiting for the Sask party to come in and really hammer it. And what Sask United did is they made sure to speak to that. There was a ton of buzz around that. And then Sask party had the trump card. They're the governing body. They went, parents will have choice. Parents will be involved in the school. They laid down the card. And once they did that, everyone went, oh, Sask party's got it. Right? Like, or am I wrong on that? Because the Sask party gets to decide as the governing body when they see a competitor starting to rise, they're like, well, we can do that. Boom. And they did. I mean, that's politics, isn't it?
And
no, it is.
That's one thing that, I saw them talking about it a little bit, but they didn't really capitalize on it. And that, like, there was nothing. I think what I was trying to say was that anytime I saw a tweet from the Sask United party or anybody in the Sask United party, it was something where I would just kind of inwardly sigh and scroll past for the most part, because it wasn't, it just,
so they need to hire twos. They need to hire Quick Dick McDick.
I mean, I don't have time. I don't have time, but
but if they paid you $100,000, you telling me you wouldn't be like, well, okay, well, and it,
Oh, I wouldn't.
Your influence change when you start getting paid, because then you're a paid person, not someone who speaks from them.
So I'd counter that. I had a few people from political parties approach me and try and get my endorsement as Quick Dick to get behind them. And I was like, no, that's not what the character's about. Like, the character of Quick Dick is about just being an honest guy I'm just going to shoot from the hip and call him as I see him. I don't care what party's doing what. I've had plenty of people on the right-hand side of the spectrum get pissy at me and call me a communist at some things that I've said too, you know what I mean? But I mean, welcome to the world. For some different things though, like, I mean, as far as when it comes down to maybe different equipment and different events and some different stuff, there's stuff that I believe in that I can get behind. I'd be like, actually, well, here's what the price tag is going to be for me to promote it online, and I'll do it. But I've tested it. I know it's a good product. It's got to be made in Canada. There's a few other criteria that I put in there. And the only rule that I have with anything that I do as a guy on social media that's under the influence most of the time is like, I'll be like, it's my way. And I might swear and I might do this and I might do that. And I was like, it's going to be what I'm feeling at the time. If at any point in time you don't like it, then you can kick rocks.
Forgive me. I wasn't meaning go out and hire Quick Dick McDick and hire 222 minutes. What I was saying,
sure that's exactly what you said. But I don't know.
Okay. No. Okay. Fair enough.
You're saying
okay.
They need to hire
but what I'm pointing to is that they could think outside the box, see what Quick Dick McDick does really well, see what 222 minutes does really well, see what the online world is doing really well, see what shows like this are doing very well, and adjust, because they can't fight the same war that Sask Party can, because they're the governing party. They can't fight the same war the NDP's doing, because they're not the NDP. If you turn in the NDP, nobody's going to vote for you. And I mean, I don't know. I'm seeing that. I don't know. That's what I meant. I know it came off as like, just go hire Quick Dick.
Yeah, no.
But I mean, to me, I'm going outside the box. What?
Oh, we got our first little bit of love in the comments for the NDP. So I just want to say hi to
Let's go,
Purple
NDP.
Aki.
Well, there you go. I apologize. I got Wayne Peters sitting in the background. I should probably bring him in. He's probably going, did they forget about me? He's an independent Canadian journalist who has gained recognition for his work in media, particularly through his platform on Rumble and other social media channels where he hosts What's Up Canada. Wayne, thanks for hopping on with us.
Hey, Wayne.
I am humbled to be in the pleasure of, or in the company of such amazing individuals. I was enjoying the show from afar already for several hours. So, as I mentioned to Shaun earlier, I have currently fled Saskatchewan, so I haven't really been paying attention to this particular election, although I spent a huge amount of time there in the last couple of years. So I said to him, I'm happy to join you. Maybe I can provide some comedic relief and get a chance to meet Quick Dick and Chris, a couple of guys that I've also followed for a very, very long time and have not had the pleasure of meeting yet. So snatching opportunity when it presents. Shaun asks, Shaun, you're a victim of your own quality as an individual. When you ask somebody, they show up. So you got me. Here I am.
Well, the thing that I enjoy about having different people from, similar maybe walks of life at times, I sit here and I listen to all you, and you all bring up very good perspectives. It's one of the things I like about dialogue. And the fact that you fled Saskatchewan, I'm like, well, I think, that's a perspective that's interesting, because at the end of the day, how many people fled Saskatchewan when it was under NDP rule? I mean, they used to say there was more people in Alberta from Saskatchewan than Albertans, for Pete's sake, right? Like, there was just everywhere you went, you ran into somebody who'd fled Saskatchewan trying to find a better way. So I just, to me, Wayne, by having you on stage in Edmonton years ago now, my thoughts on your perspective. You're a guy who looks at things and has caught on to things quicker than some. And I was just, to me, whether or not you come in with this earth-shattering opinion, to have you on and to add your thoughts to the discussion, this is your realm as well. So I thought it would be wonderful to have you back on this side. That's why the invite continued to come from me.
I humbled. You're far too gracious and kind. Like I said, I'm always enthusiastic when I get to meet people that are making a difference, not because it's easy, but because it's the right thing to do. And that's pretty much enough for me to be interested in people and what they're doing. And I try to just connect people that can help better each other, our communities, and our country. That's kind of really all I've been after since I committed to accepting the fact that the popular reality was not the living reality. And when you study history and politics and the convergence of the two, it's not such a mystery what's really happening. So I just, when I decided to do this, I think one of the things we all have in common here is we've all paid a price to do what we're doing. And some of us are unexpectedly. I knew what I was walking into when I decided to take this path that I'm on. But I think that this is the most interesting time in history. And we all grew up wanting to be superheroes. Well, here we are, pitter patter, right?
Well, you said you've been watching since the start, Wayne. What is it about the group that's been assembled since 6, and we've been talking about different things that stood out to you? Is there any one thing you're like, man, when this was said, because I am kind of curious from a guy who's been watching the entire time.
I've kind of been one of the early adopters of the new media. When I first started, the only ones going was Dan Dix and Faith Goldie, right? And so it's been a long time, a lot of lessons. I've seen a lot come and go. But one thing that is consistent, and I knew the instant you were putting this together, you have a talent and an ability as well. You sell yourself short. You're a humble guy too. But it boils down to one thing. The people that you were bringing on here are all authentic. They speak from their hearts, they're genuine, and they're true to what they believe in. And whether you agree or disagree is irrelevant. Great, bring it. Let's have a discussion, and we'll carry on the next day. And when we'll think up something more, we'll have another discussion. And that, I think, is ultimately what brings all of us into this space collectively. So when I saw this coming together and you invited me, I was like, all in. All right, this is what the world needs more of, and you guys are going to get respective invites in return, right? This is how we shatter the silos and we become what they fear the most. People looking after people and having dialogue that makes sense. So
Well, as you can see, appreciate the words, Wayne. As you can see, I think I saw Quick Dick drinking something. I'm going to assume Great Western, maybe.
It's actually just a straight up bubbly.
Are you drinking a bubbly?
Oh wow! You
You
actually do want to hold hands, don't you?
It was on the counter when I literally got home. I was planning on showering and everything tonight. I got home, I came down, flipped the laptop open, and jumped right on. And I was like 2 minutes late. And this happened to be on the way down here. So here I'm just suffering.
And I'm drinking chai tea.
There you go. I don't know if people can see that. Hey?
Cheers.
Is that Bohemian?
That is Bohemian.
Do you guys?
Oh boy, it better be warm.
You know, it's funny. I was because there wasn't enough room in his fridge over there. I could only fit 8 of them in, and then I was thinking to myself, I was like, well, we got 4 sitting off to the side, and then I was thinking to myself, well, you know what? If I was drinking them warm, I'd probably want to be on a tailgate. So I had the exact same thought you did.
That's true.
I thought every good Saskatchewanite drank Pilsner. There goes a stigma.
There's different kinds of Pilsner. It's a big story. But Tuesday, you would have been very proud. I was up in Edam, right up in your neck of the woods there, Shaun. I was in Edam on Saturday night, and I had a hat full of Bohemian as my spinach on stage there. So
nice.
Two's literally called around Lloyd so he could find Bohemian. Me and him argued about it. I thought for sure you've been able to find it closer too.
No, you got to go to the one on the Saskatchewan
I'll be right
side.
back.
Hey,
Okay,
I want
there
to
you
do breaking news that's not even on the website yet.
Breaking news.
I have a friend that is on the inside. They're doing the counting and stuff, and it looks like Yurton will go like pretty solid SAS party, which is really good news because their new candidate, David Chan, I would say is one of us, as in he's a freedom loving, very against communism, very against Marxism, and very against woke ideology. He's so I was really hoping he was going to win, which I'm really happy to see. But anyways, those are the prelims.
Doesn't have anybody reporting yet.
That's why
no, it doesn't. That's why it's breaking. I'm telling you from inside.
Come on.
Well, no, I'm not disputing you. I'm just
election integrity. We're undermining election integrity.
I think you guys.
Right are we?
Okay.
Chat.
Oh, Judy, in Lloyd, you got to go all the way to the liquor store on the end of town by the co-op.
Yeah, the one Sask liquor store.
Yeah.
I think I'm right in saying that.
Okay, isn't it funny how the imaginary lines we draw on maps end up with corresponding pros and cons? Like there's only one liquor store on the Saskatchewan side of the city.
Yeah, because you got to. Am I wrong on this? Anyone from Lloyd, correct me if I'm wrong. You pay more for alcohol on the Sask side.
Yeah,
and then in growing up, there was only, in my recollection, one bar. Ezzy's on the Sask side. Why?
No, the Capri.
You had to be. You had. Okay. All right. Whatever. I mean, come on. The Capri. Nobody went to the Capri.
I went to the Capri. You could show up. You could spend all day on the rig, get covered in schmag, show up, sit down, pay $3 for a double burger and fries, and they'd welcome you in, and you'd fit right in with all
I'm
the
saying
other
is the
clientele.
reason why Ezzy's there was not a ton of things on the Sask side is you had to be 19. As soon as you cross the border, you got to be a year older. So where's the 17, 18-year-olds going? To the other side.
If
Where's
you're
the
17,
19-year-old going?
If you're 17, you already got a
18.
fake ID. Who cares which side of the bar? Which side?
Okay, well, pick your age range. They all went to the way where it was younger. It was a younger crowd. Everybody went to the bars on the Alberta side. That's all I'm saying.
I mean,
and as you got older, you slowly graduated to Ezzy's. That was the thing. Now you know how many bars we got in Lloyd. No Ezzy's, no Cooler. I think it was the Buckle after that. I don't know. I don't know what kids do today. Right? I'm like,
there's no bar 5.
There's no bar 5.
Difference, crime families. I mean syndicates. I mean governments.
Okay, I think we need another.
People are saying we need to show the map more often. So here it is.
There you go. We're showing 30. What other sites got it at right now?
So the most up to date has 3113.
3113. We're showing 30-12 on the map. I'm sure that's going to populate again. But there you go.
Green Party has 1,221 votes so far. Doing fairly well. Sask United Party at 6.1%. We were talking offline before I think
before we started. Yeah,
and I figured they were going to be somewhere around 7. So
I just saw you pinned a comment there too that said Yorkton is solid SP there. Can you guys provide an update for Yorkton by chance right now?
Yorkton has nothing reporting.
Nothing reporting, but Nadine has
inside
an insider.
baseball.
Yeah, insider baseball.
Because that's like that was Greg Ottenbreit was done there, and so that's going to be a fresh MLA that's kicking around there, right?
So yeah, that's David Chan. So I talked about him and just explained. I had the pleasure of meeting him. It would have been, it was before he even put his name forward, and he was saying that he was thinking about it, and I encouraged him to do it. And I don't know if you guys know the story of that nomination. I won't give too much details, but David's fairly new to the community. He works on a First Nation reserve. He's I guess a counselor or psychologist, like a mental health counselor, not a psychologist, mental health counselor. He's I can't remember which country he's from originally. He's Asian, but his family came from communism. So he's very much against communism, Marxism and stuff like that. So it's a part of his core values. But anyways, he won the nomination pretty much by a landslide, even though nobody saw him coming. So there was a lot of people that helped him win, and it was a very organized group of motivated people. So he's a new up and comer. I think he's going to be really, really great for the Sask party. Like, we don't have the final numbers, but from what I saw in the photos, it's looking pretty good for him to win. And I know there was worries because Sask United had a candidate in that riding that was quite connected to the area, served on the Chamber of Commerce board. I think he might have also been like a city council at one point, but I'm not 100%. Don't hold me to that. So I know there was a bit of worries that he was going to steal some of the conservative votes, but I don't think he's stealing many at all. So I think that vote split kind of worry was one of the ones there that I think people, even though it's York and it's fairly conservative, I think that was one of the ones that the vote splitting narrative kind of affected people, scaring them away from voting Sask United. So, but anyways, we don't see the results yet. I just have some of them that were sent to me.
Inside track.
The big, it just the map updated in front of us. It's at 32-21 right now.
Yeah. Also, somebody in the comments was asking about Mark Friesen. So he's running in Warman, and currently that's 144 votes Sask Party, 52 NDP, 10 Sask United, 1 Green Party, and 6 Buffalo Party. And Mark is running for the Buffalo Party, 3 of 23 reporting. So still quite early, but he's off to a slow start.
And where was that?
Right. That's Warman. That's my riding, so that will be my MLA. But
does that have Martinsville in it? No, it doesn't. They've got their own.
No,
riding.
Martinsville's another one. So it's kind of Warman, and then the road that's kind of near to where I live is like the cutoff. So that kind of gives away to where I live for the lefty loons that we want to know. But anyways, it's my riding. But the Sask United had a candidate, Andy Early. So her family's like the Early's like farm supply store. So I was hoping to see a little bit bigger showing for her, but she just came in to the race like not even 2 weeks ago. I mean, if you want to be given a chance to win or get close to winning, you almost need to start like a year ago. So, and that's the thing with Sask United, like a lot of their candidates didn't get announced till right when the writ was dropped or even after.
I got to give a show. So Lloydminster, I pulled it up, and Colleen Young, who's been here for, she's a repeat winner. She's at 1,454 votes. Adam Tremblay from the NDP, 316, and Joshua Bloom, who got announced, honestly, a couple weeks ago, 129. So if anyone was wondering where we're sitting at in, my home riding of Lloydminster. That's where my family all is. There's where it sits right now.
It's the problem is for the NDP in the Lloyd riding is that you've got the vote splitting between them and the Greens, where Colleen's got 1,500 votes.
I full disclosure, I do have one inside track, and I got to give an endorsement to Michelle Krager, a long time a dear friend, and I know her heart very well. So she's in third place in the Cannington.
Yeah,
region.
Cannington.
Yeah, and so the Sask party's kind of walking away with half the votes in so far. So that's my contribution.
Well, more than that.
There you go.
3,500 Sask party, and then the United Party and the Buffalo Party are neck and neck in the 200s, and the NDP.
You know, when you pull that up on the map, I didn't realize that's where Michelle was from, because she tunes into the Mashup every Friday. And I didn't realize that's where she was. That's the southeast spot, or as far southeast as you can get in Saskatchewan. I mean, and I didn't realize that's where it was. So shout out to Michelle.
I want to just point out real quick how accurate this map is. Lots of people don't realize it, but the east border of Saskatchewan isn't a straight line. It gets jagged and it starts hopscotching over and over and over. And when you look at our map, it actually captures that.
So you're trying to give Brett a little bit of a tip of the hat after we got harassed about our BC map that had an entire place missing, is what you're saying?
No, it didn't have an entire place missing. It just drew the border out. It did like this round blob that captured all the islands on the west coast. And so it looked like there was just a giant land
Let's
bridge.
be clear, for 4 hours, the BC folk made fun of us. That's exactly what happened.
But that was the map. Like,
I know. I'm just saying that's what happened.
Yeah. But I mean, it wasn't our map.
That
was the elections BC map.
I know, twos. But when you get Albertans and Saskatchewan folk doing BC live election coverage, they had to poke
bunch of racists.
Yeah, they had to poke fun of something. They had to poke fun of something.
So I want to do a few comments on a few of the seats, if that's okay. So Jim, I'm glad to see Jim has won for. So I live near Langham. So Jim Ryder was a new. Here I'm going back. The one that's just next to Martinsville. So Rosetown Delisle. So it used to be Randy Weeks, but he kind of went insane. I think he actually endorsed the NDP, which would have been a good fit for him, considering he I always felt he used to be my MLA before the new division that kind of pushed him out.
Rosetown Delisle used to have Langham in it?
Well, Rosetown Delisle is a new riding, but that kind of area, which includes Langham now, Rosetown Delisle includes Langham now. So that used to be Randy Weeks' area, and it had a bigger, but now it's kind of been moved. But anyways, Jim Ryder, there's something actually funny about this. I thought it was encapsulated the NDP. So Jim had a big sign in Langham, a big, I think 8x8 sign. And then in the middle of the night, some NDP people came and put little orange signs around him. They couldn't even do it in the daylight. They had to hide their shame for doing it, but they put orange signs all around his big sign. I've been wanting to take a picture, but I'm like, you can try to become the Sask party and become the government, but it'll never happen. But anyway, so I'm glad he's winning.
Yeah, just north of there, Roster and Shellbrook, which is the riding where I grew up. So there you go. I'll narrow it down a little bit. Best Rink Burgers in Saskatchewan are in my hometown, and that is Scott Mose. And believe it or not, he's winning.
Yeah, well, there you go. 3,100, second place NDP at 1,300, and Cody Lockhart of the Sask United 573.
I'm surprised the NDP has so many.
They're leading in quite a bit. I'm surprised as well.
Barbara, in your neck of the woods there, Barbara, did you see a presence of NDP door knockers?
No, I live out on the farm north of Saskatchewan, about 25 miles. I haven't seen a politician here. You know, our community where I live outside of is Stewart Valley, Saskatchewan, and we lost our school to a fire here about 2 years ago now. And we've been having quite the fight with the local school district here over building the new school. The public pressure that we've been trying to put on the school board and the government to have somebody look at this situation's made them come out and actually put foundation in the ground, poured concrete, and no politicians actually really been able to touch it. We did see our local our MLA Blaine. He came and addressed the situation, but nobody's gotten anywhere with this. We've been ignored by school divisions. We've been ignored by everybody. Here we are with our children in the local community we're in right now are being bused about 30 kilometers away to 2 different communities into 2 different other school divisions.
Are they just going up to Kyle or what?
Success and Waldeck are the 2 places where our kids have been going to for the last couple of years. So it's pretty disheartening to know that our government and our school board has basically abandoned this community right now. And
see, this is stuff that puzzles me because like these are areas if NDP candidates are serious about trying to make this happen, like those are situations that they would want to capitalize on. You know what I mean? Get out to these places where people are starting to get frustrated with their government and try and make some headway. I was expecting this. I was expecting to see a large presence in Kelvington Wadena here from all opposition to the SAS party, and I just didn't.
Nothing.
Well, what are the pain points there?
Well, healthcare. I mean, obviously, just like everybody else, but I mean, we've got a health facility right in Foam Lake here. I mean, that we do most of the funding for the equipment that's inside that hospital through the community here, right? And and my previous MLA, well, you would just always get a nothing burger answer from him, right? We definitely have room to improve. We definitely have room to improve. Well, congratulations. You can just hook up a record player and I can listen to that forever. No.
And if you've got room to improve, why don't you start?
Yeah, absolutely, right? So I don't know.
The riding we're in right now, the Lumsden Morris riding, I don't believe Stewart Valley should actually be a part of. We're so far to the west of Lumsden Morris in our area. We should basically be I don't like the candidate in Swift Current, to be honest with you, for the SAS party, but we should almost be a part of that riding instead of being, Lumsden, for crying out loud. It's a long distance.
Yeah, that's basically that whole stretch of highway.
It is, yeah.
Like I'd say there's one candidate in our riding that probably didn't have to make a lot of miles to garner the vote of this riding, and that candidate was at basically every public function that I could even think of. I'm talking fall suppers, door knocking at farms. I mean, this guy put miles on to get out there in everybody's face, and he probably didn't need to, and he was the only one out of the 4 here that as far as I'm concerned, or anyone that I've talked to is concerned, actually tried. And I mean, at the end of the day, that's what's going to get your votes.
One of the things that I hear here, in listening to this conversation on the pain points and things that should be being discussed is the pattern that I'm seeing across the country where the disparity or the representation has become so centered around the major urban centers that the disparity between the rural representation in the province is getting further and further apart. And unless you're in the major urban centers, that's where they seem to be, taking the directives from. That's where it seems to be winning and taking, the seats of power and controlling that. And it's getting further and further out of reach as the rural centers get depleted. People are, moving into the urban centers, and those are heavily influenced and manipulated when you add in the 42% increase in public service sector employees that are all employed by the government in the urban centers primarily, and then the union influence. pretty much is shouldn't be anything but expected. I hate to say it, and I can only see this gap growing wider. So the fact that if you can maintain, at least at this point, a party that you can remotely work with or influence is going to be far better than getting a centralized pseudo party like the NDP to control anything under Jagmeet Singh. So, it's a matter of today's the battlefront is today. How much ground do you lose? How much do you gain? And where do you go from here? The John Q. public, I think, has come exponentially farther over the last 2 years than they ever were pre-convoy, pre-2020 anyways. So if that makes sense, that people are becoming aware of this, and it's important.
When it comes to, sorry, Tucker. Go ahead. I was just going to put in there that out of the federal politicians that showed their face during convoy, I have to give credit where credit's due. Belgoni was the first place that we stopped for sleep when my part of the journey was, and for one of the first people that I met was Andrew Scheer. Came walking across the parking lot at the Flying J truck stop in Belgoni to shake my hand and say he supports us. So that's never been recognized. Nobody's ever been able to say that. Like, a lot of the politicians hid during that time, but Andrew was there. And I don't think he's ever gotten recognition for that.
Speaking of feds, Tooz, I'm going to put this one on you. I don't know if you would have seen it or not, but Catherine McKenna came out and endorsed the NDP. Carla Beck of NDP there, taking a shot across the bow at Scott Moe. And I'm sure everyone here is aware of the history, but Scott Moe was Minister of Environment at the time when the carbon tax was introduced, and they were actually in a room meeting in Ottawa when Trudeau went public with the carbon tax, and McKinnon just wheeled a TV in where everybody was there, and they had to watch Trudeau announce this. They were supposed to be there for negotiations, and it never happened. What are your thoughts on that tweet from McKenna?
Well, I mean, it's interesting because she's largely irrelevant, right? And so, she's jumping in a little bit here and there. I didn't see her tweet anything about the BC election, but I didn't go back and double check afterwards either. But, her, and granted, she hasn't had comments on any of her Twitter posts in years, probably. Yeah. But, she endorses them and talking about how good the NDP are going to be for the environment. And I was touching on this before. She's absolutely right. The best thing for the environment would be for the NDP to win, because everybody would move the fuck away and Saskatchewan would just go back to nature. So, yeah, in one sense, she's absolutely right. The other interesting thing about the NDP party, I don't know if you caught this when we were talking about it before, but they're listed on the ballots as New Democratic Party Sask section.
Yeah, absolutely. So I thought the interesting thing, back to McKenna for a second, was she referenced the carbon tax in that tweet. And was she aware that the NDP supported the pause on the carbon tax in Saskatchewan? Was I the only one that caught that, or what? I don't know.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. The NDP, if you go into their platforms, they are, well, I mean, apparently to their credit, it's getting them some votes, but they are now against the federal carbon tax as well.
No party that supports the federal carbon tax will survive a Saskatchewan election. No. Full stop.
Yep, you're absolutely right.
But this, just on that point, right? Does she not realize what the NDP?
Well, no, she's not a smart person.
But this is
she's never been a smart person. She talked about puffins and penguins. I mean, there was
it's brilliant though, because Jagmeet actually is ultimately, the end of the day, the controller of the NDP party. So if he wants to separate himself from the Liberals and survive, then he's going to have to flip-flop or agree to the carbon tax, or say no. It's okay for Saskatchewan to say no if he wants to gain ground in the West. So Jagmeet has got some tough decisions to make when it comes federally, and the winds of political change are right now when any of them are actually even paying attention. So I think there's a lot more eyes on how they respond here in the West than people might realize.
Well, the NDP federally controlling the local provincial parties, or the branches of their parties, I guess would be more correct according to Elections Saskatchewan, doesn't get nearly enough coverage. And it's funny because when it gets pointed out, it's a conspiracy theory, and
we've been through that
everything
else like that. Right? I'm an Alberta boy, right?
Yeah.
one of the reasons I like having, me and Twos, when we're putting together these live streams, it's like, well, you could have, I got all the time in the world for Chris Sims, right? But does she live in Saskatchewan? No, right? And you go on and on and on and on. You could have all these wonderful people come on and comment about Saskatchewan, but if they actually don't live there, it's kind of, you can miss little nuances in what's actually going on. That's why on this show, Wayne, you're a little bit of the exception to the rule.
You got kicked out of you got kicked out of Saskatchewan, but so did I. So
but I mean, one of the reasons, because we were talking with Clyde Do Something at the end and the amazing Zoltan at the end of our BC live election coverage. And they were saying how much fun they had. And I said, oh, yeah, we got the next one coming up. And the next logical thing probably would have been like, hey, do you want to join in? But I said immediately, I'm like, but
you're not invited.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I said. No offense. I'm just like, we want people who live in the province, because to sit there and act like you can comment on what's going on in somebody else's province, let alone somebody's country, et cetera, et cetera.
You're being a hypocrite, but continue.
Yeah, well, I don't comment that much. I let all of these wonderful people do the commenting, and I'm surprised Nadine hasn't cut me off yet. Said, hey, can we go back to the map? But regardless, that's the thought process on trying to have people from a province.
Going back to the map, how come I never got to throw down my prediction before we got too far here?
Because we got sidetracked, QDM.
Yes.
What would you like for your prediction?
It's on Kristen Ratworth's feed on Twitter, so it's timestamp. But I was 32 Saskatchewan Party, 28 NDP, and I had one listed for SUP.
Wow.
That's not looking like it's going to happen.
No, it isn't.
So right now, 33 Sask Party, 24 NDP.
Just to bring everybody up to speed, because I want to make sure that I'm not here. Let's just see.
And the places that haven't reported yet, you've got one in Saskatoon and two in Regina. And
do you want me to tell you what color they're going to be?
Well, that's exactly it. That's exactly where I was going with that. Is they haven't reported yet, but those aren't going to be ones that the Sask Party is probably having any hope of claiming.
Okay, if I can, real fast, I'm just going to rattle off.
We can't hear you, Nadine.
Gormley was the still can't hear you, Nadine. Gormley was the first to make a prediction. He said 38-23. How's that looking?
Not great. Like that the South PA one might flip. But other than that, I think it's pretty locked in the way it is.
33.
So yeah, there's
right now we got 4 to be determined. So you're saying 33-28?
Where's the fourth one? I only see 3. Oh, it's just itty bitty.
Okay, so 34-27. So who's closest to that? Is anyone close to that? Two's had 32-29. That was a low prediction.
Closest without going over. I win by Price is Right rules.
And 36-25. That was Gage, Taxpayers Federation. Lee Hardy 38-23.
Hey, I just want to throw out there that chat with Lee was really good. He had some
ideas,
some good answers. There.
Well, one of the Lee's a sharp.
You never know who's watching you on social media. I sometimes use Snapchat as one of my personal throw out whatever I can, and then I've realized that Lee actually follows me on Snapchat.
Hey, you know what I do with my Snapchat, Barbara? I call it the Dirty McDick. That's where I just say whatever I want.
I've had to hold that down a little bit. I was watching some of my videos a little while ago and I went, holy potty mouth, Chris. I want to say it, but I can't.
Saskatoon,
you can do it. I believe in you.
Wow. I'm definitely capable of
it. Do you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah,
okay. We're just ignoring you now, Nadine. That's
so all. Silver Spring, which is the relatively new community on the east side of town. Well, actually, no. It looks like there's a couple there. It looks like Sutherland, maybe, as well. Okay, Willow Grove and Silver Spring.
That's where most of the university kids stay when they move into town to go to university. So you're probably going to see a fairly large rural vote over there.
mean, Wasson didn't work out so well there, Nadine. That's not looking so
No,
good.
I know.
But Willow
Well, it's
Grove
not
is
over
within
yet.
1 vote, and Silver Spring is 618 to 537. So
that's tight.
4 of 10 and
that's
3
tight.
of 12. So still lots of votes to count.
You know who worked really hard in Saskatoon was Ken Cheveldayoff, because I went
the GM of the Winnipeg Jets.
No, the former news guy from the 80s.
The Saskatoon Willow Grove one. They're really close. They're neck to neck. Sorry, I'm just ignoring the jokes. But was he a former hockey player?
So Trish Cheveldayoff, and Ken Cheveldayoff. I can't remember what Trish's maiden name was, but they were on the news together, and then the next thing you know, she took his name. I remember because we were close enough that we'd get Saskatoon. We get the odd Saskatoon station. I think it was on CFQC. If I remember correctly.
All right, fair enough.
I don't know.
You know, you're getting into like hour 5 of a roundtable where people just shut off for a couple seconds. You're like staring off into the abyss.
Yeah, nobody's listening. But we even got STV every once in a while. And if anybody is an avid fan of the Great Spelling Bee, you would have seen me on a couple episodes.
You were on an episode of the Great Spelling Bee?
Yeah, with Stan Kupacek. You betcha.
Okay. So back to the election. So another good one to, because I'm thinking if I was watching this, I would want to know what's happening. Another good one
to the thousands and thousands of people watching this. Do you want more shenanigans or do you want the map? Just comment.
I don't know. I feel like you guys probably want to hear about Stan Kupacek and the Great Spelling Bee. We beat Martinsville once, and yeah.
Trisha is his wife. Ken's brother is general manager of the Jets. There you go. Pull up that comment. There it is. There you go. I think I got that right. Trisha's his wife. Ken's brother is a general. All right. I just threw that out there being a smartass. Who knew it was the same family?
Worked hard because I think they were really worried. Sorry.
222. You were my neighbor. Maybe. I don't know.
Maybe the NDP are doing a lot better than I expected. Just about half of the votes for, they're 50% behind the SAS party, but still, that's a fairly big number for Swift Current.
Well, in terms of the popular,
I didn't Swift Current either, to be honest. Yeah.
In terms of the popular vote, they are way behind though. You got almost 120,000 for SAS party, and just over 71,000 for the NDP. Total votes.
Swift Current's been called, so that's good.
Yes.
It looks like Moose Jaw is going SAS party. Yeah, it's kind of.
Which is interesting. They
I don't think it is. If Moose Jaw goes SAS party, like, to be honest, it's pretty much over. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think we're going to see any big upsets in Saskatoon or Regina here at all.
Moose Jaw North, you've got 2,000 votes for SAS party and just over 1,000 for NDP.
Yeah, that's kind of a call.
And that's 5 of 11.
Closer. Megan Patterson. It's so funny. They have the same last name. Megan has 617 and Melissa has 475 with 4 out of 12 polls in.
That's going to be close.
What's Kenora Pelle doing?
That's already called, I think.
Is it called?
It's a blowout. It's a SAS party blowout. Yeah,
okay.
So
Shaun Wilson won that nomination, and this was his first time running.
By a landslide.
Didn't he have like a whole bunch of people show up for the nomination too? Like they had like 1,000 people.
It was a good turnout, but Shaun's quite a prominent guy in that neck of the woods there. That's actually been in construction and a lot of different things. I think we're going to see a few SAS party MLAs. There's a big MLA turnover there as far as I'm concerned this year, and I think that's probably going to be a healthy thing for that party to get some new voices in there.
Jamie Martins in Martinsville is one of them.
Quick, Dick. When you say he had 1,000, or maybe both you and Nadine, he had 1,000 people show up to what? Can you explain that for me?
For the nomination.
Do you know what that is, Shaun?
What I think so. Right? Like you're talking like the SAS party nomination, like that vote, right?
Yeah, your listeners might not know what that means. This is why we're doing town halls throughout the whole province. A lot of people will complain, "Oh, we don't like our elected officials." Well, you can actually challenge them in the nomination. What that means is before there's an election, a candidate who's either currently elected will say, "I'm interested in running again," or they will step down. So I think in Saskatchewan, Sask Party had 21 saying they weren't running again. But there were some that were challenged that said, "I'm going to run again." And then someone ran against them. So anybody can put their name forward and run against them. So Randy Weeks is a classic case of someone ran again, even though he wanted to stay, and Randy lost. And I think Jim Ryder was the one that won. So a nomination election is an election that happens usually about a year before, sometimes a little bit closer to an election, where the people who own party membership gets to vote who the candidate is going to be. Now, if you have, let's say, 500 people in your community that will vote for you, you can likely change your MLA. That's how little people show up. In the US, though, it's very different. They call it the primaries. 44% of the population show up. In Canada, we have less than 1%. It's 0.01 that show up. Like, so
if you remember, Shaun, when I did that Harrison is looking Weeks video on the whole Weeks Harrison thing there, or whatever, and when Scott Moe made his sour grapes comment there, he said it was sour grapes because he had actually Weeks had actually lost his nomination with the Sask Party. That's where that whole comment came from, right?
And for somebody,
that's the guy who was the speaker, right?
Yes,
yeah,
that's right.
He was my old MLA, and probably he's probably going to hate that I'm saying this, but probably one of the more useless MLA there is. But
if anybody's ever had the chance to go listen to Nadine speak when she does the town halls with Unified Grassroots, I encourage everybody to go listen to what she has to say. We drove over to Leader and we listened to Nadine speak. It makes a lot of sense about getting involved with your local party, and it's so easy to change things if you're involved.
People don't even understand, like, and that's why Take Back I'm going to compare it a bit to Take Back Alberta, but it's not even close to the same. We complain.
I'm glad you followed up with that.
Well, it's not completely the same because you don't hear us talk about it very much. But what it is when COVID happened, a lot of the people, the freedom type people, the people kind of upset about it, pulled back. And then it left the party with like nobody like us, unfortunately. And then so when things were being moved, pressure was being put, it was being put in one direction. And mind you, like I said, Sask United was very effective in the sense that it did influence the Sask Party to go a bit more right because they were afraid of losing their voter base, which I think it was an accurate fear at the time. You can see by the by-election versus now. But the problem we're having, if Sask United, if the general public is not ready to elect a new party, which obviously tonight they are not, whether we face that reality or not, we looked into, okay, well, how do we make sure the party doesn't go full left and follow a lot of the kind of more left extreme policy? Because the left has gone so insane now. It's just kind of pressuring us to go a little bit more left, even if we're right leaning. So we looked into, well, how do we influence change? And there's certain places in our democratic process that are very easy. One of them is nomination election. And unfortunately, we got this real information really late as an organization. Had I known this during COVID, we would have done this from the get-go, but we didn't know about it until we sat down and looked at the election laws, at the Sask Party policies, the constitution. We're like, well, okay, well, how do we make sure it doesn't go sideways? Or if COVID came back, how do we make sure what happened doesn't happen again? And we realized there are places where you don't need a lot of people to get involved, and nomination elections are it. We got involved with a few of them, and our people with our values won every single one of them. And now they're going to be Sask party MLAs because it's in ridings that's more likely to be Sask party. So we could have just put all our eggs in the basket of Sask United, but then you would have no one with our values in government. So it was a huge success. And then you talk about like the AGM in Alberta. You guys mentioned that there's how many people? 6,000 people going to that
Something
AGM.
like that, I think.
Close to 6,000. Yeah.
Yeah, and look at what happened even last AGM. You had thousands and thousands of people more than ever showed up, and they had a wish list of what they wanted accomplished. And even though some are complaining that Danielle Smith didn't do all of them, she did a big chunk of that wish list. And I only wish Sask Party were to implement some of those changes as well, which I guess that's going to be up to the next AGM. But
yeah, I think bottom line here, Nadine, like is like there was another guy commenting earlier telling Twos that you had to win. CR Tony, he's the guy that's very, very involved in his community, and not just the guy that stands by. And CR Tony, I'm not trying to pump your tires here or anything. Your head's too big to fit your hat already. Anyway,
he's a beauty anyway. Pump his tires.
But I usually chat with him quite a bit. But like what Nadine is saying and what everyone's saying here is right. Like we can complain a lot about everything that we're doing, or you can get involved. And this doesn't have to be provincial politics. This can be federal politics. This can be municipal politics. This can be right down to getting on a board that's in your small town. If you want change, you need to be able to make yourself available and make the time to go help change happen. Otherwise, and Shaun, you and I have had this conversation at length. I think even on your podcast we need to make time to do this kind of stuff, because if we just sit idly by and just let these things continue to happen, saying we're too busy, and I'm one of the most guilty guys of it. I'm too busy with my head under the combine fixing it. Before you know it, you have somebody that had all the time in the world that took the time to go and get themselves into a spot that's just going to steamroll you while your head is underneath the combine with policies that are just going to negatively affect you, right? So
why don't you just quit breaking your combine?
Because it's a you bastard tractor company one, and they don't know how to.
Honestly, just do an extra pass with the rock picker. Okay, here I want to point something out here real quick. Maybe someone can explain this to me like I'm 5. So here at the very top, you've got total votes counted 254,000, mail-in ballots counted 0%, 0, mail ballots issued 32,476, pending count 20,417. Where's the other 12,000? What am I reading?
See, I don't get that, but like just with looking at it, there's a chance that would have been the number that they actually received, possibly by the.
Okay, yep, that would make sense.
But don't quote me on that. I'm just guessing right now, right?
That would make sense. Yep.
And I'm sure everybody mailed them, and Canada Post never would have fucked something up. So
3427 right now.
So is that confirmed? How many are confirmed? Can we call the election yet?
Has anyone called the election yet? Is a better question.
Well, the dark green.
It's whether we call it or not.
The dark green means it's a solid Sask party. The light green means it could flip. Dark orange means it's solid NDP. Do you not see the different colors? You don't. I see a different map.
Well, why don't you go off our map, because it's the best map?
Stop it, Nadine. Stop going to other maps, okay?
Well, I'll send it to your guy. This one has
like
more.
PA Carlton. No, we're using our map, Nadine. It's the best map. It's the only map. Get out of here with your fake news. Okay, but like PA's tight, and only basically half of them, 5 of 10 and 8 of 14.
How tight is PA?
1725 to 1391 and 1324 to 1295.
Oh wow!
Like they're neck and neck. This is totally one of those your vote matters situations, right?
Oh,
so there's 2 right there.
The 1725 and 1390, that's less close, but the other one, Elena Ross, Yorkton started coming in.
Nadine, 26 to 4 have closed. So we were wondering about how polls which ones have been called. 26 in favor of the Sask Party, 4 in favor of the NDP have been called. I mean, obviously the number for the NDP is going to grow. We're obviously seeing that in lots of different spots. But right now you're asking, of the 61, 30 of them have been called.
Yeah, so we're only halfway there.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we need 31 for Sask
A majority.
Party, like to be
So
yeah.
Nadine,
So we need 5 more.
Pour yourself another tea, and quick Dick, grab yourself one more whatever you got, and I'll grab another Bohemian because we got a couple more minutes here. It looks like before we can call this sucker.
From being,
you don't gotta tell me twice.
I'll go grab.
Yeah, I'm gonna go grab more tea as well.
Being map colorblind, it kind of feels like Saskatchewan's going to end up a whole lot of status quo at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, we got to apologize to all the colorblind folks out there. They're just so they're just looking at it and seeing that the Grey Party is sweeping Saskatchewan.
It's funny though, Wayne, when you say it, like, so 2016 election 51-10.
Yeah.
2020 48-13, and where we sit right now. Well, I mean, this is showing 35-26.
Yeah,
so the NDP has made a huge stride, or the Sask Party has taken a giant step back.
If I can throw a little bit of salt onto the wound that I think Nadine opened there, people across the country have had this ability to challenge incumbents. This is not new. And if we did more of that, we would probably be paying a whole lot fewer pensions. But
then you run into like what happened with Calgary Signal Hill, Wyatt Claypool. So it wasn't challenging an incumbent, the incumbent Ron Liepert. I used to live in that riding, so I can tell you firsthand that he was a complete you could have hired a rock and paid the rock that wage, and you would have been better off because at least you wouldn't have to pay it a pension. Or maybe you'd have been worse off.
Wages, I have got a whole bunch that you can start paying.
Well, you know what? If you picked a few of them, you wouldn't have to fix your combine all the time.
Maybe I picked them with the combine.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's one way to do it, right?
Well, to make a rock trap. Come on.
So, anyway, he got the federal party, the federal Conservative Party, just kicked him out of the nomination process. They said, no, you're not allowed to run, regardless of what the local people think. And that's one of the issues you run into with this is that, saying, I'm going to represent the people in my riding isn't exactly what the people in Ottawa want to hear. And it's probably not always what the people in Regina want to hear.
Yeah, I think that was one of the things I was going to ask Nadine about there too, about that, about the Yorkton nomination, because I know Caitlin Kitsan and a few others were running. And I thought she would have been a really great representative there as well. But I think it wound up being you have to sell X amount of party memberships, blah blah blah, kind of thing, to be able to fundraise, and then eventually just go to a vote. And I'm pretty sure that he was endorsed quite heavily by Greg Ottenbreit, and Greg's a good dude. I'm personal friends with Greg, and we've done some fundraisers and stuff together. I just remember there being a couple of things that were a little bit questionable about what had gone on over there. And maybe it was just my personal bias. I just thought Caitlin would have been a fantastic rep for Yorkton.
I don't know about that, but I can say that Saskatoon Silver Spring, 7 out of 10 stations reporting, and they're a dead tie at 24.65 apiece.
Oh wow!
See, and there's going to be in this specific election, maybe it will, but maybe it won't. But I mean, there's been some really good examples in the last little while of your vote matters, and I get so frustrated when I see people being like, well, my vote doesn't matter, or there's no one I want to vote for on the ballot, kind of thing. Well, go make a vote. You got to pick one out of 4 and pick the one that you feel is going to represent you best, or that's the least of all evils, kind of thing. Everyone's vote matters, man, whether you think it does or not. I think it's a very important part of being in a democracy, right? Is to go vote.
Vote and vote educated. It's not just go out and throw out your vote. It's actually know what it is that you're voting for and then go for it.
Yeah.
Other interesting thing, Regina Lakeview, which is Carla Beck's riding, only 1 of 10 reporting so far, but she's up 679 to 351. Now, Malay, not the good Malay from Argentina, but the other Malay from Regina, Tina. He won by a nose in the last election, and he.
Oh, you're talking Miley?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, he won by a nose in the last provincial election, but the two leaders before him lost their seats. So the NDP is actually starting to pull ahead further in terms of even letting their leaders win the elections. So,
hey, you know what? I'm going to say I think Carla did a great job of running this election. I think when you look back in the history of the NDP for the last couple of elections in Saskatchewan, I think Carla Beck did a great job of running this campaign. I've said this before. I don't think she's the best public speaker. I saw her live at a couple of events, but when you get one-on-one with her in a crowd, she's very personable and talks to you with empathy and will she can emote with you, kind of thing. And I think that's that's something that Scott Moe doesn't have.
Scott Moe seems like a chubby robot.
He said, "Have you whatever? I don't get." Have you seen the SNL skit with Will Ferrell when he's like the guy talking about they have no control of their voice whatsoever? I feel like that's what Scott Moe kind of is most of the time. You know what I mean?
It's true. When he speaks, it's very monotone. It's like forced. It's not authentic.
Yeah. I just want to point out, Zach Schmidt had mentioned, talking about voting. He said that, basically your spoiled ballot. I'm exercising my right to vote, but I don't support any of these parties. It doesn't get nearly enough recognition, and it really ought to. And so if you go through here, the rejected ballots on the right-hand side are people who showed up and checked every single box on the ballot, which is their way of saying, I'm here to vote. I want to have my vote counted, but not towards any of the parties. And it's a damn shame that there's only a handful in each one. And I feel like if more people knew about this, your voter turnout would be higher, because it wouldn't just be like, oh yeah, there isn't a party that doesn't represent me, I'm going to stay home. They would say, I'm exercising my right to vote. And
I bet you there's some interesting people in that category right there.
Oh, probably.
That know to check all the and that's going to get a rejected ballot and actually show up. I didn't know that.
Yeah, there very well might be. But like, just to finish off what I was saying there, I've watched Saskatchewan elections. I was home for the last couple. This is by far the best campaign that the NDP has ran. By far. They stepped up their social media game. Their messaging was better. I think if Carla had a little bit more practice in debates, she could have done better in the debate too. There was people saying right away with the provincial debate that Carla won it hands down and Scott won it hands down. I thought the provincial debate was garbage. I don't think they debated each other very much at all. But
it was a snooze fest.
Yeah, but all together, no matter how this ends, good job to the NDP for stepping up their game, because they absolutely did in this campaign. I don't think it's
did they or did the Sask party just start shit in the bed?
No, they upped their game. Their marketing and their communications and videos were phenomenal. Yep. It was like high quality. I don't know if you guys saw the video of Carla Beck where she's like in a baseball outfit.
The batting cage video. I looked at it and I liked it. And I was like,
that's phenomenal.
Did I just like an NDP video? Yes, I did,
So I had the same. Oh, go ahead.
Well, this is what I was talking about with hiring Quick Dick and Twos. And this is what I mean, is they should look at what's working and not go try and buy who Quick Dick is, just in the sense of like, you're explaining what I mean in a way better way, I might add, is that like, look, they're doing things that even people who don't agree with them are like, damn, that was good though. That was good, right? Like, I mean, think about that. I don't know. I haven't heard a positive remark all night long about the Sask party's game on that side, or any of the other ones on that side of the coin, or any other. Only the NDP. How is that possible?
So because they don't put money into it. They don't prioritize it.
Well, the
They just-
on that lane, yeah.
they get lazy, and so this is I guess really what is the best case scenario for Saskatchewan people of Saskatchewan is if the NDP up to their game to force the Saskatchewan party to do a damn sight better if they want to remain in control. That's the best case scenario for
That's exactly where I was headed with that point, Wayne. But absolutely, bang on. Yeah.
And not just that, during the election, they failed at doing this when they were in government. They've implemented quite a lot of things in government that nobody knows about because the media is not sharing it. Like the raises for doctors. How many of you knew that doctors got a huge raise in Saskatchewan? Like my husband, who's a doctor, is making so much more than what he used to be. And some of the doctors, it's almost doubled their rate. But who knew that?
Well,
And
Nadine's buying everybody the chai tea tonight.
Well, he's not one of the ones that it's doubled, but some of them it has, but nobody knows about it because they don't have a communications team, and that's why they failed miserably in garnering public opinion, and they had to just do what the mob asked during COVID because they had no way of reaching the people to kind of let them know, and so that's on their end. That's something they're going to have to work on this next 4 years before the next election, or they're going to lose way more ground because NDP is not going to get worse at it. They're just going to get better at it. But
like in my opinion, that's a good thing. It's like that's what it's what makes a healthy democracy and a healthy government is very strong opposition because you have to navigate it. And and like I don't mean to keep taking things federally, but look federally right now. I mean, the Conservatives are running a way better media game than the Liberals are right now. I mean, they're just getting trounced, and like it's showing. And now it's starting to show. And now you're seeing all these holes are just being completely poked and exposed in this government. And like the Liberals just can't get their head above water, right? But like you want the government in power to have pressure on them at all times, whether it's public opinion from their supporters or strong opposition. In ledge, right? That's what makes healthy democracy, and it's what makes healthy policies come out of a government. I think the SAS party, and we're seeing it in the election here tonight, like it's a party that's getting kind of tired. Like the Bradwall gas that's been on this party for a long time, that tank's starting to run out. You know what I mean? There's a lot of voters that have probably come into the province in the last little while that don't really know who Bradwall is or was or what the SAS party used to be, and they just get a snapshot of what it is right now. And I personally believe that this is not the SAS party that Bradwall created to rid us of the NDP last time. And if they don't get this car up on a set of jacks and do some fine tuning under the hood, it's going to have to go to the junkyard. You know. So,
what do you guys think would be the changes that they would implement after looking at what's basically going to be a very close race, assuming they win the SAS party? What do you think they would do in terms of changes, either optimistically or cynically looking at it?
I think leadership would be first.
Yeah, I think that'll be the biggest one. And I fully predict that happening in the next year. The question's going to be who's going to be stepping up and be the next Brad Wall, because that's what they're going to need if we want the NDP to stop gaining momentum. Yep. So that that's where I just keep praying someone great will step up, like a Daniel Smith, that we can kind of get behind.
Or maybe even somebody better.
Is there anyone that
you guys are one of those.
Oh, one of those.
I'm not one of anything. When you talk Daniel Smith's been on the show. I got a lot of praise for her, but I also think Daniel Smith is just like every other politician. That you're constantly being, Daniel Smith, Sheila Gunn Reid from Rebel News said it best to me. She's being constantly pulled left by all the world. You have to pull her back right. Otherwise, we're going to have more slippage to the left.
True.
And so you look at it, it's like, oh, you're one of those. It's like, nah, I'm just like, I'm tired of things going the way they are, which means as soon as you're elected, you realize the entire world is trying to force you into just take your handpick of all the things going wrong with our country right now. Whether it's capping oil and gas, whether it's the fact we got a carbon tax, whether it's we got MAID, whether it's we got free drugs going on. Don't get me started on boys being girls. I don't want to go there. And the list just goes on and on. And so to me, one of the things that we sit on this side is I got a lot of time for Danielle Smith. Probably too much time, and I get harassed about that. So
By me?
Yes, I do. But at the same time, how many people are sitting here doing shows like this that are trying to pull things just a smidge bit right? I get called far right all the time. Are you kidding me? It's the most ridiculous thing in the world, and yet that's what happens. And you get labeled. And sorry, Nadine hit a pressure point on me. Is it like okay. You're one of those. It's like, no, I'm just a guy that wants to see things slide just slightly to the right. Can we just pull things back to common sense?
I'm the most politically neutral person I know. And I just want her to quit spending money on everything all the time.
What did you just say?
What one of those means is the second a politician, and I'm not saying necessarily you are, but the second a politician doesn't do everything as fast as we'd like, we just throw them out, or we start a new party, or the next person that replaces her might be worse. And from looking at her from Saskatchewan, she's implemented so many of the things I could only dream of happening in Saskatchewan. And I'm like, please don't get rid of her. Let her keep going. She's pushing through. She's going in the right direction. Maybe not as fast as we would like, but she is pushing ahead where no one else is in Canada.
If they could turn things around on a dime when their political future's on the line, how about they can turn things around on a dime when it makes sense? Or at least on a quarter or a toonie.
Can we hold on to this just for a second? I think this is really interesting. But Brett was just saying, which two flipped? Here, let's pull it up. We're up to 34-27 now. I just want, I'm trying to gauge everybody on the live stream's reaction. Here's the map.
The South PA one flipped.
All right. I'm doing Nadine's job now. Nadine, I need you here. Regardless, I'm teasing.
You guys were going after my girl.
So 34-27 is where it sits
Only
right now.
If she's 5'3".
Oh my God. Okay. So
nobody heard the first time.
Actually, you raise an interesting point, Nadine. All I would say is the pace. So, okay, you go, it's not happening as fast as people want. I don't know.
It's not happening at all.
So no.
I'd love to hear what Wayne has to say that he really wants to jump in here.
Sure.
I really do, because we live in this society of instant gratification right now, where the instant you think about something or say it, there's a fulfillment opportunity just slides across your phone right here, right now. And when Danielle Smith replaced that gremlin before her, it was done on a dime, and we all threw our support behind her in Alberta to make that happen unequivocally. And they get our support when they get into office, but then once they're in office, then they don't get any support either. Then they get expectation from the people, get it done. And in order to do that, they're clawing uphill to try and take us back to the right, but we just expect them to get it done. Now they got the opportunity, now just get it done. And we kind of go back to our, we've done our 5 minutes every 4 years of responsibility. Now we can go, I voted for them, but now she's not getting it done. Well, where are these people after the election to make sure that she has the support, rather than just a vitriol to get it done? And this happens across the board, But so
it's because there's no recall legislation, or at least none with teeth.
Well,
there's just Manitoban recall legislation.
We as the public take a bit of accountability too, because it's not moving as fast as we want. This is a really important point that I just kind of realized today. The Overton window. I don't know if you guys know what that means. So you have politicians that will only work within the Overton window. And I don't know if I'm pronouncing it correctly. You have the left and the right, and you have the extremes where that'll never happen. Maybe we should start doing it. This is reasonable. And there's a window in there. Now, politicians, it's very rare that they can move that window, but you and me and people who have public voices can. Our job is to sway public opinion in the right direction. Now, where we fail in Canada is we don't have a lot of conservative voices to do that. You have think tanks, which are really good for doing that, but you don't have a whole bunch of conservative voices. You have you guys, SNP 222s, you have Quick Dick McDick, but when you think we have Jordan Peterson, when you think about how many conservative voices do we have swaying public opinion in Canada, it's not like it is in the US. So if we want the politicians to do what it is we're asking, we need the public to also start pushing towards swaying that Overton window into the right direction. And a classic case of that would be the wheat board. I always bring it back to that because it was a classic lesson I learned from my father-in-law. And sorry, Quick Dick McDick, I don't know which side of the fence you were on that, but I'm pro.
I'm just waiting to hear where you're going with this.
So my father-in-law was one of the 13 farmers jailed over the wheat board. So they really felt strongly that they should be able to sell their grain to whoever they wanted to. And when they first did this, the public opinion wasn't in their backyard. Like, in fact, everyone wanted the wheat board. And then they worked diligently. They created a news organization. They created all these groups that did a bunch of town halls to say how good this was. They also did like a display of public, not disobedience, but whatever. They went across the border. Civil disobedience. They went across the border, so brought a pail of wheat or whatever it was, maybe oats, I don't know. And then they got arrested coming back. And then the media started talking about these farmers who kind of stood their ground. And what it did, what used to be a far out there thought, far out there policy, actually the public opinion sways so much that they actually influenced change, and the wheat board was abolished. However that happened, and some people have issues with how that happened, I understand that too, but the fact of the matter is it was the general public that swayed that. It wasn't one elected official. So, and same thing with the convoy. You saw that in the convoy, that where before the convoy happened, you had a whole lot of people that were sitting at home thinking that their own ideas and thoughts weren't acceptable. And then you had the convoy make this big display. And then the elected officials, when they started seeing how many trucks were coming across, like Scott Moe made the announcement of overturning the passport the weekend the convoy arrived in Ottawa and the one in Regina. And so I want to take some responsibility, us who's doing this. Like, why aren't we doing shows like this where we talk about the issues, where we can bring up, well, you guys are, but I mean, we should do it with all the influential voices coming together like once a month and just talk about all the crap that's happening.
I know a guy who maybe could do that.
He's a qualified guy.
I know a guy.
There's a key point.
I think you should.
There's a key point in that, Nadine, on that Overton window. That used to be the role that the free and independent press used to do. So we had the ability to trust that. Once that was shattered, and the gaslighting and the propaganda and the censorship, because it's symbiotic, one doesn't work without the other. You have to have censorship and propaganda. So once that was shattered, that illusion was shattered, Canadians were basically tossed into the cyclone of not knowing how to respond equally and not knowing what to trust. So this has created this wild west of anything goes in the political space without accountability.
Do we know?
And then now we're getting to a point where we have the ability to influence that Overton window now, and this is the biggest strength.
29 for the Sask, 13 for the.
That's a good point. When actually, not news ran away on me there, but it's funny that you were talking about the wheat board, Nadine, and I just really wanted to talk about the dairy cartel and how it's essentially the wheat board in disguise.
No, it is. It is. But if really I say that publicly, It's
Well, I
political
can say it
suicide
publicly
to
'cause-
say it.
I could say it publicly because I don't give a shit. I know people that have a milk cow and I can just drink contraband, so it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Unpasteurized milk.
Did you know there's an underground market for cheese? People will go into farm into dairies with
It's true, man, and eggs.
Cheese. Yeah.
Why can't we grow our own food? Why are there government limits? Like it's the classic
Because the
case.
news says it's 5 times the carbon footprint if you grow your own garden. That's why. So the environment cartel or the dairy cartel or the grain cartel or one of the competing cartels will come and try and stamp a boot on your throat, and you'll say, wait a minute, you can't do that. That's illegal or unlawful. The charter says so. But the guy with the boot really doesn't care. He's got you by the throat.
This is a really good opportunity for me to talk about a meeting that I had with one of the candidates, here in our riding for the Green Party. And there was a lot of policies that existed within the Green Party platform that I surprisingly agreed with. And one of them was food co-ops and trying to get stuff back local again. And obviously and this goes back a ways, Shaun, when we were on when talking with Chase Barber, and we were talking about the Green Party not having a party whip and how they actually had the ability to vote with the riding's best intentions and not with their party kind of thing. There's a whole bunch within that platform that I was like, this is all fantastic ideas, but like there was a lot within that platform that I completely disagree with too. You know what I mean? And just one outweighed the other, right?
The local food would be a huge one, or decentralizing things a bit, but yeah, that don't get me talking about the
me and Twos on the BC live election may have been sponsored by a dairy farm, and we may have drank milk live on television. And I just want to say my full support for the dairy cartel. Please do not put a bag over my head.
You chicken shit.
I don't want to go out that way. I'll go out a million different ways via Trudeau, but the dairy cartel. No, I'm kidding.
Scott Moe, isn't it Scott Moe or someone like big in election won because the dairy association, whatever you call it, the dairy cartel backed them up?
It wouldn't be Scott Moe. It would not be Saskatchewan.
No.
I don't think they're that big.
No, I think it was Andrew Scheer when he won the nomination.
You know that could be possible.
That
could
was
be.
That was Maxime Bernier's fight when he left the Conservative Party.
Oh,
dairy cartel.
That's where I heard it.
I would just like to point out he's going to come back on screen. And we've been going for 5 hours, and that man has put back more Red Bulls and everything else in his system. And he finally took his first pee, I think.
Is your pee supposed to be
beer.
bright green?
I mean, I'm like, I don't even know what to say. I'm just like,
Hey, Barber, what do you think? With a bladder like that, he might be able to be a trucker someday.
You
Eh?
could be a trucker. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I've had a class 1 for 20 years.
Okay, let's get back to the results. What are we seeing?
Well, it's 34-27. That's where it sits. And the last number we had was 29 confirmed Sask, 13 NDP. That's confirmed that they've whatever. What's the word I'm looking for here, folks?
So
they got it locked up.
The South Party, and we just about have this one locked up.
Yeah. We got three more, and you can call it the Sask Party.
3 more of how many?
Cue the water lines breaking in the building in the room upstairs.
2 out of 19.
They got to win like 3 more out of 19 seats. So
I think it's 19.
Can we officially call it 2 more out of 19 seats?
I don't know. Prince Albert's really close.
But what we're looking at is we're going like, at what point do we just say they're going to get 2 more seats? Yeah, 2 more seats, not 3 more. That's 31. Like they're going to get 2 more, right?
They're going to get 2 more because if you look at the ones that aren't confirmed,
it's not a Tuma.
Well, if you look at the ones that aren't confirmed yet, they're pretty leading by 2 of them at least are leading by more than 400 with like more than half the polls close. Like Jamie Martin's, we can call hers pretty much.
Which riding is that? Sorry.
That's Martinsville. So she's a new candidate. Yeah.
Well,
that's closer. You think 15-25, 11-38. I mean,
and 6 of 10 reporting.
So you're just over halfway.
Like statistically, it could happen, but it's not super likely.
Okay, but look at then the other one, Saskatchewan Rivers, that one's almost 800, so that one's even more. So I could see that one.
I mean,
Saskatchewan Rivers is a blowout, though. Saskatchewan Rivers, you got 2,400 for the Saskatchewan Party and 1,200 for the NDP.
Yeah, but that one's not green. It's not green yet.
You can
it's
put a
not
pin in that one. You can. It's just the bureaucrats are falling behind, like every election counting. That one, we'll put a pin in that one.
So are we saying we can call this at that we don't know the final tally? Is that where we're going?
Also,
or are we waiting?
Here's the other thing, though, is
Susan
that 0 mail ballots have been counted, and they're pending a count of 20,000, which is roughly 2% of the total votes, a little bit less. So, it could, because the other thing, QDM, you were pushing back on it, but I do think that when it comes to advance votes and mail-in ballots, they do tend to go against the incumbent a little bit more.
Yeah, I think when you look specifically at Saskatchewan, I think a lot of the times, let's be clear, mail-in ballots are typically going to be seniors, disabled people that aren't able to get to polling stations, whatnot, kind of thing, right? That's one thing you see it notoriously in Saskatchewan here. A lot of people jump on and be like, well, if we just had STC kicking around here still, then we could take the bus to get to where we're going. You know what I mean?
Well, that was one of the NDP platforms from 2020 was that they were going to bring back the STC.
Yeah. So I mean, I don't think that it shocks me much when mail-in ballots are counted that they normally go leaning towards the Socialist Party kind of thing, because these are probably marginalized people that are looking for more social assistance. There's nothing against the people if they're handicapped or if they're in a remote area or if they're elderly or whatever. I mean, it's not a shocker to me, right?
Mm-hmm.
And in this situation, it wouldn't be a shocker to me as well, considering the demographics that exist in Saskatchewan. Am I wrong in saying something like that, Chris, Nadine?
Before we go any further, 30 confirmed for the Sask Party.
Okay.
Well, there you go.
I was just entertaining myself for 2 seconds. I was just scrolling through some people that were very, very hard on the one side of things, waiting for a defeated speech from Scott Moby, and now a lot of them are posting being like, well, just take solace in knowing this is going to be his last win anyways. You know what I mean? So you can the pivot is kind of starting already, right?
They've kicked over all the pieces and now they're shitting on the board.
I'll save that discussion for X tomorrow when I'm fighting with the left.
But I just, no matter what, and I put a tweet out when I was loading just before I came in here and got in here. I put it on all my social media platforms, and I haven't tried to influence anyone in any way in this election for any party. I just wanted to try and encourage people to go vote. That's it. That's all I wanted people to do. And no matter what, no matter who takes the win tonight, who gets sent back, and whoever it is, to anyone that has had the notion to put in the effort to go and try and make their community better, thank you. No matter what party you're running for or for what reason it was, you wanted
even
to
the Greens.
Even the Greens, absolutely, especially the Greens. You wanted to try and make a difference in your community, and I say especially the Greens because running for the Green Party in Saskatchewan has got to probably one of the hardest parties to run for in this province. Not only because you're probably not going to get a lot of votes, but if it's in a smaller community and you put your name on a sign that you run for the Green Party, and let's say you're running a business somewhere or you're working somewhere, I'll be the first one to admit it here publicly. There's probably a pretty good chance some people are going to hold a grudge against you for doing that. And that shouldn't be something that exists anywhere in a democracy. Anyone that pays taxes and is here and is trying to run a business and has a belief and wants to back that belief up has the absolute right to go run for whatever party they want to in this country. That's what makes Canada the beautiful place that it is, right? So to anyone out there that did run, thank you. And to anyone that's considering running, go do it.
I'll say this, though, and yes, completely agree with everything you said. But as far as the Green Party goes, it wouldn't be very hard to run a common sense Green platform.
No, it wouldn't, man. It would not. And Chase Barber was the guy that shit.
Yes, it was, wasn't he?
Yeah.
And so it's not so much that they're running for the Green Party, it's that they're running on a shitty platform, I would say.
But the problem is like this is where federal politics can splash too hard into provincial politics, because when someone says the Green Party, all I see is Elizabeth May completely smashed drunk at a podium.
Drunk.
Like that's all I
Right.
see.
Right.
Yep.
Oh my goodness.
Cheering on Omar Kadar. Like, I mean, that's just the first thing that flashes into my head, and like it cancels everything else out. Right?
It's not the first time she's done it either. It's been a few times.
Do you have to take orders from Palestine to run for the Green Party now?
Right? Yeah.
So
well, I mean, she does love her Steins.
Oh.
I'm going to get back to the election. It's interesting to see.
Wow. Was that a slow burn? Like,
But-
you're going to...
Welcome back,
Sorry,
baby.
did I
Thank
burn?
you.
Did I burn?
Oh, great.
No, I had to make sure that I actually understood that you actually said that, but then I was like, no, it's twos. Never mind.
It's perfect. It's perfect.
Did I burn? Sorry, I wasn't really paying 100% attention. I just no. If I'm
It's
honest.
all good. It's just that it took Shaun like
took
10 seconds to get the joke was all.
It's taken, you know what? It's taken 5 hours, and I'm finally glad that Twos is eating it on the chin a bit. It's great.
So
Great.
Paul Merriman is not pulling ahead. So it's not a for sure thing. It's pretty close still. So
Paul
he may
Merriman's
lose.
not
his
pulling ahead
seat.
right now.
No, he's not.
What riding?
And the Saskatoon. Oh no, wait. It's in Saskatoon, Silver Spring. So NDP's at 2857 and Paul Merriman's at 2789.
27.89.
8 out of 10. And then the other one, Bronwyn Air. I don't know if I'm saying that right. I think it's Air.
Right. Yeah. Bronwyn
Yeah.
Air.
And so Darcy with the NDP's at 2472 and she's at 1773. So
wow.
That's not looking good for her at all. And she's been quite a prominent MLA for a really long time. She was the Minister of Education. She's the Justice Minister now.
Minister right now, I believe. Yeah.
And I also kind of always thought that if like Scott Moe stepped down, she might be one of the ones that would put her name forward, but I don't know.
I would disagree with that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you don't think?
Who do you think would run?
Ken
See, I
Cheveldayoff.
think Ken
maybe?
Cheveldayoff, right off the top of my head. Do you think anybody might try and jump down from federal?
No.
Like Kevin Waugh, for
Ooh.
example, maybe?
No, I don't think
I
so.
can't see it. You get paid less and you get crapped on even more. Why would they?
I'm just trying to think.
Double pension.
That's
what
funny. You know, I was
about
thinking about this
Justin?
earlier. Who would be the next possible leader? And I didn't put my finger on it either.
Yeah, I'm hoping that someone will come out of nowhere. But yeah, Dustin just stepped down, but I think he would have been better. He would have been a little bit more like a Brad Wall. When I think about someone running, I kind of want to see someone like Brad Wall.
That would be Minister of Seniors right now at a Swift Current. You should know him, Barbara. What's his name?
Everett Henley.
Everett Henley. That's okay. That's who I think. It's like that. Like he reminds me of a young like a Brad Wall kind of guy.
I've just seen
But
a different
he was
side of that.
awful during COVID.
He was horrible through COVID.
Is everybody
I
saying
would
that
not.
Alicia
And we have-
Ottenbright commented,
we have a-
rumor has it Andrew Scheer.
We have kind of a scandal brewing in the Swift Current area where Everett's been a little promiscuous with the neighbor, and
I heard that.
Yes,
that's very
so
scandalous.
lost a lot of support in the local community.
It's,
But
it's not just a It's not just a rumor. I think it's pretty much.
You
No,
can't
Is it-
not
yeah,
just a rumor, then be like, I think it's, because that technically, if you're like, I think it is, then that's still a fucking
Okay.
rumor.
It's news
I
now.
got
My
it.
sources tell me it's not a rumor.
No, it's not a rumor. I got it firsthand from his
Phrasing.
Are we
Unfortunately.
gossiping now? I shouldn't.
Yeah, we're
Christians are not supposed to.
Yeah,
gossip.
we're off the rails.
I
a
think
little
there was
bit
a
here.
lot. There was a lot.
We're
during
5
COVID.
hours in.
Okay.
What are you gonna do?
I'm going to go out on a limb and say that Andrew Scheer would be a horrible choice for the Sask Party if he tries to run the way he did when he was leader of the Conservatives, if he tries to act the way he was after he stepped down, you see these like momentary glimpses of you're like, where the hell was that guy?
Yes.
Instead of just being like watered down mayonnaise, he's actually snappy and has some good, interesting things to say. If that guy shows up, he could be good for the Sask party. If it's the former leader of the federal Conservatives, they may as well just hand the next election to the NDP.
Watered down mayonnaise?
Yeah.
Does it mix? I didn't even know it mixed. Right.
It doesn't.
Would vinegar be a better solution?
Are we still at 30, Brett?
Yep.
I'm looking at the clock and I'm just like,
find some way to shut twos up.
I don't know. I just, at this point, we're sitting at 30. It's like, at what point do we just call this sucker?
When it hits
I called it
31,
half an hour ago.
we call it.
I guess so. It's funny. The first time I ever had Quick Dick McDick on, we sat here and did exactly this. And it was about midnight, and I never hit record. And me and him were both half in the bag and feeling great. We just met, been a great conversation. And I went, crap. I didn't press record. So I texted him, not knowing Quick at the time. And I told him, and he's like, Rick, I've got a half in the bag, but screw it. Fire it back up. We'll go again. And I'm like, it's like 12:30 in the morning. I'm like, no, we're not firing this back up again. I'm like, let's give it a week and we'll start all over again. So episode 0 is lost to the abyss.
But it was probably a great conversation.
You have a tendency of doing that a lot, don't you, Shaun?
Me?
We've done that a couple times too. It was like, shit, I should hit record before we even go too far.
Stop it, Chris.
You have a lot of
secrets.
You do have a lot of those comments.
Yeah. I'm with you. I got your back on that, Chris. Shaun's. That's. I think that's Shaun's subliminal catchphrase. Shit! I should have hit record.
So wait a
you
second,
have a lot of conversations like that.
That's every cut the live stream. Cut it right now.
Every time I talk to Tarek Alnaga, we go for a beer every once in a while, or we're just
love
shooting
that
the
guy.
shit. And 20 minutes, 30 minutes in, I'm like, we should just be sitting down and recording this, and we never do.
My husband and Tarek have a bromance.
Yes, well, your husband's a really interesting guy to talk to as well.
Did Christine Tell lose her seat?
I think. Well, it's not a for sure.
What riding?
Looks like it.
That is Regina. Wascana.
Wascana Plains.
It's 41-14 to 37-59.
Yeah, and 11 of 11 reporting.
Okay.
So
ETV Regina just called that one.
Yeah, it just hasn't turned yet. It should have turned.
I didn't see that one coming. That's interesting.
Yeah, because she was working hard for that one. Like, I know quite a few people that were outdoor knocking with her. It's interesting to see like the prominent ones, like the ministers losing their seats.
Oh,
well, I mean, you had it's interesting because so Humboldt, you had Donna Harpower, who's the former finance minister, and she's the one who got the $8,000 private plane from Regina to North Battleford.
I know a guy that did a video on that.
Yeah. And we talked about it on the Mashup about a day before you did the video on that.
One up each other.
I guess I'll have to start watching it.
Burn.
Well played.
Gonna go cry myself to sleep right now. All right, thank you.
What a dick.
So Elena Ross, that one's really close, and there's only one poll left.
Which one are we talking about?
Elena Ross or Alana? Am I saying it right?
No, what riding they do?
Oh, sorry, Prince Albert. I assume you guys know who all these people are.
Nope. Prince Albert,
Northcote.
Yeah, there you go.
Northcote.
Yeah, 2597 to 2526. That one's down to the wire. And that's going to be one of the ones that's going to get blamed on the United Party, because it's 281 votes for Sask United. And if they end up losing that one, they're going to say it was because of vote splitting and not because the Sask Party didn't do enough to entice those voters over to them. But maybe that's just me.
Well, the same thing was said kind of with the federal government, right? When the CPC lost a bunch of seats to PPC vote splitting. No, I'm just
Vote
kidding.
splitting.
I'm trying to trigger you guys. But
all the
it's
conservative
working, I think.
in the last federal election, the conservatives ran on a carbon tax. They were like Justin Trudeau with no hair. That was Aaron O'Toole. And so you look at it and you're like, why would you blame anyone for not voting for that shitty fucking platform they had?
Mm-hmm.
Like
There's nobody. There was nobody.
That federal election was what changed my mind on vote splitting, on the vote splitting argument, was that federal election.
Because it would have been CPC, and it would have been a CPC minority had. Yeah, if you look at the numbers, it would have.
You're assuming that everybody who voted PPC would have voted conservative rather than either A, spoiling their ballots, B, not showing up, or C, saying, I hate the Conservative Party and their shitty platform. I'm going to vote for liberals just to see it all burn down.
Can we rewind the clock and just go back to Aaron O'Toole being on stage and him talking and just being like, this is what I got to vote for? This is what I got to vote for? This is BS. Like, I mean,
first move the Conservative Party.
I've never seen a worse politician. Oh, wait, Kamala's pretty bad. Joe Biden couldn't even walk up or down a flight of stairs.
To Aaron O'Toole's credit, I don't think he ever shit his pants.
Wow.
Aaron O'Toole was the first
casualty of Conway.
That we're aware of.
You know why he was so awful? Because he was a wolf in sheep's clothing, he was, and he fooled us all. That's why he was worse.
I don't think he fooled any of us. I think he
didn't fool me.
He showed up. You're like, all right, that's the guy that's leading us. Okay. You started listening. You're like, what the heck is this?
Marty Bowes is saying Global News calling SAS Party voters uneducated. Marty, you got to send me that clip, man.
I was just going to say, have we got the clip?
You know what?
Yeah, get the clip. Global News, really interesting.
I wonder.
At least it wasn't
like
Rachel Gilmore this time.
I wonder.
We actually don't talk about her on this show.
We're not allowed to say. There's a fine jar for saying that name, Chris. So now you just there you go. We haven't talked about her in a long time. She's the one who will not be named.
Is she still relevant? Like, is she still?
Well, that's exactly it. I have no idea, but the point is if everybody stops talking about her and her shit opinions will eventually disappear and go away and start working at Starbucks.
She's teamed up with Dean Blundell, so how can you not mix that matchup right there?
Once again,
why would we want to talk about either one of those people?
Either
someone else teamed up with Dean from Alberta that shouldn't have.
He looks like
that is also true. That was a very poorly thought out decision.
Yeah.
Did I miss that one?
That I'm actually
David Parker went on Dean Blundell. Yeah.
Oh no!
I'm gonna meet up with him.
That's a while
Phoenix.
back now.
Who?
I'm going to
Dean
Phoenix
Blundell?
tomorrow. No, with David Parker. Tucker Carlson has like a live event in Phoenix with Trump and RFK Jr. And I'm going tomorrow. I'm actually flying out tomorrow to Phoenix.
Why?
To go see it.
Why do you want to see it?
Well, I'll go out on a limb and say that Tucker Carlson is the best speaker I've ever seen live. That guy does
I wanted to know why, Nadine, why do you want to go to Phoenix to hear Tucker Carlson at a Trump event?
Because I've been really getting politically, I'm going to be completely honest with you. I've been getting politically connected to a lot of people in the US, and a lot of them are going to be there. So I'm going to mingle with potentially getting some help in advancing the conservative movement in Canada. So I'm a big fan of RFK too. So, yeah, I'm going.
Do you believe that a lot of those policies belong in Canada, especially from RFK?
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. Well, I believe some of it. Yeah, I believe that when it comes
frying
to
oil beef towel again.
Yeah, I do believe that we've been misled by a lot of things when it comes to our health. And I do believe we're slowly getting poisoned. So, but like by our food, I think we have a lot more chemicals that are allowed in our food that shouldn't be allowed in our food. I think Even just for example, the food pyramid, I don't think it's accurate to what we should be eating. I think meats have been demonized, and I don't think meats are bad for us. I think we eat a lot less than what we should. So that and the whole COVID vaccine stuff, I believe we were misled a lot, and the truth's starting to come out, the information's starting to come out. And I think RFK was really big behind exposing some of that. So I know that's probably one of the things you and I don't see eye to eye in, but I think
probably not. But there's
Mhm.
there's some guy did a video just even on like herbicides and pesticides in wheat. You get a chance to watch it. They're pretty informative.
Yeah, like I'm not saying all herbicide or all pesticide are bad. I just think and look, my husband is a farmer or grew up on a farm, and he wants to be a farmer, and it was a grain farm. So I'm not against all pesticides. I just think, for example, if we're going to have wheat being grown for food consumption, I don't like the idea of it being sprayed the day before it's, or a couple of days before it's harvested, when you could just wait a week and harvest it later.
You
Now
wouldn't
you have a
do
bunch
that
of
though.
But 10 days, 10 to 14 days, if we're using a glyphosate to dry down,
Mhm.
like into a kernel of wheat, is like essentially that's protected by the outer shell of the plant itself. So you're like killing the undergrowth of it, and then there's like it's a
You don't think any of that is getting in our foods?
like no, like anything that would be hardly measurable, like not even close.
Okay,
But
then
Go ahead.
then I'll give you one thing. Why is Saskatchewan the highest rate of MS in all of the world? And there was a study that was done that it wasn't just DNA, because if you moved from outside of Saskatchewan, they did a study where somebody moved, if you were a child in Saskatchewan, you still had the same risk, but if you moved when you were an adult, you didn't. Like there's things that are happening in Saskatchewan that are increasing risk to our health. Now, what I love about RFK, he says we should study these things. And
I guess what would those things be? Like, what are they?
What are the health risks of some of these policies that are happening? Are they affecting our food supplies? If so, what does it look like? Is it affecting us? Is it changing the rate of fertility? Like, we have to look at all of these things.
No,
and
no.
I
Like
think
I'm just saying that you said that there's these studies exist that happen in Saskatchewan. Is it glyphosate on wheat that's causing it? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying that's what it is. I'm saying we should be studying it. And that's what RFK calls for. So he's not saying we should stop all of this. There should be actual studies done, and there hasn't been.
Okay. I just saw the clip of Trump being like, "I'm going to let this guy go nuts," and it's like, wait, what?
Yeah, but I also saw a clip of Trump saying he's going to repeal all the taxes too. And somebody told me at the start of this bloody thing that he's like, yeah, but he didn't say that really. And I'm like, he was just on Joe Rogan. It's going to have tens of millions of views. And he literally said, let's go back to tariffs. Let's go back to 1850. And I'm like, so if we're going to say he's going nuts with RFK, then I'm going to say it too. If Quick Dick could say it, then I'm saying we're going back to no taxes.
I tell you what, I'll say this about RFK. I got a lot of appreciation for his lack of trust in government. And
oh, yeah,
he learned it the hard way. I mean, he's pretty much the only male figure in his family that the CIA hasn't killed.
It's very true.
I think you have to give put Trump in a little bit of context too, because to him going nuts is kind of comparable to a Big Mac being a steak. Right, and he's going all out, right? So
don't get me wrong. I think there's a lot of good things about the guy. To be perfectly honest, there's just sometimes he just needs to not say some of the things that he says.
Just making a point, that he's John RFK is not going to be left unattended to go nuts with national health secrets or anything like that. I think that he's going to open a lot of cans for discussion. That's absolutely great. So I think it's interesting to see how the dynamics and I'd be interested to see the same panel coming together post November 5th to see how life is going to go then.
Well, I mean, does anybody think that Kamala has a legitimate chance of winning the election? I said legitimate.
There's no snowball's hope
I
in
don't-
Hades, right? I mean, she's a media construct, and they couldn't construct a big enough lie. So
I don't
Speaking
think
of
so.
legitimate, do we have a 31st seat yet?
No, we do not. The head shake is coming in loud and clear. This is where we're sitting at. I'm going to pull it up here. It still shows 34-27. The confirmed is at 30-13 still. Am I correct in saying that, Brett?
Look at Saskatoon
Moose
Westview. Saskatoon Westview, for example, is
just say it.
The NDP is up by 6 votes.
30-19. Whoa, wait a second. I want to clarify that. I said 30-13. The NDP have gained 6, so it is now 30-19.
So, for example, so Saskatoon Westview, David Buckingham and April Chief Calf, NDP 2066, Sask Party 2060.
That's a close one.
6 votes, and there's still 2 polling stations left to report.
So let me ask you this. We're talking about U.S. politics, and we're doing Sask election live coverage. I'm going to pull it back to Saskatchewan for a second, and then we can go back to whatever everybody wants to talk about. Is anyone surprised at how close it is as we sit here? Because when I look back through the predictions, most people had, even Gormley had, where we started off, had the Saskatchewan losing a bunch of seats, but maybe not this close.
Didn't Gormley have him at 38?
Yeah.
He had him at 38, 38-23. And there's been a couple come in where it was going to be, 30-29 with a couple of Sask United. But I mean, have we seen anything to this point that's showing anything other than Saskatchewan Party or the NDP? Nothing, right? I'm safe in saying that.
I don't think
there's not a single riding where any other party is even remotely close. Correct?
Dakota Arm River is the best I've seen so far for Sask United, and they just barely broke 1,000.
Okay. So the leader
Last Mountain Torchwood.
But how many did the leader win? Almost 4 times that, correct?
Lumsden Morse.
More for Sask United. Honestly,
No.
I thought they would do better than that.
John only got 925, but there's 22 out of 31 polls.
Still 9 rolling.
Yeah.
They didn't have enough fun.
So,
they needed to have more fun with it, and they needed to be a differentiator from the establishment politics is really what it came down to for me anyway. Because just the typical political tweets that don't really engage anybody or get anybody interested, that people just gloss over. You got to make it something that people are going to want to actually pause for a minute and look at, and they just had scroll by tweets. But that's just my take on it.
No,
you're going back to Sask United.
Yeah.
Okay. But once again, I go back to the original question, which is like, okay, so let's take all that to the side. Okay, it doesn't look like the Sask United is going to all of a sudden steal one. So any prediction made where they have a seat or 2 or 3, it doesn't matter. Those are all gone.
Mm-hmm.
So here we sit. We're at 30-19. Is that number starting to creep up? And you're like, oh man, I didn't think it would be that close.
No, I expected it to be that close.
Genuine stupid question here. At what point are we past the point of waking up in the morning and the mail-in votes can flip the election?
That's going to happen in late 2026.
Yeah, it's probably the most relevant question. Yep.
It has to be more than 1%, right?
Oh.
It has the votes are what, 2% of the vote. So if you go look at the comparison, if any of the ridings are within 2% or 3%, then it might flip it. But if they're not, then it shouldn't.
All right. Interesting.
Because if you're generalizing it, right? If 2 or 3% of the votes are mail-in, like for example, Moose Jaw North, Tim McLeod is at 60%.
Yeah.
Chantal Fisher is at 38%.
It's not going to
so
flip
that's way
it.
more than 2%.
Well,
So
and
that one
Moose
should be
Jaw North, Moose Jaw is going to have.
I'm going to have to grab my earphones.
Moose Jaw is going to have a lot of mail-in ballots because nobody there has driver's licenses.
Oh my goodness!
Windows.
Could somebody just like we just need 31? Can we get 31? Carry on with life, because I listen. At some point, they're probably gonna have the mail-in ballot thing come up. We're gonna wait 2 weeks.
And actually, let's go back to you were just highlighting Wisja Mackamaw. That one's interesting because you've got Megan Patterson from the Sask Party versus Melissa Patterson from the NDP Sask sector.
Spelled the identical way too.
Yeah. You've got Megan Patterson versus Melissa Patterson. I don't know if they're related, but they're running in the
field.
Twin sisters.
Wouldn't that be cool if they were twins?
It's like when they Oh, sorry. It's like
I
when
feel
they
like the older one would vote Sask Party.
It's like when they feed the ballot with the names of candidates that the same. Like I think Bernie, they did that with Bernie, where you had like a bunch of Maxime Bernier. What if they picked her just so it sounded the same?
Well, any dirty trick that'll win an election. That's the way it goes in Canada. I mean, look at what happened. We had all those MPs named today, right? Which, by the way, I've been saying forever. Yuan Paul Wu was one of them.
Is Jamie Sinclair sitting there? Jamie, are you there? I see his phone.
I'm still on Carla Beck reelected.
I don't hear anything from Jamie. Okay, we're going to kick you out again. Jamie Sinclair just popped into our thing. It could be
Carla.
Multiple things.
Carla Beck is in Regina Lakeview, and it's 4,700 to 1,600.
Yeah, so that's the landslide.
Yeah. It's funny. I saw some leftist guy on Twitter who did some video talking about how classic Sask Party it was that Scott Moe was riding around in a pickup truck, and Carla Beck
rode around a pickup truck.
Yeah, the exact same thing. and nobody everybody that shat all over Jason Kenney at the start for being like, oh, he doesn't care about the environment. He's driving around in a pickup truck. None of them said anything about Carla Beck when she drove around Saskatchewan in a pickup truck.
Maybe it was a Hemi e-torque.
You just
were they towing it around?
Okay, wait. Breaking news on the CBC. No, I'm kidding. On the Mashup. I was kidding. It's a great song.
It's not even funny.
It's a great song. 32-19 is what Brett is telling us, which means we can officially call this thing. Can we not?
It's in the bag.
Yeah.
It's in the bag. 32-19 right now, which means 32-20. Yeah, 32-20. It could be, it could tighten up, obviously, and it probably will.
Yeah.
But right now, it's a Sask government. Here,
does
the
anybody
Mashup
else
is calling it.
Yep. Okay.
The Mashup is calling it. All right.
Does anybody think it's interesting that the conservative ridings seem to count their votes a lot faster than the NDP ridings? It's almost as though there's a work ethic argument to be made here.
Okay, in Mitch Stewart's defense, he already put that up there. I saw him tweet that earlier on. He was like, I don't know why all these rural ridings just got their work done faster.
Yep. Yeah. The slowest reporting one is Regina Lakeview, where Carla Beck is. The slowest, the quote unquote laziest counting is happening where the NDP leader is.
Okay. We can call this. Yes?
Yeah, we did call it.
I think so.
Any final thoughts from all you lovely people? We're closing in on 6 hours. I mean, we could labor it on, because then when me and Twos eventually do the U.S. election and we go 6 hours and 10 minutes just to have a little bit of fun, we could just keep talking about this long-standing thing as we work towards the federal election here in Canada. But is there any final thoughts from anyone as we close in on hour 6 of Sask Provincial live election coverage that anyone would like to talk about?
Let's just go one by one.
Sure.
Nadine, you're in the top left. Let's start with you.
I'm curious as to how many of the new MLAs won. If how we lost 21 seats, or 21 MLAs stepped down and then 21 new people kind of stepped up. I'm wondering how many of those are running or have won the nomination. I know a lot of them were in the city, but was that the Sass Party MLAs kind of jumping ship before? So I'm really glad that the NDP didn't get in power, because I was really afraid they were going to overturn the parental rights legislation. So
They would have brought back
feeling
COVID regulations.
You know what? Yeah. I know you're joking, but at the same time,
Am I?
can you imagine if they had been in power when COVID came? I think we would have all been locked up in our homes for 2 years. We would have been the California. So while I give Scott Moe a hard time, it was much better than an NDP government. So I'm actually going to bed pretty happy with what has happened. I didn't think Sask United would have so little support, but at the same time, when the Sask Party moved on the education stuff, the parental rights stuff, I think a lot of people who had supported Sask United in like the Lumsden's Moors, obviously you saw that tonight, they kind of went back to the Sask Party, whether it's vote splitting fear or what. But I'm just glad the NDP didn't get in. So that's what I'm happy for, and that's what I prayed for.
Chris Barber.
Who's next?
Well, I'm thankful for the outcome. I'm a little bit surprised as well when it comes to the Sask United. I honestly thought they would do better. I thought John would get his seat, or Nadine would get her seat. But going forward into this, I would like people to step forward now and find a way to try and unite everybody within the United Party and the Sask Party, and we need maybe a leadership review on Moe, if that's what needs to happen, or accountability has to set in for the last number of years in office. We can move forward and try and fix this, so in 4 years the next election is a lot better outcome than what this was been for a Conservative Party running.
I don't think there's going to be a leadership review. I think he's just going to announce that he's stepping down. Like, he's probably already said it privately tonight even. And yeah, in the next however many months, he's going to say, yeah, I'm going to step down. And depending on how the final count goes, he'll probably just sit on the backbench for the remainder of his term.
Agreed.
Wayne.
I come into this evening with a slightly different skin in the game, I guess. But I'm incredibly thrilled to see such great participation. I streamed this out to my community, several thousand watching over there as well. This is the new media doing what needs to be done, and I'm grateful to see it real time. This is how change happens, and there was no easy button, but I think maintaining and not losing ground to socialism is a victory in and itself. I think this turned out to be the best case scenario for the people of Saskatchewan. It's easier to move forward not having lost territory than having lost territory, because because of things like this. You're creating an environment that people can trust, and I'm grateful to have an opportunity to take part in the best damn Saskatchewan election coverage in Canada tonight, the first of many more. But be warned, I'm going to be running competition for you guys on election night. I'm going to be doing a restream watch party with the People's Pundit, Rich Barris, Sean Parnell, and Wendy Bell.
Which the U.S. election, you mean?
Yes.
Oh, we're totally going to blow you out of the water, but thanks for showing up.
Isn't this the wonderful example, exactly what I'm saying, of a new media environment that is giving the best value for the time spent, not for the buck spent, but for the time spent. Thank you so much for all of this, Sean and Tuz. And Nadine, great to see you again. Longtime friend of the family, and Chris and Quick Dick. An honor and a pleasure to get to know you guys a little bit. We'll have to meet again another day. So thanks so much for all of this, Sean.
Appreciate it. Finally, Quick Dick.
Just thanks to everybody. It was great to sit down and chat, and actually pretty much all of you guys, except for those two monkeys sitting by the SMP sign. This is the first chance I got to be live with you guys, so it was great. And I mean, this is great, but I always really appreciate in-person stuff too. So make sure everybody's in each other's neck of the woods. We get together for a coffee or a beer or whatever the day allows, kind of thing. I hope this is a wake-up call to the SAS party, just with looking at the numbers, kind of thing. And I hope this sparks a little bit of change in there to try and make things work a little better for everybody in the province of Saskatchewan. Because no matter which political party you support or what you do, this is all of our province, and we all need to find a way to be able to get together and make it work. And it's got to work for everybody. Because if this whole this whole province works together collectively, we're a powerhouse that would not be able to be stopped. Keep that in mind. We're all each other's strength. So
Saskatchewan is underrated federally.
Thanks, folks, for tuning in. We're gonna let everybody, all of our guests, I guess, we'll kick them out. So thanks to all and to everybody who joined us beforehand for joining us. But we're gonna remove you all and allow me and this. I don't know. I got a couple of choice words. Yes.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. By all means.
Well, I just
bring it up with management. Was he snoring? Was he just?
That right there,
oh
folks.
My God.
We got a lot of love for you, Jim. Oh, that's good. I can't believe we caught that. He's sitting there trying to talk to him. He's snoring.
Jesus Christ. Oh, God, I love you, Jim. I hope you see this tomorrow.
Okay. All right.
We got to make sure Chuck sees this.
I might clip that for the next military roundtable. I mean, I don't know.
Let's go back to him real quick.
Live on the sea, Jamie Sinclair.
Oh man. Okay, just leave it. No, just leave it. Just leave it.
What was the cherry on the top for you, Twos?
That's right here.
Oh my goodness. You had to wait till hour almost 6 to have just beautiful.
Oh yeah, that was oh,
as we close out.
Okay, no. Let's just leave this up like all night. We're gonna leave.
As we close out.
No.
Kevin Deegan.
Okay.
Marty.
Okay. Crazy pitch, hear me out. We just leave the live stream running, and the only thing on it is the map and Jamie snoring. And then he'll wake up in the morning, see his phone, and be like, oh, fuck these guys. Let's do it. Tell me I'm crazy. We leave the election live stream with just the map and Jamie.
Oh, I don't know what to do here. Okay, I have a couple thoughts before we bring it back in, okay? One, I just want to say thank you to AMC Electrical, T-Bar 1 Transport. There's no way this is possible. I mean, it is in a sense, but those companies have been huge helps. Oh, I don't know how do you get serious after that?
Well, I mean, there was a comment real early on where somebody said that
look at the people commenting in sweet dreams, Jamie.
Well, I mean, there was somebody, in a very serious sense who was like, yeah, Jamie is just one of those guys who, when he talks, he brings tears to your eyes. And I can't find it in the chat because we've been going for 6 hours of comments, but that just got proved correct right now.
All I would say is, it's been for the third iteration we had some minor glitches, like the fact my X channel wouldn't publish tonight is I've done how many lives and different things. Have I never had it happen? Certainly not. I've had things happen. That's kind of odd.
Not lately though.
So to the people on X, not much we can do about that, but certainly there was plenty of time, plenty of places to find it. To T-Bar 1 and AMC Electrical, just thanks for believing in what we do, right? Like,
yes.
Certainly if you're in the Rocky Mountain area and you're looking for an electrician, AMC Electrical.
Or if you're looking to be an electrician, more than likely.
Yeah, true enough. AMCelectrical.ca, Drew McKay, we can contact you, get you contacted or hooked up. He's quite the guy. And then, of course, T-Bar 1 here in the Lloydminster area. And honestly, Western Canada, because they haul Western Canada wide.
Mm-hmm.
If you're looking for a trucking company, pickers, etc., they do a ton of work. They're fantastic. So 2 small town roots in small town Saskatchewan. Anyways, they've been fantastic. So that's one thought. The next is, we didn't have a lot of, we had this great guest list coming into this one too.
Mm-hmm.
And certainly we got to play that out.
No complaints about our guest list tonight.
It was fantastic. I wish Brad Wall would have showed up. That sucked. And Jerry Ritz getting held out because of technical difficulties. That sucked. But other than that, the only other one we missed was Jennifer L. She's still live on CBC, or she was the last time I texted her. So that's the only.
Why doesn't she come over where people are watching?
Yeah, I agree. It's been a ton of fun. One of the things, I don't know about you, maybe Two's is different than me, but I never thought I'd be sitting in this chair talking politics for 6 hours straight. I always thought it would be,
You're literally doing that tomorrow.
I know. I got all the candidates for the municipal election here in Lloyd. I got 12 of the 14 coming in the studio, so that should be fun. That should be a lot of fun. That's my Tuesday
at a half hour each. That's 6 hours.
Correct. Oh yeah, it's gonna be this on steroids again. So, to all you lovely people who tuned in tonight, and
thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks for coming on along our wild ride. This is a pretty simple, smart, maybe dumb at times idea. The first BC election, we got into glory holes that seemed to dominate the conversation.
Yeah, but
tonight,
at
Jamie
least
Sinclair.
on this one, we kept it on the ball. We didn't get silly. We didn't.
Yeah, we kept it. We didn't get silly.
We kept it between the lines.
Oh man, this is. Sask election coverage was no laughing matter, but
well, you know what? He probably fell asleep watching CBC.
Any final thoughts, Twos? Any final thoughts before we sign off?
Just heartfelt thanks to everybody who came on and everybody who tuned in, and we're going to be doing this. Yeah. Probably not all in the studio for Nova Scotia on November 26th. But we got to do something, we got to keep this going. They're a few hours ahead, so it's not going to be too much of an issue because Jamie will already be sleeping by the time polls close. And we're going to be doing the US one as well. And it's going to be less serious than this one.
It's T-Short. I was like,
I can't hear you right now. The snoring. I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
If I keep laughing this hard, I'm gonna pee myself. T-Short might have just peed myself. Can't even read the comments.
Marty. Now my dogs are barking at Jim. Holy shit. Oh,
these are too much fun, folks. As the night draws late,
as the night draws late, and everybody gets ready to go to sleep,
we bid you all farewell. We'll let Jamie sign us off tonight. Thanks for tuning in.
All right, thanks a lot, everybody.
I'm like, okay.
All right, folks.
You bring
So
us back. All right.
So
we're bringing it back. All
we're
right.
gonna try and
Here we
wake
go.
up here.
Whoop. Jamie, wake up here.
I got something for this. We're gonna
10 seconds. You might want to just plug your ears for a second, folks. Okay.
we got the buzzer turned all the way.
This is like bonus scenes at the end of one of those movies. You know, the credits roll. Better give one more time.
Okay.
No, there's no waking it tonight, folks. We appreciate you hopping in and being a part of this.
Thanks, guys. We'll see you next time.